Good evening and welcome to the January 20th, 2022 Historic Preservation Commission meeting in the city of Glendale. I'd like to call the meeting to order at a record time of 5:03 p.m. Good job, everybody. To help slow the transmission of COVID-19 and protect the health and safety of the community, City Council, as well as board and commission meetings, will continue to be closed to the public for in-person attendance. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes to practice social distancing. Meetings are broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, and ATT Uverse Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on YouTube at youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called ScreenWave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818-937-8100, and that number will appear on the screen. Public comments on a specific agenda item will be taken when that agenda item is discussed. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Yurka?
Here.
Commissioner Doom?
Here.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Vartanian?
Here.
And Chair Crognati?
Present.
Hey,
welcome everyone to the first Historic Preservation Commission of the year 2022. It is at this point that we generally elect a new chairperson for the commission. Do we have any volunteers? Nick, I think you're muted.
If you're volunteering.
Sure, I'm happy to volunteer.
Okay, so
motion, a second, and then a vote?
Yes, so we would need to make a motion to...
Actually, I don't know. We could also see if who would like to be vice chair and I guess vote on the ticket together.
Yes, keep in mind, we should keep in mind, vice chair, whoever you are, if you decide to nominate yourself, you will probably be running the vast majority of this particular meeting because Mr. Doom, if he is elected chair, we should explain that he will have to leave this meeting early. So actually the vice chair in this particular meeting will be stepping up and running this meeting. So if we're nominating Mr. Doom to be chair, yes, it would be nice to have a vice chair up and running and ready to go. Anybody want to volunteer to be vice chair?
Oh, I wanted to nominate Lorna for vice chair.
Lorna, are you interested in being vice chair?
With the caveat that I'm going to run the current very extensive meeting.
I should say I'm happy to also be vice chair. I'm happy to do any of it. I've kind of got the Zoom thing down. If you want me to do it, I'm happy to do it. I should say that.
So I have chaired the commission in the past, and to be fair, I think over the past couple of years, because we have hardly met, I think it would be fair to say you have not had a full year of chairmanship. So I would be very.
And I've never gotten to do one in person. I've never got to sit next to my colleagues for a meeting. It's been very sad.
So it would be nice if you get to do that eventually. So I will make a motion to nominate Commissioner Doom as chair and Commissioner Crognati as vice chair of the commission for the coming year.
Okay. So I have a second.
Wait, Paul, hold on a second. Can you serve 2 consecutive terms as chair?
Yes.
And I've actually done 2.
What's that?
I've actually done 2 terms already, believe it or not.
Back in the day, it happened all the time, less so in recent years.
Ah, okay.
So apparently I could go as long as you guys vote me to be in it. But
There you go.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. And we'll take a vote. Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Yurka?
Yes.
Commissioner Vartanian?
Yes.
Commissioner Crognati?
Sure, yes.
And Chair Doom,
Yes.
which has a great ring to it. So
Chair Doom. It really does.
Okay, 5-0 for the new ticket. So
okay, so I guess technically at this point, Mr. Doom, you would take over going through the agenda. Do you happen to have it handy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we're on item number 3.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Crognati, for your years of service. I have some very big shoes to step in. I do emphasize you are live and in person in that chair, though. I look forward to being there, all of us together once again.
I hope so.
So item 3, the agenda was posted outside on January 24th on the bulletin board outside City Hall and available for the public to view. Was that correctly done, Jay?
Perfectly done.
Well done. Excellent. Point 4, or item 4, the approval of Historical Preservation Commission minutes from November 18th, 2021. And I guess that's going to be postponed until March, correct?
Yeah, I screwed up on that. So we're going to be canceling our February meeting and we'll reconvene on March 17th and we'll review the minutes for tonight's meeting and for last time also.
Okay. Are there any corrections to the minutes that have been pointed out or highlighted on the portal, I guess? Any corrections?
Let's just skip it until we get it resolved. So something happened. I think I just posted an older version, so.
All right, we can delay that as well. And move on to item number 5, oral communication. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. The Glendale Historic Preservation Commission may question and respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. Jay, do we have any cards or?
Vilia's the keeper of the phones tonight, so.
Vilia?
You're muted, Vilia, but not, okay. International, no. So I think it's international, maybe not. Okay, no callers.
So no items on item number 5. We will now move to item number 6. Are there any commissioners who have comments related to, Jay, this is not to our agenda items, or is it to our agenda items?
It's to non-agendized items, yeah.
Correct. Anyone wish to speak to any non-agendized items? Yes, Commissioner Yurka.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I wanted to get an update on when the Mills Act applications for contributors would be ready, because I've heard of a bit of interest in those.
January is what I had shot for. Some projects have taken a lot of time in the last few weeks. It's gonna be up soon. January, February.
Okay, thanks.
I know I keep pushing it back month by month, and that's what we got to do. So, but it's being worked on. It's definitely not on the back burner as it has been. So,
Vice Chair Cognati.
Thank you, Chair. Doom. Bum, bum, bum. I just want to say how excited I am that last week the City Council approved our newest 2 historic districts. It was a long time coming for those folks, and everybody in both Costa Verdugo and South Cumberland Heights worked very, very hard, and their efforts are to be commended. And we now have 2 new historic districts in Glendale, and that's great news. So congratulations to everybody involved. And thank you, City Council, for listening to your residents and responding to your residents, and for continuing to keep historic preservation somewhat at the forefront of your mind. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, well
I
said.
wholeheartedly second that, if I may. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yes, that's wonderful news. I just want to check something with my internet. I see like 20 boxes and only 3 faces. And I just want to make sure that that's what the rest of you are seeing too. Like most people, because I'm getting all these weird messages on my, like, exclamation points for some of these boxes. Does that look right?
I think we did learn a trick. If you go up to the menu bar at the top and select View, and then scroll to the bottom and deselect where it says Show Participants Without Video, that might reduce the number of tiles that you see.
Oh, that's much better. I just wanted to make sure my video. I'm not at home, and I just wanted to make sure that my internet isn't wonky as Jay just starts spinning.
That might help a little bit.
Okay,
anyway.
I'm sorry.
It's going to happen all night long.
Pardon me for interrupting. Yeah, and congratulations again, Chris, on the good news about the historic.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. Any other comments from other commissioners?
None.
None.
Okay, moving on to item number 7, old business. Jay, what old business do we have?
We have no old business tonight, so we can move on to new business.
All righty then. Item 8A, new business. Advisory review of project at 620 North Brand Boulevard and 625 North Maryland Avenue, PDR 2119308. Would you like me to read the project description, Jay, or just start in?
Yeah, I need to buy some time while I'm trying to get this going, so please do.
Okay.
Read it.
So on our website, you will find our agenda, and I'm reading from our agenda, the project description. The applicant is proposing to maintain the existing 6-story commercial bank office building at 620 North Brand Boulevard and demolish the 2-level parking garage and adjacent commercial building to the rear along Maryland Avenue, which is 625 North Maryland, and construct a new 294-unit, 24-story multi-family residential building on the easterly half of the 63760 SF or 1.4 acre project site zoned DSP Gateway District. The project includes 373 subterranean parking spaces for the residential use and 129 above ground replacement parking spaces for the existing commercial bank building, as well as a sizable publicly accessible open space courtyard plaza fronting Brand Boulevard and residential amenity spaces and decks throughout the project. The proposed FAR is 7.25 and the building height is 266 feet. Parentheses, it shows 7.25 FAR and 275 feet maximum by the right. The project complies with all the development standards and no variances are proposed. The project is being presented to the to the Historic Preservation Commission for advisory comments. Shall I continue with the environmental determination?
No, I think we're good. I forgot that was so long. So thank you.
Sorry.
You gave you a workout for your first round here.
That's fine. I see your slide on my screen. So are you ready, Jay?
Yeah,
All right. It's all yours.
All right. So as Chair Doom said, we're looking at a project located at 620 North Brand Boulevard. Before I get into anything, I just want to kind of lay out the structure of tonight and also ask that if any commissioners have had any outside communication with anyone involved with this project, it's okay. And this is an advisory hearing, as Chair Doom said. So there are no issues with recusals or anything, but the city attorney has advised us to ask if anyone's had any what they call ex parte communication and just share that with the public so that we know. So is that the case for any of the commissioners?
Yeah. Done.
Commissioner Yerka?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was involved for the an earlier iteration of this project a couple of years ago. When it came to council as phase 1, I talked with members of TGHS about it. I was off the board by then. But the other thing is that I did email TGHS for a clarification about their letter that they submitted. But that's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there are no issues. Like I said, it's just putting it out in front so that there's no sense of any bias or anything like that. So, okay. So in terms of the structure of tonight, there's a lot to cover here. So you know what to anticipate. I'm going to do a staff presentation, possibly working with Vilya, depending on what kinds of questions you have. Vilya has been the case planner for the DRB process on this item. And then obviously I'm handling the Historic Preservation Commission angle. So we're going to give our staff presentation. During that, we can answer questions. The presentation is broken into 2 sections, one focused on design and one focused on historic issues and also our staff response to the concerns of the Historical Society. It might make sense to break it up question-wise into 2 sections, but that's up to the chair and to the commissioners. After that, we will open the public hearing if your questions have been answered, and the applicants for the project will go first. And there's a team of applicants. The chair may want to tell us a time to establish for the various parties, because I know the applicants will need probably more than 3 or 5 minutes to present their case. And then also when the Historical Society representative comes on, we have a slideshow that she'll be sharing. So if you could give us a time limit or a recommended time limit, which you can extend at the chair's discretion as we need to, that would be helpful. And Vilya and I will try to keep track of the time just to keep us on, because tonight's going to be a crowded and long hearing.
Okay. Jay, who is the primary speaker for the presentation?
For the staff, it will be me, and Vilya may join. For the applicants, we have the Rodney Kahn introducing the project, and the project architect will be speaking. And I believe that's it, unless Rodney suggests otherwise. But
no, that's correct, Jay.
The full team, the full environmental team that has done the environmental review and the historic component, the cultural resource component of the environmental review is also on the call, and they'll be available for your questions. That's probably a better way to deal with that.
I don't believe we've ever set a time limit for staff presentations, have we?
No, there won't be that we can't do. I got a lot of slides. So.
All right.
Yeah, so for staff, no time limit. For the public, I think if you give each side 15 minutes, perhaps that's enough.
Okay.
If anyone disagrees, let us know. And then for the speakers, then we'll also be taking calls from the public. And so we need to establish that, whether it's usually 2 or 3 minutes, depending on the volume. So I guess we could also see closer to the time we're taking those calls, how many people are lined up.
Okay.
Does that sound good? 15, and then we'll determine speaker length later on.
Okay, I think if we do, commissioners, correct me if I'm wrong, recommend Jay's suggestion of 15, and then depending on how many callers we have, maybe we can learn how many are online, and if they all have similar reviews, they can not have to repeat everything and just share their support or opposition on a way or another in under 2 minutes. And then if they need more time, we'll go by 1 minute after that at their request. How's that sound?
Sounds fair.
Okay, Commissioner Yurka?
So as someone who in the past has prepared comments for commission meetings and DRB meetings, usually we get 3 minutes, and it can be very challenging to have to cut your remarks to 2. I definitely agree that, and I think it's a great idea to invite them not to repeat, but it might be better if you're worried about time to actually shrink the hearing from the applicants and the Glendale Historical Society, since we both had, staff reports and reports, the historic report and the letter from TJHS. That's just my 2 cents.
15 minutes is probably generous on both sides, but I think we can, and it always gets expanded with questions. So
That's a very good point. However, this is also for the public to see for the first time, so that's all the time to present for that purpose as well.
Okay. And then just a quick question, Chair Doom, if you're going to be leaving during the staff presentation, do you want to pass the gavel sooner than later, or do you have a sense of your schedule?
I'm good till 6, and then give Commissioner Ignati some time to relax, and then he'll take the stress over at 6.
Okay, right at 6, that'll happen. Peaceful transition. So
there we go.
Cool. Okay, so let's move into the part of the matter. I'm having, here we go. Okay, so I just wanted to set the stage for the location. I assume the commissioners are familiar with Brand Boulevard. This is the northern portion of Brand Boulevard, right up against the freeway, which runs along the northern edge. We are in the Downtown Specific Plan Gateway District, which is important to the discussion. and the project site is highlighted in blue. So the project site consists of the former Home Savings Building, now the Chase Bank Building, a surface parking lot, a two-story parking structure, and a two-story office building and some additional surface parking. And we'll be getting into all those details more as we move forward. Just to bring us down to street level, you can see the property is a large property, runs through block from Brand to Maryland, and then abuts the right-of-way for the freeway on-ramp getting onto the 134. And then you can see the ground level view from the different points at the corners looking at the site. We'll be looking at other pictures of the site as we go forward. Here are two historic buildings, so we want to highlight these because that's why the Historic Preservation Commission is part of this procedure. And just so you know, you're doing advisory design review and then also advising City Council on the historic components of this project. And the Design Review Board met last week and issued their comments, and we're going to be asking the same from you. So while we're talking and while you're discussing things, it may make sense to keep some notes so that as you have ideas of ways the project could be made better, design ideas relating to the historical discussion, ultimately those are going to be forwarded to City Council, which is going to hear this project in March. And you'll see in a few slides that DRB's already looked at this project and City Council's already looked at this project. So this is your first crack at it, but everything you say will be forwarded to Council. What we're looking for, however, is where we can find consensus among the commissioners. We're not going to be taking an official vote. You're not making an official motion. So this is purely advisory. But we do want to formulate whether there's consensus about certain issues or if the commission is split on any issues. So that said, the Chase Bank Building on the left was built in 1969. The former Fidelity Savings Building on the right with the mirrored facade was built in 1976. Both of these buildings were identified in the South Glendale Historic Resources Survey as locally eligible under Criterion 1, which is for the role that they played in the development of the post-war downtown. And each of them have specific nuances in the way they're discussed. You have DPR forms from the survey as part of your package. There is also an environmental document called a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment. So that turns into SKIA. So as we talk about environmental, you'll hear me reference SKIA. The SKIA also has a cultural resources component, and the consultant for the environmental review also found both of these properties to be historically significant. Slightly different finding than the consultant for the survey, and I'll cover that later. Just want to introduce the buildings to you, and then bring your focus to this garage at the back of the former Home Savings Building, which is the issue that I would say, based on all of the material we've received from the Glendale Historical Society, as well as from some other members of the broader preservation community, this is the kind of the point of most contention on this project, whether or not this garage should be considered a historic resource. So we'll be digging into that a lot as we move forward. And then I just have a couple of bird's eye views so you can see the proposed project, which is a 24-story apartment building on the left. And hopefully you can see my mouse hitting that, otherwise it's pretty obvious. And then we have a second image showing it from the southwest, where you see it in both cases in the context of the two historic properties. So in terms of the overall project, we're looking at maintaining the 6-story home. So I'm going to typically refer to it as the Home Savings Building, think of it under its historic name. We're going to maintain the existing building at 620 North Brand. No changes are proposed. The parking garage and the two-story office building that front onto Maryland are both proposed for demolition. The project will also calls for the construction of the new 24-story, 294-unit high-rise. It will have below-grade and above-grade parking that complies with our code. 129 spaces for the commercial uses of the home savings building will be above grade on 2 levels of parking, of above grade parking at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the podium of the project. And then 373 residential spaces will be in a subterranean garage below the building. We'll also focus on the amount of open space that this project will be bringing to the downtown area. The mirrored building at 600 North Brand, the former Fidelity Savings Building, is not part of the project site. So it's important to remember the home savings building is on the lot that is owned by the owners of the proposed apartment building. So that's one big lot. The mirrored building is on an adjacent lot. It's not part of this project. It will have a relationship to the project because the new building will be close to it. Any impacts to the Fidelity building will be similar to the impacts to the home savings building. So we're not going to be focusing on that, but if you have questions or issues with that, we'll definitely be interested to hear. In terms of your role, I think I've covered this a little bit. You're looking at this in an advisory capacity. I'm hoping that you will stay as focused as you can on the relationship between the proposed apartment building and the historic bank buildings. You'll also be looking at the impacts or the potential impacts that result from the demolition of the parking structure and also the removal of the surface parking lot that fronts onto Brand Boulevard. We're going to be asking you to assess whether the commission believes that this project would lead to any adverse impact by materially impairing the significance of one or both of the bank buildings. The threshold, just to put this up front, the threshold for determining whether there is a significant adverse impact is whether the project would make one or both of the buildings lose their ability to convey their significance, have them lose their historic meaning and the story they tell about the development of downtown Glendale. And one of the ways the primary way to kind of assess that is if this project is completed, will these buildings remain eligible for historic designation? So keep that in your head as kind of a threshold for your review. And as I mentioned, this will all be forwarded to City Council along with the DRB comments, which we'll review in a bit. So all voices will be heard. Here's the existing site plan, so you can just focus in a little on the layout of the property. 620 North Brand, the home savings building, is in blue at the northwest corner of the lot. The parking garage is kind of at the southeast corner of the lot, and you'll notice the lot has a bit of a kind of a panhandle shape with a little bit of it dropping behind the lot where the mirrored bank building is, which is on this southwest part of this drawing. And then 625 North Maryland is the small office building that's proposed for demolition. No one from staff to the consultants to the historic survey to the historical society believes this is a historic resource, so we don't see any issues with the demolition of 625 North Maryland. This is the second round that the development team has brought to the city for a project on this site. The design you see here was reviewed by City Council in 2020. It was a very different project in many ways. It was bigger, it was taller, had more units. Obviously, it had a different design with these kind of swooping, curving elements. City Council did approve this project with conditions, and that was before there was any review of environmental documentation. So the SKIA that is currently being circulated for public comment will also, any public comment will be going to City Council for their ultimate review. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. In terms of Council's review, they asked for some significant changes to this initial proposal, they got boiled down into just 3 conditions, which is always nice. They asked for a reduction in the overall height of the building, and that could be accomplished by relocating the residential above grade parking that was originally proposed into below grade parking. The proposal has addressed that concern. There was some concern about the scaling of some of the metal panel materials at the base of the building. It's a relatively minor detail, but we will look at that when we look at some of the drawings with the detailed close-ups of the base. And then they asked that the project team revise the design. It says consider here, but the council was not crazy about this design. And they asked for a design that would better reflect the mid-century modern aesthetic of the adjacent commercial building, which was the Home Savings Building. That was the focal point. And we believe that the design team has kind of accomplished the goals that City Council set, which doesn't mean that that's everything. This is a new design review of a new project for council, and so your advisory input on the design is going to be very important. Just to recap, the project did reduce 8 stories, going from 32 stories to 24. It went from 350 feet to 260 feet high. The number of units was reduced by 50 or so. And then clearly there's some obvious design changes in terms of getting rid of the curviness and moving toward a more rectilinear building vocabulary reflective of the rectilinear boxy quality of the Home Savings Building. So I'll just walk you through real quickly some of the drawings for the project. The project architect, as I mentioned, is on the call. We're going to get this part over with just to give you the basics. I can answer some questions, Vilja can answer some questions, but some of it may be best answered by Mr. Friedman and his team. So we'll talk to them later. Anyways, here we are at the proposed site plan, and the Home Savings Building is up here on the left. The driveway and the parking lot that faces Brand Boulevard is going to be converted into a landscape plaza. The lower portion of the plaza is going to have considerable landscaping and amenity features. The upper portion, and hopefully you can all see my cursor, right?
Yes.
Okay. This portion is required to be a fire lane by the Glendale Fire Department. So it's going to be paved and decorative, and it's going to blend into the overall concept of creating this public plaza that's going to be accessible to the building's residents, but also to the people who use the Chase Bank building, and also to just members of the public. So this is going to be an open, publicly accessible space. The only issue at the fire lane is no permanent structures can be placed there. Movable, temporary things can be placed there. Kids can play, people can hang out and sit and walk around, but it'll have a slightly different feel than the part that isn't the fire lane. The area between the east side of the Home Savings Building and the new building is currently a driveway. This is going to also turn into a publicly accessible plaza area. And when I get to the conditions recommended by the Design Review Board, we'll talk about some thoughts they had for both of these areas. All vehicular access is going to be from Maryland Avenue. So we have one driveway that serves the residential units going down into the underground garage, and then another driveway that serves the commercial bank building unit or bank building customers and employees, and they're parked on the second and third level of the podium. There's a very large lobby, so the lobby is going to be accessible from both Brand Boulevard and Maryland. It's going to be very transparent, so there's going to be this feel of openness from both sides of the building. And then in this lower section, there's some back of house space to serve the staff for the building. Oh, I forgot that we had this lovely animation, Vilja, after all we talked about. So here we highlight in green the areas that are going to be the publicly accessible open space. The area up here in front of the Home Savings Building is more or less already there. It's already landscaped. So it's not a huge change, but these areas are going to be significantly changed and enhanced for public use. here's a street level view looking into the plaza. So you can see on the left here, there are bollards that will prevent cars from driving in. But if the fire trucks do need to come in, they'll be able to do that. The plaza is going to have kind of a marker sign for the building that also serves as a access point, emergency exit for the garage parking below. So there's part of the subterranean garage is underneath this plaza. And you'll see this feature here, which we'll revisit. This is kind of a signature element of the building, kind of a sculptural screen that's going to kind of cantilever forward from the building just in this plaza area to provide kind of a, a visual lure to bring people in and announce that this is an interesting public space to be hanging out. Here's the subterranean parking garage. As I mentioned, this is the area that will be under the plaza. This is under the building and the podium. I'm sorry, below the podium. And then when we get to the ground level, we have different uses. I've already mentioned the lobby. There'll be some bike storage over here, circular ramp for the parking, and then the plaza. It's important to note that the building is going to be, a big building. And I wanted to say that at the beginning of this. The elephant in the room is this is a big, tall building going next to a shorter historic building at Home Savings, and also cat a corner from a shorter historic building at the Fidelity Federal. There's no getting around that, but staff strongly believes that the historic integrity and the historic eligibility of both of the historic buildings will be retained after this project is completed. So we wanted to just clearly mark the separation between the buildings at the different levels. So at the ground level and then running up for the third level of the podium, there's a little over 30 feet separating the historic building from the wall of the new building. And when we come over to the mirrored glass building, it's about 34 feet separating them. And this number stays the same as we rise up along the first couple of levels up through level 3. And then when we get to level 4, the tower portion of the new apartment building steps back and provides some articulation from the podium base. The units on this 4th level at this area are going to have large terraces coming back, but the facade of the building is actually going to step back here to the walls of these units. So at the 4th level and above, we expand to 47.5 feet distance between the two buildings, and 81.5 feet down at the lower portion. This slide also gives a good idea of some of the amenity spaces that are required and provided by this project. The downtown specific plan has requirements for both publicly accessible open space as well as common open space for the residents of the building. So these areas provide amenity spaces, barbecue areas, seating areas, pool, dog run at one level, series of community rooms. So the features of the building that are accessible only to residents kind of sit on top of the podium below the portions of the tower that rise above them. So, like I said, these distances are pretty much stay the same through the rest of the building. One of the things that's interesting about the design is how the two rectangular volumes that make up the tower are staggered, which meets the requirements of the downtown specific plan that we'll talk about a little bit, and also just provides visual articulation and a softening of the mass of the building. When we get up to the roof of the building, we see that there's more open space up at the roof, and we also will have photovoltaic cells. And one thing I'll mention it in the next slide. So picture these, there's a big trellis on top of the building that serves kind of as a visual termination for the design, which you can see here. So this is the west facade facing Brand Boulevard. The building is very carefully broken up into components that we believe are harmoniously integrate well with the Home Savings building, and help break up the mass and follow all of the objective standards of the downtown specific plan requirements. So when I've been talking about the podium, where there are 2 levels of parking and then the lobby, That's this area at the bottom here. This is where the building is set 30.5 feet away from the home savings building, which is kind of in front of us from this view. This facade here and the rest starting at this level and then going up to the top is where it steps back to about 47 feet of a setback. And then this portion of the building is pushed back even further because of that break in the two building volumes. So when you think of a classical building where you have a podium, central area, the shaft of the building, and then a termination at the cornice, this building is doing that. And it's also doing that in a way that's reflective of the design of home savings. So these vertical fins at the base of the building are specifically designed and follow the direction that City Council provided to kind of find a way to integrate the feel of the two buildings, especially for people using them down at the ground level. Some of this won't even really be readily apparent from the street. I should have mentioned this building is set back 140 feet from Grand Boulevard. So you have that big plaza in front of it. And then we have also the narrower plaza between the home savings building and this building. But we feel that these vertical fins are an homage to the vertical fins that you see on the home savings building. And then also that the building follows the kind of classical tripartite three-part construction of having the base, the central shaft. And then one of my favorite elements of the new building is that this is kind of a trellis structure that's going to provide shade for the users of the roof decks, but also provide kind of a visual signature for the building. What I like to think is that this also is intended as something of an homage to the top section of the home savings building, which is a blocky rectilinear blank frieze, where this kind of takes that rectilinear form, but opens it up as a skeleton. But I believe there's a pretty strong dialogue between those elements. Obviously, we're talking about different levels. We're up 22 floors on the new building, and we're down at the 6th floor of the old. But it's definitely an interesting dialogue that the architect will be able to discuss much better than I can. This is turning around to the east facade. This is the Maryland Avenue facade. You'll see a similar breakdown. The motif of the verticals continues, but it's a little bit different here. It breaks up a little bit because the visual relationship from this facade to the home savings building isn't as present as it is when you're looking at it from the west. So this will be a residential entrance, a pedestrian entrance, and then garage entrances, as I mentioned before. The side facades get narrower. And remember, because these volumes are staggered, this looks like a wide facade. It's actually two narrow facades that are kind of joined at the middle like a hinge. And here you can see the relationship with the home savings building. And this piece down here is the what I mentioned, that decorative screen that's kind of the signature element at the plaza over the entrance to the building. This is pushed back. So because we're looking at this in elevation, it looks like it's very close to home savings. It's actually set way back, so it doesn't have this relationship that you see here. And then again, this is the view from the south. And again, we see the fins, and the fins are a little more prominent here because the visual relationship with home savings is more apparent from this facade. Although this facade isn't as visible. There are really three primary vantage points that we'll talk about later in terms of the home savings building. And this is a section drawing just to give you a sense of the subterranean parking, the 3-level podium, and then the residential floors above with the amenity decks up at the roof. Here are a couple of the details that I mentioned. This is a detail from the Maryland Avenue facade. This is the east facade. And I mentioned that there was a condition that the council put on this project regarding the module and the material down at the base. There's a requirement in the downtown specific plan that materials at ground level have a pedestrian scale and feel. In the original version of this building, the swoopy version, we'll call it, there were kind of metal panels down at the base that felt a little industrial, a little less pedestrian friendly. That's been replaced in this proposal with honed limestone panels. Staff still feels that this isn't quite right. The material feels good. And it could be a combination of size and then this running bond stacking of the stones feels a little old school compared to the kind of more contemporary, more modern elements of the design. So you'll see that we've recommended a condition that this area continue to be restudied by the design team, and that will be forwarded to council. Here's a section showing that decorative screen that I mentioned. These will be metal elements. Not sure the details. If you have questions about that, we can ask the project architect. So. And then going upstairs to the curtain wall, or to the residential floors, we have two different types of window systems and wall systems. On the majority of the facade's surface area, we have these punched window openings with broken up mullions and kind of an interesting window pattern. And then we have these metal panels that kind of provide animation and color to the project. When we get to the areas that kind of link the two slabs, we could call it, the two rectangular portions of the building that are offset, in that area, and then in several others, we have a more typical curtain wall construction. This will have a grade glass and glass spandrel panels in the areas up at the ceiling. There's a staff condition that went to the DRB recommending that these not be metal panels, but we looked more closely at the drawings and realized, oops, these are glass spandrel panels, which was our recommendation. So we think that condition's been taken care of. I'll revisit that in a second. In terms of lighting of the building, we have a full lighting plan for all of the ground level spaces, for the decks. There are a number of decks at the building. And one thing, I'm gonna just jump back because I didn't mention this. You'll see at the sides of the building, there's a stepping down. And the steps happen at various levels in various places, and they provide additional outdoor space for the residents of the building. They also serve to kind of erode the upper corners of the building. And when you look up and down Brand Boulevard, that's a process that's happened on many of our downtown tall buildings. It's now a requirement of the downtown specific plan that this occur. And so this is, we believe, a successful kind of stepping down. This isn't a stepping down to address the height disparity between this building and the home savings. That's a disparity that is innate to this project. There's very little height stepping that could be done that would be meaningful for a project of this scale. And just so you can, thinking back to the curtain wall construction, the gray areas versus the blue areas, which are the more punched windows with the metal panels. And I'm almost done with design. These are a couple of the renderings you've seen and a couple of new renderings to you, just to give you a sense of what we're seeing both in the context of the existing downtown when we look at these bird's eye aerials, and then also the feel that the building is going to have when we're down on the ground. And we can revisit slides as you need. If you have questions about any specific images, we'll just jump back and forth for those. So in terms of the comments that we're bringing to City Council for this project, these are the staff comments that we brought to DRB last week, and all 5 of these comments were supported by the board. Some of them are relatively modest, provide enhanced paving at the driveways and set back the garage doors or gates, incorporate probably more lighting at the top of the building to really emphasize in a beautiful and subtle way, but emphasize that framework. It's such a signature element of the building that we thought that would be an appropriate thing to highlight. At the lower levels where we have the above grade parking and the podium, currently it's proposed to just have the vertical fins and to not have anything behind them. So we would see the cars that are parked up against those walls facing out. So we're recommending that a metal mesh be used in that area to kind of just create another scrim, another layer between the outer part of the building and the garage interiors. I mentioned the considering a different bond pattern for the limestone tile or perhaps a different material at the base of the building. And that applies to both the east and the west, the Brand and the Maryland facades. And condition 5, I think, was taken care of when we looked at the drawings and noticed that what we thought was the case may not be. So the board went on, and this is something for the commission to take note. This is what we're hoping you will also be able to provide us with. The board provided additional comments for the project that hadn't been previously considered. The first one I alluded to, which is at the publicly accessible ground level open spaces on the west side of the project, the Brand side, enhance the programming and the amenities of these spaces, provide more landscaped area, and then put amenities in there that are going to make the occupants of the bank building want to come down and use this area, make the residents who have a lot of beautiful common spaces for their own use, but they may want to come down. But just as importantly, to bring the public into this space, to make it clear that this is a usable open space in the downtown. And it's going to be actually a very interesting open space if it ends up being approved, because we're going to have the two historic buildings bookending a new public plaza that maintains the existing open space that's used by the surface parking lot, but in an urbanistic way will be a real enhancement to just using that for parking instead of having that same open space available for public use and enjoyment. And then the other board recommended condition is to look at the vertical fins at the podium. They felt the upper portions of the design were a little unresolved between different parts of the podium. So they asked for either caps to be provided over the fins or some other appropriate means of terminating these elements with the goal of having a consistent design language. When we write up conditions like this, and I'll be able to help the commission if you want to make conditions, we try to leave room for the designer to come up with different solutions unless you have something very, very specific in mind. So we didn't want to be too focused on exactly how to achieve this, but instead indicate the goal. So if you could keep that in mind. And then DRB also recommended some bigger issues just through comments without any specific recommendations. So it's cool for you guys to do this also. So they asked for the upper levels of the building to have a more residential feel than a commercial feel. They asked for the users of the bank parking. Right now, the people on the upper levels of the bank parking will be using elevators that are shared with the residents of the building itself, and they'll be coming down into the lobby of the building. They weren't sure if that was the best way to handle vertical circulation between the two uses. So they asked to look into separating access points for the different users. They asked that the design team explore shifting the pool deck from the northeast of the project to the southwest, which could lead to adjustments in the building masses as well. And then they were very concerned about potential traffic impacts on Maryland Avenue brought by this building, and especially thinking about deliveries. And I know COVID's making everyone think about deliveries being so different these days, but also rideshare services, and who knows what comes in the future. So they asked that Public Works and Planning explore ways that the project could address this issue a little better than it does. If you have any questions about that, we'll go back to the site, to the building plan, and I'll explain that a little more. So I believe that's all I have for the design. So this would be a good time if you have specific comments for me or Vilya. If not, I can move on to the historic end of things. Commissioner Yurka?
Hi, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The first one is, Jay, would you mind sharing with us what the DRB's thinking was in moving the pool area?
They were thinking about the usability of the pool in terms of shading during the day. And so they thought that it might be better at the southwest where it would get more direct sunlighting. The architect responded that he had taken that into consideration in terms of how people may not want to be in the sun as much these days as they once did. and also some concerns about potential future development around the site, thinking that the northeast would be a little more protected. And that's a question you can certainly ask the design team also.
Okay, thanks. And my other
because if I can mind read, it could affect the distribution of the building masses as well. So.
Okay, so does that mean potentially push it farther from the home savings building?
I don't think the podium can't be moved, as far as I understand. Parking dictates from a single family house to a huge apartment building. Getting parking into a set space really is so rigorous in terms of dimension requirements. But again, you can ask the architect about that. I couldn't answer that question.
Okay, thanks. I do have one other question, and it was something from the staff report, and you touched on it a little bit, but there was a phrasing that really stood out to me, where you were talking about the slight offset of the window system within the patterned colored frame. And it seemed to be that was a feature that, was for staff really the kind of design highlight of the project. And there was a sentence: a condition is recommended to ensure that the proposed design is not lost when value engineered for construction. And, that may be common language in these things, but that really stood out to me. And because I assume that when a project is approved by council, that it's approved. And so the idea that this feature could possibly be value engineered out, or other features could be value engineered out, I'm just wondering what that means. What would be the process? Does it get reviewed again by anyone? Is value engineering purely handled at the staff level? So they say, we don't, that's too expensive, we're going to do something else.
Yeah, and I remember reading that comment. That was from the checkbox portion of the staff report, right?
It's mentioned a couple of places in it, a condition against value engineering.
Yeah, and Vilya, maybe jump in here, because I don't believe that made its way into the final set of conditions that we recommended. But just so you know, all projects from single family houses to the biggest commercial office buildings differ from their approval. That's just the nature of construction. We have a limited ability at staff level to accept some deviations if they aren't going to significantly change the intent of the approval. And we have I guess we could call it the stick of bringing this back to City Council in the case of a DSP project, to DRB or to HPC, whoever the design review authority is. If someone comes back to us and says, hey, we can't make this work the way you said that we told your community it was going to be, then we'll bring it back. But normally that kind of helps people stay in line with what was approved and staying very close to what was approved. And Vilya, do you have anything to add there?
Yes, Jay, thank you. I think you summarized it correctly. There's a variety of windows and fenestration designs throughout the building on the longer elevations, and we just wanted to ensure that the proposed, and forgive me, Jay, I'm not sure if you want to bring back the examples that you had, the details for the windows showing the various, you can see here, and I don't think that the DRB actually included additional design sections for the windows that showed a greater variety and a greater pattern system. And so we just want to ensure that these particular patterns are what is in the plan check plans and what is built out there.
Yeah, I think the reason this made its way into the report is belt and suspenders, and also staff experience on projects where we have features that everyone is good with, and people come back and say, oh, we need to change this. We have that often with energy requirements, where you have large expanses of glass on south-facing facades. So we try when we're doing design review with applicants, we try to remind people, listen, have you done your calcs? Is this going to play out? But like I mentioned, things will change as things go through plan check and possibly through value engineering. But we do have the mechanism to prevent them from changing in a way that's going to make the design lose the intent of the approval.
Are there other features of this project that you worry could be subject to value engineering that you should call out?
I don't think so. That's, and again, the project architecture team could point out any places where they think that's an issue. I don't think we've intended for that to be an alarming thing, but I can see why it sounds that way.
It's alarming.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Okay, any other questions from the commissioners?
Jay, I just have a quick question in terms of design elements, and I'm wondering if you could please clarify for me what the difference is when we're talking about fins versus louvers.
Okay, I don't remember the word louver being used. They can be used somewhat interchangeably. I personally like to think of louvers either being movable or more often horizontal. But in the world of construction and architecture, there's something somewhat interchangeable. When we're talking about fins, we're always talking about these vertical elements that are wrapping the base, that actually project from the facade plane. So they create this kind of rhythm and shadowing that you see along the base. And if you can picture the home savings building with the white aggregate concrete units, those form fins, and then the windows are set back considerably behind them. So the same thing would be happening at the base, but rather than windows, they're going to be open because garages require airflow. The garage levels are going to be open at the perimeter with just the fins and whatever necessary security there is to keep cars from crashing through. And that's why we're recommending that a wire mesh be placed behind the fins to kind of create a more even visual surface that still has some transparency and some lightness. But in terms of louvers, unless you have a specific reference point that I could look at, I think we're usually, if we're using them in the staff report, it could be that they're interchangeable. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Jay, just to add, I believe the louvers were called out on the Maryland elevation, and similar to what you'd see in a louvered window where it would be typically changeable. I believe you'll note that
yes.
louvers are by the pool so that it's actually an angled fin. Yes, thank you.
Right.
That shows.
So we have louvers here, and we can confirm with the architect the difference may be that these actually pivot and are somewhat movable. I'm not positive about that. And then we also, on the Maryland facade above one of the garage entries, we have these panels here that they're calling louvers.
Okay, so it looks like the louvers are basically on the east side of the building, maybe along the north and south side too, but not on the west side.
Yeah, they're on the east and the south side, I believe, and I think that's it. Let's go to the north real quickly. This is south, and yeah, I don't see them on the north. And I'm probably mistaken. My guess is these are probably fixed. They're just wider and heavier, and they just bring pops of color and a change in texture and provide kind of a little something so that you just don't get this rigorous application of the vertical fins without it being broken up somehow.
Okay, I see. So they're just, those are more, the fins are more, well, you're requesting mesh to actually sort of block off the view.
Yeah, the
parking garage,
fins
which makes sense.
And they're perpendicular to the building.
Mm-hmm.
Louvers are kind of at a more oblique angle, so they're not as, you can't see through the louvered area until you're at one specific angle. Where the fins, you're going to be able to see through a little more of a wider range of vision.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Velia.
Okay.
Mr. Pagnati, I'm going to ask that you take over at this point. I wish you all good luck, and I will see you in March, hopefully in person.
Thanks, Nick.
Good night, everyone.
Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move on to the historic discussion. So we're going to look at kind of historical analysis and then also respond to the comments that we've received from the Glendale Historical Society, which are pretty much echoed by the other comment letters you've received. And just on that note, I forwarded all comment letters and emails have been sent to the board for your review, including what we received just a little bit before the hearing. So if you didn't look at your email in the half hour before the hearing, there's some additional stuff there. I think in the additional materials, there was only one thing that I noticed, and I didn't have a ton of time to review it. I noticed one new piece of information that Francesca Smith may choose to share during her presentation, which wouldn't be addressed in this presentation, obviously. So in terms of the historic analysis, this site has been looked at closely by myself, by Teresa Grimes Historic Preservation Consultancy run by Teresa Grimes, and then was also looked at in the 2019 South Glendale Historic Resource Survey. The survey, of course, is more of a windshield survey where Teresa's analysis is an intensive level study of the project, and then the staff level analysis is intensive as well. So in terms of looking at the site, everyone agrees that the former Home Savings Building is a historic resource. The South Glendale survey found it eligible just at the Glendale Register level under criteria 1 and criteria 3. The Grimes technical report found it eligible for 3 levels, from the Glendale Register through the California through the National Register, only finding it eligible under what we call at our local level criterion 1. So I have A11 because between the national, state, and local, there are different markers for the different criteria. And just to refresh your memory on what these criteria are and specifically how they apply here, criterion 1 in general, and this is consistent from the local to the federal level, looks at whether a property has significance based on its associations with broad patterns in history or specific events in history that can enlighten us about where we've come from and how a place was built or was developed. So specifically thinking about the Home Savings Building, and I should mention that the Teresa Grimes report did not do an individual assessment of the Home Savings Building, but we'll get to that in a second. For the Home Savings, both HRG, the survey team for the survey, and the Grimes report find that it's significant for its connection to the post-World War II growth of the commercial downtown. This building, when it was built in 1969, was the first tall building at the north end of Brand Boulevard. And it was the first post-war tall building. I'm sorry, the second post-war building after the Glendale Federal Building, which is further south, more in the kind of heart of the older commercial portion of Brand. So in a way, we can look at this building as spurring the growth of downtown, kind of serving like a magnet to bring higher density, higher height growth forward. And then it was also very important because it was built next to the freeway. When this building was built, the freeway was brand new. And it was built for Home Savings, which recognized consistently, not just at this project, but at other projects that they built in Southern California, that freeway access was great advertising. And we'll look at some images that show why that was the case for the Glendale building. So both surveys found it significant under criterion 1. And then the HRG survey found it to be a good example of the neo-formalist style. And there's some confusion, and you'll read the back and forth in some of the correspondence from the Historical Society. The DPR form from the survey called it corporate modern, which isn't the most accurate term that should have been used. The building really does fall very clearly within the neo-formalist style, which we don't have tons of examples in Glendale, but we have several, including the Brand Art Center, the addition to the Brand Library, the building I'm sitting in, the upper levels of this building. A lot of people call this the Municipal Services Building Brutalist, but the upper floors actually have a much more neo-formalist feel. And then there's even another building on Brand Boulevard that fits into this stylistic category. So because the building retains its character-defining features and is a good example of this style, the survey found that it was significant under criterion 3. 600 North Brand, the mirrored building, was found significant in the survey under criteria 1 and 3, and it was not evaluated in the Teresa Grimes report. Something very important for our discussion from the staff is that the garage for 620 North Brand has not been found to be a historic resource. And you will hear that the Historical Society vehemently disagrees with that. We vehemently disagree with that view, and I think that's going to be the meat of the discussion tonight. The South Glendale survey did not identify the garage on the survey form, which has led to some speculation that it was an oversight, that they didn't look at it, they missed it. That's not true. We have consulted with the project team that did the survey, and they specifically excluded the garage from consideration as a character-defining feature of the site or having any kind of historic meaning in its own right. The Grimes technical report at the intensive level has really dug in on this issue and agrees that it is not a character-defining feature of the site, that it does not have any historic significance. And then everyone agrees that 625 North Maryland, the little two-story commercial building, office building, tucked up in the northeast corner of the site, isn't eligible. So that's the basics of how we got here through the assessment process. And I'll finish this section just by addressing several of the points that we've heard from the Historical Society in their comment letter, which is now several letters, and we also just received a DPR form. Basically, the arguments are broken down into 4 points. These are based on the structure of the TGHS letter. The parking garage and the surface parking lot are character-defining features of the site. The project does not conform to the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. The project is not consistent with the downtown specific plan. And finally, that the SCIA, the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, is not appropriate because the project will have an impact on a historic resource. So the basic contention is because the Historical Society thinks the garage is a historic resource that will be demolished as part of this project, they believe that there will be an adverse impact on the environment, and we'll be making our points, our view clear as we discuss this. All of the second and fourth bullet point are directly tied to that, largely. For the most part, the Historical Society's discussion of the rehabilitation standards focuses on the garage, but there are also some issues about changes to the setting of the historic buildings, specifically the Home Savings Building. And then the SCIA argument is completely based on the fact that there would be the loss of a contributing historic feature on the site. All of these points we not only disagree with, but feel very strongly that these are not valid concerns. So we'll break this down along the 4. I'll read a little bit of what we've heard from TGHS about the loss of the parking structure and the surface lot. The project would destroy the setting of the property and importantly demolish the functionally related matching parking garage, which must be considered a contributing feature. We disagree that it is a contributing feature. We disagree that it must be considered a contributing feature. We agree that it's functionally related. It is a garage that serves the building, although we can discuss that in more depth. I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but if you have questions, I'll be happy to help explain where we're coming from. And then it will destroy the setting of the property. They say that this assertion is based on facts because of the date of the garage and the architect of the garage. Reasonable assumptions, the assumption being if the main building is significant, then so is the matching functionally related garage. We think there is no basis for that argument. And also the expert opinion of Francesca Smith from the Historical Society. And then we've also had several other consultants submit letters that voice very much the same concerns that we're hearing from TGHS. Finally, the demolition of the parking garage would cause a substantial adverse change to the significance of the National Register eligible historic resource. Aside from stating that, there is absolutely no evidence provided in the any of the documents provided to the city that the home savings building would lose its eligibility for Glendale, California, or National Register status. We acknowledge that the setting will change because of this project. I think, how could it not? But we will argue that there is no substantial adverse change to the project because of the project. So in response, maybe I've already hit some of these. The garage does not contribute to the significance relating to the post-war development of downtown. An interesting issue here is that the garage was not part of the original approval for the construction of the building. We don't have all the information on this, so there's a little bit of speculation, but the garage was built later, although it looks like it was completed the same year that the building was completed in 1970. But it also, there are other aspects of the garage that suggest that it was not a planned part of the original development, but may have been a necessity. And we're speculating that perhaps whatever surface parking requirements that the owners of the building thought were going to meet their needs may have changed, maybe ownership changed, or parcels, or owners of parcels didn't want to sell. Unfortunately, we don't know the story there. And speculation is never good when we're talking about historic issues, but I think it's inevitable here. Whether or not the garage is functionally related to the tower, the office building, is a rather meaningless argument. And the documentation used in the letters from TGHS is based on materials from the National Park Service that's specifically intended for federal rehabilitation tax credit projects, which this isn't. The idea being that if you have a tax credit project where you have a site with multiple buildings, it could be a farm or a mill complex, it could be an office building and a parking garage. For the purposes of the tax credit, they need to understand relationships between the buildings, and then also understand which buildings may or may not be eligible for the tax credit. That's why this document was submitted to us. I just want to make sure the commission understands that it's not a binding or relevant document to this discussion. And if we really get into it, the same document talks about how a contributing feature in a multi-building site could be demolished, and the findings for those demolitions meet the site conditions here. So it's kind of a unintended aspect of referencing this functional relation issue. Finally, we're saying that the idea that the garage matches the historic office tower and that it is a character defining feature of the site, we completely disagree with. It does not match the bank building in terms of its materials, in terms of its workmanship, in terms of its design, or its site planning. And I'll be the first to say that I like this garage. It's a nice little garage, and it does have a visual relationship with the office building. But does that mean it becomes a historic resource and a character defining feature? I don't think so, and I'll show you some photos to explain why. Ultimately, the way we're looking at the garage is that it's a very simple concrete structure that had a neoformalist scrim kind of applied to two sides, but it has no relationship to the design of the building. It has no relationship to the site planning. How do you get from the garage to the building? There are no thought through connections between the two. And then, of course, we don't think that it's historic in its own right or as part of this property. Here are a few photos talking about this as a character-defining feature, the garage. Our code defines a character-defining feature as the distinctive physical forms, elements, materials, details, and/or characteristics that convey the significance of a historic resource. The TGHS documentation is saying that these are matching buildings, and they've kind of pulled back from that in the more recent things I saw today, I believe, because it's pretty clear that they're not matching buildings. The masonry at the Home Savings Tower that you see on the left is what we'd call exposed aggregate precast concrete. So it's large pieces of heavy precast concrete that are hung off the frame of the building, and they've got a very large aggregate. These it looks like it's quartz and maybe some other stones that are exposed at the surface. And it's mentioned in one of the reports this may be the Mosaic system for aggregate concrete. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Ultimately, it doesn't matter much. When we look at the garage, which does have vertical fins that reflect the design of the Home Savings Building, we see two significant differences. One, the coved infill between the fins at the Home Savings Building has this very nice concave detail. At the garage, we just have a sloping surface, just an angled sloping surface. We also at the garage do not have any kind of exposed aggregate texture. It's got a very different texture. In fact, it's got a very fine, not a fine, it's got probably a medium sand finish on the entire garage. I also believe TGH is wrong about the construction technique of these fins, which they call, I believe they're calling them precast concrete. These are actually applied cement stucco over the structural form of the fins. They're actually hollow. They're not solid the way a precast concrete unit would be. All of these units have it may not be solid all the way through, but it's not just a superficial kind of element. When we look at the angle, this is on the right side, this is the Maryland facade of the garage. We see it's really just two facades tacked onto a box, basically. It doesn't have the in the round quality that the historic tower has. It doesn't have the fine quality of materials, and it certainly doesn't have the workmanship that we see at the Home Savings Tower. When we think of this in terms of whether this was built as an intentional component of the building when it was originally designed, or was kind of like, oh no, we don't have all the parking that we need and we're gonna have to build a parking garage quick, that's what it feels like. The pathways leaving the garage, going toward the Home Savings Building that it serves, both pedestrian and vehicular, don't have any harmonious relationship to the site planning of the building itself. To me, this suggests kind of that the garage was an afterthought. It's no proof, but just a suggestion. And what we're doing is just adding up all of the things that we see that lead to a conclusion that the garage is not itself significant. TGHS also talks about the proximity to the freeway, which we all acknowledge is true for the tower, but says, well, the garage is also proximate to the freeway. The garage is invisible, or probably almost completely invisible from the freeway, but it certainly has no presence. And I just wanted to note, when you look at the north facade of the Home Savings Building, this is directly overlooking the on-ramp onto the 134. The 134 is below grade. The building was new when the freeway was new, and it was clearly used as a signpost to say, hey, here's Home Savings. And it's kind of cool for those of you who remember, you can see the shadow of the old shield that was facing the freeway, specifically just to capture the eye of motorists passing by. I don't even know what to say about the fact that this surface parking lot is being considered to be a character defining feature that should be retained. I am the first to acknowledge that parking structures can be historic, can be historically important, and even some surface parking lots can be historically important. Is this a character defining feature of the site, or is it just a feature? And that's one of the issues I have. Not everything that exists on a site, even if it dates to the original construction period, is a character defining feature. Sometimes these things are just aspects of a site that have been there, but don't themselves have meaning. And then just as a thinking about the garage, and I think at least one of the letters said, this building could not exist without its garage. Well, with enough surface parking, this building easily could have existed without a garage, as is the case for the West Covina former Home Savings that's adjacent to the 10. And if you look at it, pretty much the same exact building. This building has no parking structure, fully functional as a bank building, both retail banking and offices above. To say that this site for the Glendale Home Savings building couldn't be there, couldn't have survived without the parking garage is at minimum an overstatement. And the garage may just be a result of the fact that they at some point needed to build more parking.
Yeah.
In terms of compliance with the Secretary standards, I know I'm going really long. I'll try to speed it up a little. The Historical Society is contending that in the staff report and in the Grimes assessment, we didn't do a full assessment under the 10 Secretary standards. That was deliberate because we don't think that the garage is a character defining feature or a historically important component of the site. Therefore, really only standard 9 and to a lesser degree standard 10 apply to the site. So we went through the standards and found that the project meets standards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 easily. Standards 6, 7, and 8 aren't applicable to the site. And I'll just talk a little bit more about standards 9 and 10. And standard 9 is was there a question or? Sorry, I heard something. Standard 9 is the meatiest and the most open to interpretation of the standards. And I should preface the discussion of the standards by saying that the standards and meeting the standards are not a requirement for any project except for a federally funded tax credit project. The standards are incorporated in our code. We use the standards for guidance. Staff is required to use the standards in making staff level decisions, but I want to remind the commission that the commission is specifically allowed to step beyond the standards if the commission feels it needs to in the design review for a project, if the commission feels that whatever change that they might allow that might be a little less than perfect for the standards still will allow the project or the property to be eligible for listing at whatever level it's been identified or for actually remaining listed. So standard 9, just to refresh your memory, says, and we'll focus on related new construction because that's what the new building should be considered, will not destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. The historic materials and features of the Home Savings building will be retained as part of this project. We do not believe the garage is a historic feature. And the spatial relationships are largely going to remain in that the current surface parking lot is going to be converted into the open plaza. The driveway at the east side of the building between the garage and the building and then the adjacent office building is also going to be converted to plaza. So these are going to be open to the sky, open spaces that will still allow the same views and experience of the Home Savings building from these areas as is currently the case. Obviously, when we get to the next section where we talk about the size, scale, proportion, and massing of the related new construction, there's not much to say except that, yes, the size, scale, and proportion and massing of this are going to be significantly different from what we see on the property today. And that is something that just needs to be accepted, whether if one is going to accept this project. And like I said, it is not necessary to meet all aspects of any one standard. And there's no checklist. You don't check down the 10 standards and say, yeah, we meet. These are not prescriptive. They provide guidance for an architect, for a property owner, for a commission's design review and design formulation for a project. We think that the integrity of the property will still be intact at the end of the day if this project is built. And then we should also talk about the setting, the environment of the property, because yes, the new building would affect the immediate setting of 620 North Brand because of its presence there. But when we step back and look at the environment that this is in, the new building will fit very well into the environment of the taller buildings of North Glendale, of the northern part of Brand Boulevard. So we're very comfortable that even though there's a deviation from Standard 9 in terms of the scale of the project, that alone does not mean there's a substantial adverse impact from the project. Finally, Standard 10 says if the project goes away, will the existing historic property retain its essential form and integrity? This is always kind of a very silly speculative one for a new adjacent construction. This is an important consideration for additions directly placed on historic buildings. But once you step away from the historic building, the answer is usually yes. If the building were torn down and the home savings building were to stay, there would be a 4-story pit where the parking garage is. But let's presume if the building's being torn down, that would also be infilled. So at the most abstract level, we can say it meets Standard 10, but the building itself, the home savings building, is not going to be touched by this project. So we believe that it meets Standard 10. The TGHS letter says that specifically 4 subsections of the downtown specific plan are not met. This is a little beyond the understanding, or I shouldn't say understanding, a little beyond the purview of HPC, just because you're not very familiar, if at all, with the requirements of the DSP. But you should know that what we're talking about are objective design standards. And the specific sections we can address if you have questions, but I don't want to take any more time. Vilya's obviously on our call and she'll be able to help. But we don't think that TGHS is reading the drawings correctly or applying the sections of the DSP correctly. And so we can address those questions if you have them. Finally, TGHS is saying the project is questioning whether it's eligible for a SKIA. We believe that it is eligible for a SKIA. And just to explain what that means, I think I neglected to do that so far. In environmental review, typically under the California Environmental Quality Act, boards and commissions, whether it's DRB, HPC, and also City Council, are often looking at EIRs or mitigated negative declarations as the environmental documents to review to assess whether a project will have an adverse impact on a property. The state legislature created a more streamlined approach to that kind of environmental review that's called a SKIA. SKIA, is easier to do than an EIR, for example. A SKIA is not allowed if there is going to be a substantial adverse impact on a historic resource. That's why TGHS is saying because the garage is going to be demolished, the SKIA is not an appropriate tool for this project. We couldn't disagree with that more strongly, and we do think that the SKIA is definitely appropriate for this project that you're considering. As I mentioned earlier, there is no substantial evidence anywhere in the record that the project will cause an adverse impact on a resource. Not meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards does not mean there is a substantial impact on a resource. And I think the consultant for the project team has a lot of experience with this issue and the thinking behind it. So if you have questions, you might want to direct them to her, but I'm happy to help as best I can as well. so I mentioned the standards aren't the threshold. The test of determining if a project has an impact is whether it will alter in an adverse manner the integrity of the resource so that it would no longer be eligible for designation. And in no stretch of my imagination can I picture how this project would lead to the conclusion that the Home Savings Building, which is identified as important in the history of the development of downtown Glendale, specifically as a tall building overlooking the freeway, signaling a new era of growth in Glendale's downtown, and in a way providing a magnetic pull to bring further growth over the years in that direction. It's my brain cannot accept this argument. And unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but we cannot find any evidence in the materials submitted by TGHS that Glendale Register, California Register, or National Register eligibility would be lost because of this project. Just to finish up, the SKIA has only recently been completed. It was put out for public review a couple of days ago on January 18th for a 30-day review. So the due date for all public comments is February 17th. They can be submitted to the city, they can be submitted to me or Vilya directly if someone is interested. And then here's the website where you can review the SKIA. I'll read it out loud for the public. It's at www.glendaleca.gov/environmental. And you'll be looking for the SKIA for 620 North Brand Boulevard. Finally, in terms of next steps, we're finalizing the advisory review tonight between HPC and DRB. We don't have a date set, but in March, this will be going to council. I think it might be on March 8th. I'm not sure if that's firm yet. There's also a development agreement that's part of this project that's between the city and the developer. This needs to be reviewed by the Planning Commission before it goes to council. It's not really an issue for HPC, but planning will look at it at the beginning of February. And then, as I've said several times, all of your comments are going to be compiled. We're going to look to see if there's consensus among you in terms of relaying your thoughts to City Council to help them in their deliberations about this project. So in what has set a record in my personal HPC presentation time, and I apologize, but I know this project is complicated and I think needed at least some of this time. If you have any questions for me or Vilya, we can take them now, or we can move into the rest of the hearing.
Ms. Yurka.
Thank you, Jay. I think it's good that it took all this time because the HPC typically hasn't dealt with projects that are this complicated because it hasn't had advisory review over DSP projects. So I think that's a good sign. I did have a question, and I wanted to ask you if, in your opinion, if the property owner applied to have the building and the garage listed on the California Register, do you think that the State Historical Resources Commission would list the Home Savings Building but decline to list the garage?
I do if they visited the site. I can't speak for them, obviously, but I think the disparity, as I mentioned, in the design, workmanship, the very feel of it, the use of materials, the application of the neo-formalist idiom, none of those speak to this being a significant, connected, related, or aesthetically related building, certainly. And functional relation by itself, as TGHS has been trying to make a case for this functional relation, is ultimately meaningless. You know, all garages are related to the building that they serve, all ancillary buildings. And this is a way to really think about this building. It's an ancillary building. It's not telling the story of the Home Savings Tower.
Okay, then as a follow-up to that, I have a hard time wrapping my mind around how this garage would not be a contributing feature of the property when the garages for the Glendale Register nominated properties that we're looking at later in the evening are. They're also kind of, less robust, not, they lack the fine detail of the houses. I'm just, could you clarify that for me?
Well, first, I wouldn't say that every garage on a Glendale Register listed property has been determined to be an important component of the site. We have several garages that have been altered previously, but just under the code, in terms of the Glendale Register, we look at all aspects of the exterior of Glendale Register properties. The garage house relationship is to some degree different than the relationship between an office building and its garage. The stories that they tell are a little bit different. So I think it's really case by case. I don't think we can make a blanket statement that if we say it's significant for a single family house, then it should be significant for this building. And I understand, I see this garage, it was thoughtfully done. They wanted it to blend in, but the way I'm looking at it kind of is, it's kind of like when people build sets for movies. The set that's up front, close to the camera, is really beautifully detailed and has a lot of material, a lot of intricacy, texture. The things that are further away are often kind of, I'll just use the term dumbed down, because they know what the camera will see. I think, to me, it's very clear that this garage, when they built it, was built as a utilitarian structure to address a need that may have been a sudden need, but that's speculation. But it surely isn't built at the caliber and the design level, even though it was designed by the same architect close in time to the design of the office tower. That connection for me is absent. And that's why we can't see it, I can't see it as a character defining feature.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know, and I wasn't being lighthearted when I answered your question about the California Register by saying if they visited the site, they might feel differently. I think it does take a site visit here to really appreciate the differences between those parts of the property. Any other?
Yes, anyone else with questions for Jay?
Good question, Jay. So just to, thank you so much for your presentation on this. It helped clarify a lot for me too, and I do appreciate the time you took on it. So again, I haven't paid much attention to garages, and we don't do a lot with commercial buildings. So, so I guess we can kind of make the assumption that for a project where the garage was, an integral part of the project and was thought through from the beginning, then we would expect that it might, like if this had been intended, if I'm, sort of following your thought process, to be an integral part of the project, we might have expected it to be built from the precast concrete and follow the design more closely and have
I think
a significant amount, I'm sure, required a certain expenditure. Is that typical then?
Yeah, that's a possibility, but not a certainty. Yes, if this had all of the material compatibility and attention to detail and design detail and site planning connections that kind of made it very connected to the tower, that's a possibility. If we're linked by a bridge, well, sure, there you go. But it's still a garage, and garages tell a different story than the building. This building has been identified by 2 preservation consultants as important to the development of downtown, as a signifier of the growth of the city and the fact that Glendale was beginning to become its own self-contained city with a skyline and all the other things we talk about when we celebrate how Glendale is an independent major player within the Southern California constellation of cities. So I can't directly answer that because it's still an ancillary building, even if it's really well designed. And sometimes based on a project, we are bringing housing to the city, and a component of this project will be affordable housing. And the idea, and we're saving the building that was identified by the historic consultants as the significant part of the site. The idea that a garage might stand in the way of that, feels a little funny to me. And there are people who have some serious concerns about this aspect of the project. But so there's no direct answer to that. It's case by case.
Okay.
But the fact that the materials, the quality of the garage design and all other aspects is so different from the garage, and it only has the most superficial visual connections to it, that's where we're coming in on our assessment.
No, Jay, but thank you. No, I don't necessarily disagree with all that you've said, but I guess then maybe I didn't ask my question correctly. We do have examples of garages that were built as part of projects that would match and be of higher quality and of higher level design. Is that typical?
Well, if you look around downtown, most of the garages associated with the tall buildings are much more utilitarian than the buildings themselves. And this garage is much more utilitarian than the building itself. For the domestic scale, the house relationship to a garage, I think we're talking about a totally different animal there. There are examples of beautiful garages around the world, and there are many examples of garages that in and of themselves have been found to be historic at whatever local level or perhaps even National Register level. But in general, the commercial garages that we have downtown right now are not nearly up to the caliber of the buildings they serve. And that's saying something because some of the buildings they serve are not great pieces of architecture themselves. But one example is the garage that serves the mirrored glass building. They've got a small surface lot that I assume is for customers for the bank, but that building employees park on the east side of Maryland Avenue, and that's just a big old concrete block garage with no distinction, which does make you appreciate that they put some effort into the home savings garage, but again, that's not enough.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. What is next? We still have a little bit of ways to go on this particular topic before we start opening the public hearing and other stuff. There's still an additional report. Is that right?
No.
Okay.
Well, in a way, yes. There's if you're done with questions now, we open it up to the public. We start with the applicant team, and we said that we would give them 15 minutes maximum. And
okay.
So you can hear from them, then we can go to the Historical Society. I think, I don't know if it's callers or just one caller, and then there may be callers from the public, so.
Let's go to that. Any other questions we have might be informed by things that are about to be covered. So let's open the public hearing and hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, and City staff. My name is Rodney Kahn, and my offices are located here in the city of Glendale. And in the interest of time and how thorough Mr. Platt was with his presentation, we will substantially reduce the time for our presentation. Ralph and Larry Cimarusti have owned this property for the past 25 years. And a little bit of history on the Cimarusti brothers. They were born and raised in the city of Glendale. They went to Glendale Community College. They raised their family here in the city of Glendale. And as I mentioned at our DRB hearing last week, and I think it's important to say again, that Ralph and Larry have been very active in our community for decades. With the Glendale Police and Fire, the Glendale College has the Cimarusti Science Center and Glendale Memorial Hospital. So they come from our community and they very much care about our community. They saw a need for housing. Housing, both at the state level, the regional level, the local level, all needs housing. We desperately need housing. And we need housing in an appropriate location. And this site is an excellent location. It's close to transportation. It's in our downtown core. And in addition to the units, a large publicly accessible open space along Brand Boulevard will be provided. And that's something we don't have enough of. Our project has been designed to meet the downtown specific plan development standards. It's a by right project. It's also addresses many of the goals and objectives of the downtown specific plan. Thoughtful, careful consideration was given to where we placed our new building on the site and how our new building relates to the built environment around us. I know we're here this evening for your comments. I said we would be brief. I'll conclude my remarks and I'll turn it over to our architect, John Friedman, for his presentation.
Thank you, Rodney.
Thanks, Rodney. And
can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
Sure, Catherine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess this is for Delia. What does by right mean in this context? Because my idea of by right is that we don't need to do this, right? They can just build the project. Do you mind explaining?
Yes, Commissioner Yurka, board member or commissioners, by right refers to the DSP standards for height and FAR. This particular project is located in the Downtown Specific Plan Gateway District. And in this Gateway District, you have a by rights set of standards, and then you have additional floor area ratio and additional height that you can apply for using the community benefits program. And so the previous project actually was utilizing the community benefits program to provide diversity in housing. It was a tiered system that was created in the most recent set of the DSP amendments back in 2020. And so in exchange for doing diversity in housing, additional publicly accessible open space and mobility improvements, we were allowed to go up to an even greater height, up to 350 feet in height, and a floor area, I believe, of 7.25, which would be the maximum permitted in the Downtown Specific Plan Gateway District. This particular project is not utilizing the community benefits program. It's a completely by right, meaning they're within the height limits at 200 and I believe 266.5 feet, and an FAR also less than the 7.25 permitted by right in the Downtown Specific Plan Gateway District. So that is what we mean by right.
Okay.
Thank you, Delia. Okay, John, you're up.
okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay. Well, good evening, commissioners and other guests. So I'm just going to, I'm John Friedman from John Friedman Alskim Architects. We're based downtown, but though I live nearby in Silver Lake. I'm just going to make a few points. Jay has done such a comprehensive presentation. I'll make a few points that relate to our own design intentions, just so you get a sense of what we were thinking about, and also just address a few of the points that we saw the Historical Society sort of brought up. So in the next one, actually, you saw this image before, but the point is again that this project sits, I think, very comfortably among its kind of mid-century neighbors, the towers, and sits very comfortably, within this gateway district that is designed for these taller buildings. And then this next image, I think we can clearly see that it's, the building from the beginning has been set behind both the 600 brand, I guess called the Fidelity building, and of course the old Home Savings and Loan building, with the idea of really putting them in front, especially with the Chase building, so that it maintains its landmark kind of status at the corner of the highway and Brand, and serves as this kind of gateway. And we think that will continue to be the case. Also, just with respect to the goals of our project as a whole, I mean, definitely the historic goals that you have, especially, particularly with regard to the main home savings building. But also, I personally as a designer, I always see the larger context. Well, I'm sure you do too. But, here's almost 300 units of housing, which are really much needed. Here's public open space where there's really not very much, and all kind of blended together or created with a kind of quality architecture and landscape design. Next one. So I just kind of, Jay showed you a similar vision or view of this before. You see, of course, the home savings building, you see the garage, and the other kind of commercial building. I won't speak to the historical issues, but I will say that the rest of the site is just covered by this asphalt parking lot, and it wouldn't even in today's world it wouldn't meet the low impact design requirements because it doesn't have enough permeable paving. It doesn't have very much planting. It really becomes a heat sink that just contributes to the warming of Glendale and the planet in general. I'll also add that that it has really it offers zero space for community gathering, and so I think that's important. Next one, and you can kind of see this in this. I mean, it's not the nicest photograph for the building, but I think the point here is that we do love this. We love this building, and we think it's really important to maintain all of its edges until it gets to that just basic asphalt. And so, that includes the grass, includes the stairs, includes the plinth, includes all of those things. But when we get to the asphalt, we think that there's a far higher and better use. Also, there's a curb cut here, and if this new project would go ahead, that as active curb cut, that would go away, and so would actually contribute to the lessening of traffic, as you all know, for people getting on and off the 134. Next one. Oh, let's go back to that one. I also wanted to say here, it's going to be something that I bring up in later, is that this building has three main kind of articulations in my mind. So it has this top, and then it has these. Well, I use louvers and fins kind of interchangeably, which probably resulted in some of the confusion. But it has these concrete fins, and then it has this kind of central spine. And so just recall that a thought for a second as I kind of talk about the park in the next slide. So instead of this asphalt parking lot, we're proposing this park, which has the kind of features that Jay mentioned. What I see here, and again, it's just my opinion, but what I see here is a kind of really great composition of, on the left hand, building from 1969, historically significant. On the right hand, a building from, I think, 76, glass mirrored building, gridded out. And then what I see, behind it now is actually this interesting, what we've tried to do is kind of, weave together these ideas. So you see this building with, that borrows the louvers or the fins from the home savings and loan. And you'll see them more clearly in further images, but you see this kind of verticality of parts of it. And then from the right-hand side, the old Fidelity building, you see the grid, you see the blue, and that's actually gets transmitted into design and weaves them together. And then it's kind of held together at that screen in the back, which Jay brought up, which kind of draws you into this park and then further into the lobby. But I think it would be really a strong addition to the city and the urban character of Glendale. So so like some of these other spaces around the city, there's more of them, and you don't just have to go to the Americana or the theater or something like this to enjoy these spaces. Next one. And you can see also here, I think the point really of these more intimate views and closer in is that, and with the next one, that actually, if the park is built, you'll actually can have an increased appreciation of the home savings and loan, because you can actually sit down next to it and look at it. You're not just going to be in your car or running to the ATM or seeing it from the freeway or brand. You'll have a much more intimate relationship with it, which I think is much is a strong feature of the overall proposal. You'll see that in the next slide. Again, maybe even more clearly. And let's go on to the next one. I mentioned the notion of the top and then the central spine of the existing building, and also the louvers or fins. And if you look next to it, I mean, Jay was very, complimented me, but I couldn't explain the sort of the relationship of our roof to the roof of the home savings and loan better than he could. And I think also that buildings, they each have their integrity. That kind of top element, that big solid piece, that's screening the views of the mechanical space. Ours, of course, is much higher, but it has a kind of similar proportions, and that's no accident. But of course, it has a different use. Now it's going to be activated by people and plants, and have the photovoltaics on the top. But there's that connection. There it is in more detail. There's also the central spine, which also came directly from this notion of the one on the short end of the Chase building. And then in the next image, we see the use of the louvers, I think much more strongly here. They are on all sides. Jay wasn't sure, but they are all on north, west, south, east sides. And here I just want to mention that we do make a strong effort to connect, say, the roof of the core of the Fidelity building to the left of the mirrored building, when we do make these efforts to acknowledge that those moments with major changes in materials. So that's not accidental. Next one. We didn't do that so much with the Chase building. Yes.
Sorry, could I ask a quick question?
Sure,
Mr.
of course.
Friedman, do you mind going back to the previous slide?
No, not at all. Yeah, and this is southeast side.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm trying to point something out with my cursor, which does not work.
No.
But at the bottom, so those are the fins or the louvers. I'm still not entirely sure which these are. And what's behind? That's just the parking garage that's behind those.
That is on the lower. Okay, the cursor. The louvers, where they're densest, that's the parking structure. There's the lobby at the first level, and then the second and third levels are parking, and then after that is housing.
Okay, so the that area that you're pointing at right now, those are also fins.
Yeah, some of the fins, I think in this case, every other fin continued up higher. So we were sort of also trying to weave them up higher into the building in a sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Okay, all right, is that all? Okay, thanks. And well, I wanted to make a point also that you will still see the home savings building very clearly from three major sides, from the north, from on Brand, which is facing west, and then the south side, where you'll see them even better from, if we get to build this completely pedestrian park, rather. But meanwhile, I wanted to mention in this case, the louvers on this side of the building, there's the Chase building, and then we step them down. We didn't really try to match that cornice in this case. We could actually, but we didn't do it. And I think you can see it better on the next slide, because we were really interested in we were actually trying to build the louvers up to sort of then culminate in the Chase building and give it more presence. And we also thought by stepping him down, we were also stepping down to sort of more of the low density housing on the west side. So, and again, I keep calling them all louvers, but basically what you see here, just to kind of clarify this, the white ones that you see, where the cursor is, those are 1 foot deep, and they're always white. The ones above it, the pool is behind that space. They're not meant to move or anything. They're 4 feet wide, and we painted them. We proposing this kind of blue tone to also kind of weave some of the blue of the upper shaft down into the bottom, and then over further to the left. We have this kind of frame in front of one of the community rooms, And that is actually a collection of louvers or fins. Again, none of them move. And they are, some of them are white and some of them are blue. So that's our kind of collection of three types of fins or louvers or whatever you really want to call them. Here, I just want to note that we've also, the building steps back much further from Maryland than the current garage does. So there's a lot more relief for for people walking, the pedestrians, for people arriving. This is where the cars go in and out. This is also there's a major pedestrian entrance on this side. So there's a lot more care on Maryland than there is currently, where the parking lot, the parking garage is just butted right up against the sidewalk. And well, I think there's a little bit of planting area, but we're actually now set back 10, 15 feet more, I believe, with a lot more landscape and opportunity for pedestrian friendly kind of activities. And so just to conclude, so to kind of keep this quickly, I mean, our intention was to marry these buildings in a way that, as Jay proposed, the sort of notion about historical and the old and new is that the new should be comparable but distinct. And so there's a lot of gray area in there, and a lot of people have different opinions. What I've said is a lot of it's opinion. There's no question about it, about how to marry these things together, have them relate in many ways by using those direct elements, but not mimicking them, but creating a sense of texture and urban quality and color that, in the end, for me, from my point of view, it's like, this is where I want to be. I like this place. Even if I don't know why, I like this place. And that's what we're trying to create, is that environment. So that's a little outside of the issue of the historical qualities. But I think that these are what makes cities continue to thrive. And, my goal would be, in a sense that, hey, 50 years from now, people are saying, we love this composition of this building from, 69, 76 and 22. This is a great kind of sense of what the history was in Glendale and then, kind of in architecture and in the world, So that's how I sort of think about it.
Great. That's great. Thank you, John. Anything else?
No, that's it. Ask away.
Great. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Thank you for that. Is there anything else from that sort of group that we need to hear from?
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes, please, Lorna.
For the architect, John.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Could we please go back to the last slide? I just have a quick question. Or the previous slide. Thank you so much. So it looks like that over those blue louvers, it looks like there's a cornice piece sort of overhangs. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And then when you move over to the south, that articulation in front of, I think you said those are conference rooms?
Well, there's a community room. So actually, that's a two-story frame. The bottom actually is parking. And then the higher part would be the community room. And then above that is kind of a planted roof that we were thinking would make a good dog run.
Oh, I see. So I'm having a hard time seeing it. Does that also, it kind of reads like that also is a little bit of an overhanging?
Yeah, that overhangs a little bit too. Mm-hmm.
That overhangs a little bit too. Okay.
Yeah, we're allowed to go a little bit when you're above, a certain amount of, I forget what the height is, but we're allowed to project over the planted area that's below, I think like up to 4 feet. And so we're just, again, trying to create a lot of articulation at many scales, at the sort of big building scale, with, I think Jay kind of addressed pretty easily, and then these kind of secondary elements, and then at the fine scale too. So yeah, we're trying to create that kind of visual interest and sense of scale, human scale. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I guess, and just as a comparison to the actual bank building, does that upper frieze or cornice, whatever we want to call it, I guess that sort of overhangs too. Would that be correct?
Yes, it does. And here it's kind of, what you see there at the end, you see it's missing the articulation that it has at the top. It really has a little band at the top and then at the bottom of it, and the middle part set in. And yeah, so in a lot of these cases, the louver, sort of the fins on the Chase building are coming up and then they're ending underneath that frieze, or I've always called it a frieze. And then in a lot of the elements that we have, the louver comes up and ends underneath a kind of a similar, or a kind of frame or kind of frieze that is, would be very comfortable in the mid-century. And for me, mid-century is the style is really more like the 40s to the 60s, or I'm not even sure the Chase building is actually that much mid-century, but yeah, it was 69 in a way. I mean, because it is so heavy. I always think of the mid-century as being a lot lighter and having a lot more articulation. And this kind of corporate modern, or what it was called, like, I don't know, it's almost too heavy for me. I've always thought of Neutra and the really great. Anyway, I don't want to get in trouble here.
No, that's fine. It's all good. So
we try to create that lightness. Right. So our building is big, as Jay said, there's no getting around that. But we've tried to create a lightness that is a little bit different from the Chase building. And that's also why we broke up the, the facades of the shaft too, and wanted to sort of, I don't know, dematerialize as a little, sounds kind of ridiculous sometimes, right? Because the volume's there, and yet there's different ways of handling those volumes and articulating them so that they become more lively, and look at the way they kind of react with the sky. I mean, they kind of feel in the clouds, and then when you put the Fidelity building in front of it, it's like, oh, this really makes a lot of sense if you're really thinking about not just the home savings building, but the Fidelity. There's something there. So. Anyway,
nothing dematerializes like a mirrored facade.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
And then, quickly, can I ask a couple more questions about that?
Yeah. Go for it.
Picture right now, or should we do that later? So,
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So, when there was some discussion about kind of flipping the volumes and putting the pool on the other side. I think, would that provide any relief to the Chase building? I don't think it will, right? Would it still be as completely shaded as it is right now?
Well, so, I mean, a sense like, imagine my fist here is the core, and then I'm going to take it away for a second, and then there's these two volumes. Like, if we switch it like this, then, we put it over here, we put the pool over here, and we have it the way we have it, so that this pool area would look towards the mountains, both to the north and to the east and across the freeway and things like that. And we knew, it would get less light. We were sort of stuck in a position like there was pluses and minuses of doing it like this or flipping it. And we chose to do it this way because we thought it would be really better for the pool. If we flipped it, it would, it would be the volume that you see on the right-hand side would be further back, the tall volume, not the podium, as Jay said. The podium's going to stay where it is.
Right.
But if we flip it, the taller volume would be a little further away from the Chase building. But now the park would have, the bigger part of the tower looming over it.
Right.
And, again, we kind of thought, well, I mean, it was just a sort of choice where we thought, we don't want this great new park, kind of overwhelmed by the tower. So, kind of.
That said, I mean,
I think. It could.
Okay.
It would be hard to do. And I don't know if it would look more massive. I mean, we also made that real effort to divide the two sides of the building. So if we flip it around, it's going to look a lot more massive from
Brand.
Well, no, you're going to see a part of the tower much, looming over the park. And from Brand, when you're actually looking up the park, at the park, you're going to see that part much closer. And I don't really know if it's going to help the Chase building that much. But it could be, it's the kind of thing that could be looked at and studied, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Lorna.
Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for the architects? Okay. At this point, Jay, I think we should open up the rest of the public hearing to is Francesca Smith on a phone thing, or is she a video like us?
She'll be on the phone, and I have a PowerPoint for her that I'll be able to share if John, your team could stop.
Okay, yeah.
I'll wait for Francesca.
I'm going to go on mute too.
Thank you, John. Francesca, are you with us? Oh, Velia is working on that. Okay.
Mr. John Sims was actually first in line for the phone
We'll go with the TGHS representative first, I believe.
Of course.
Yeah.
Ms. Smith, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, Francesca. We can't hear you.
Hi, this is Francesca.
There you are.
I had asked Jay if I could speak after Mr. Sims. I'm not sure why I'm being asked to speak first.
I heard Mr. Johnson, whose name I did not recognize, and I also didn't know that you asked for that, Francesca, but we're happy to make that happen. So.
Thanks so much. Yeah, John and I are both speaking for TGHS. There may be more speakers.
Yes, so I will put you on hold. Mr. Sims, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Sims?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, I'm John Schwab Sims. I'm Vice President of Preservation at the Glendale Historical Society. And thanks, Chair Crignotti and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak about the project at 620 North Brand. As I mentioned in a letter sent on January 17th, there are a number of concerns we have about the proposed project. Two of the concerns are demolition of the home savings garage and noncompliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. First, we were dismayed to see that the Lucia Park Project Historical Resource Technical Report did not evaluate the office building and the parking garage together as one development. Both were designed by the same architect, have complementary character-defining features, and opened the same year. With all due respect, to assume that garage was an afterthought is purely speculative. The timeline and facts suggest that it was developed together. In the same vein that HPC would consider a garage that was designed and built in tandem to a historic single-family dwelling, think Glendale Register Mills Act, our thought is that the same should apply to the home savings garage, as it is a related feature to the larger property that has been deemed historical. Secondly, the consultant and staff reports applied only one of the 10 Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation to the proposed project, while 6 standards were not met or followed. This is a serious oversight, a procedural omission, and is absolutely necessary for any proposed projects that would be built on the property of and abutting other historical resources. Most of these standards that were not met are due to the proposed demolition of the complementary character-defining garage. Feel free to reference my letter dated January 17th for additional information on these unmet standards. The Glendale Historical Society is not opposed to new development, as we were supportive of the rehabilitation efforts at Harrower Labs. We cannot, however, support development that fails to recognize and consequently demolishes historic resources. We recommend that HPC advise City Council not to approve the project as proposed. This vote will not be obstructionist, but will allow for a meaningful, more successful design that incorporates and preserves all historic resources. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. I believe Francesca was wanting to go at this point.
Hi, am I on?
It sounds like you are.
If you want to
Thank you
go,
very
but
much.
give me a second. I have to find your PowerPoint.
Okay, and I'm going to speak as quickly and as clearly as I can, but I may need more than 3 minutes. I hope I can get through it in that much time, in that I'm doing a PowerPoint remotely and so forth. Hopefully you all can bear with me.
We've given your team 15 minutes, Francesca. So, but let me, before you begin, I'm having a little sharing issue. What are people seeing on their screen right now? Nothing?
We're just seeing at the very, very bottom, we see the top portion of what looks like the TGHS Home Savings HPC PowerPoint, but it's the very top of the window at the bottom of our screen.
My savior is here. Calmly, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, guest appearance by a masked Avenger.
This one. It sounded like it was. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool.
There we go.
I was inadvertently hiding it, but here we are. So,
thank you, Jay. Francesca, I think we're ready for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Where's my PowerPoint? Maybe at a different speed than what you all can see. I don't see it. Thanks so much for the opportunity to. Oh, go ahead. Can you all see it?
I believe everyone can see it. Just let me know when you want me to advance the slide.
I will. It's not on my screen, but I'm trusting you. Thank you so much. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Francesca Smith, and as you probably know, I am a qualified architectural historian with a long track record. We just heard a large amount of speculation from staff. It was a little bit bewildering. What TGHS has presented in the Historical Society's letter, my letter, and the letter of other impartial architectural historians is substantial evidence to support a fair argument that the project would cause significant historic impact. I'm going to stay on this slide. With my colleagues, I believe that we have successfully proven that the parking garage is a part of the larger home savings historic resource. I like the point that if it were taken to the California Commission, they would not parse out the parking garage, and I may be able to prove that in a month or two. The project as currently proposed, unfortunately, would cause a historic resource impact, as I said before. I hope each of you had the chance to read our letters, including the specific parking garage evaluation, which is an update to the main evaluation, and the letters that other architectural historians who are impartial regarding this project took the time to write and send. None of them is under contract to the city or the developer. Their opinions are based on facts and entirely independent professional judgment. Next slide, please. I'll trust that it's changed because it isn't on my screen. Sorry. The significance of the Home Savings main building has been well documented by the City of Glendale in the 2017 survey and was confirmed by the Luna Park consultant. In the photo that I hope you can see, you'll see that the building and parking garage, while different heights, share the same neo-formalist architectural style. By the way, neo-formalism is part of the mid-century style, whether the esteemed architect believes that or not. The city and project consultant show that the themes of this property are commercial development, post-World War II commercial development, which ends the year prior to this property being completed, architecture and design, post-World War II modernism, corporate architecture design. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Part of its eligibility identifies the associative significance as well as the post-World War II development. That argument is actually sort of speculative. There isn't any proof that the building caused other taller buildings to be built in this part of Glendale, but it's more a feeling. The building is described in the evaluation for the city as a good example of corporate modernist architecture by Husel, Homolka, and Associates. Normally, we don't describe things as good, bad, or indifferent. That's kind of a silly judgment call, but it is an example of that style. It retains character-defining features, the main building, of its original design, including its height, flat roof, parapet, and vertical fillets with fixed windows and spandrels. This photo is from sometime in the 1970s. Next slide, please. I can't really tell if it's moved, but I trust you.
Yes, it's switched. It's switched.
On the plot plan
Thank you. Thank you. The Home Savings property was actually constructed with the relating parking related parking garage. There's no proof that the parking garage was an afterthought. It was designed by the successor firm to Husel and Homolka and Associates, because Mr. Homolka Husel, had passed away. If we're on the plot plan, which is part of the permit records, there could be no banking services or offices in the 6-story building without a parking garage. In conducting this research, we believe that the identified single-year period of significance is too specific. In reviewing consultants' work, I usually don't accept that because it's just sort of an easy way to do it. I hope you can see this plot plan where you see that the parking structure is actually larger. Thank you. Larger than the building in plan. And it is very close to the building, but they only get close to each other at the southern end of the main building and the northern end of the parking garage. So it sort of respects the building and is part of the actual setting of the property, no matter what we have heard earlier today. I think next slide. I'm getting a little confused. Thank you.
This is building and parking garage completed in 1970. It looks like a permit.
Thank you very much. I can't see that on my. Thank you so much, Chris. The original evaluation for the city said that there were no building permits. Funnily, there are hundreds of pages of building permits. I can attest to that because I've reviewed them. It was finalized in 1970, and if you look at professional guidance in historic preservation, most buildings aren't like pyramids. You don't say a building was built between 1970 and 1975. It was completed in 1975 in that case. This was completed in 1970, the exact same year as the parking garage, and it was finalized in March of that year. So the 1969 year is overly specific. Sorry, I lost my place, and I'm continuing. So the west, if you can move on to the next one. Sorry, thank you, and tell me what it looks like. It should be.
It's just an overlay of the certificate of use and occupancy. It's just an overlay.
Oops, sorry,
on the
the C of O. Thank you. The certificate of occupancy was issued on March 10th, but who's splitting hairs, in 1970, and that's for the main building. If you can move to the next slide, please.
We're looking at a picture of the west-facing facade.
Thanks so much, Chris. Thank you. So it shows that the reduced height simplified mirror image of the original design for the main building includes the flat roof. It includes literally a smaller copy of the sign band that's sort of simplified, concrete vertical fillets. It doesn't matter what they're made out of. They are not the exact same shape. They are not made out of MoSI, but normally a parking garage doesn't have the fancy finishes that a main building does. It has stacked openings, veiled parking deck floors, which behave as spandrels like the main building. Rich, inexpensive materials were a hallmark of the Home Savings Building Plan. Few parking garages are built using such expensive materials. An example is the California Club downtown. It's a very fancy building designed by Robert Farquhar, and the connected parking garage, which is part of the property that's listed in the National Register, is super plain. It doesn't make it not part of the historic property. Next slide, please. I hope that this is a different view.
The east-facing facade.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We can't help but notice in this parking garage facade on Maryland Avenue, where nobody walks around, by the way, unless they're coming from a parking garage, we can't help but to notice that the cornices on the two buildings, on the parking garage and the main building, are executed at different scales, but unmistakably provide the same visual effect. The simple stepped-out entrances are another component of the corporate, modern, or neo-formalist matching design. So saying that this building does not match the main building is actually untrue. The buildings match. It's a shorter version of and a less expensive execution of pretty much the same design. If I could move to the next slide, please. And I'm far along, believe it or not.
Looking at an interior shot of the interior picture of the garage.
Thanks so much. The interior of the parking garage is meticulously detailed as well. The assertion that this isn't as well designed is untrue. Homolka and Associates specified this with board-formed concrete columns and stack-bond concrete masonry units on the end walls. The fact that it's not 360 degrees of the same design doesn't make it not part of the larger historic property. On one side, it shares a party wall, and on the other side, on the south side, there's a perfectly plain stack-bond archaic material, which is an expression of mid-century modern architecture and materials. I was stunned when I saw the interior of the building. A surprising amount of natural light is present as well. If I could move to the next slide.
Detail of the exterior fillets.
Thank you so much. These photographs were provided by Jomi Wilson, who did a beautiful job. They helped describe this better than mine. The exterior fillets, it doesn't matter what materials they are. They're not going to be Mosai. They're not going to be book-matched Carrara marble as the spines on the main building are. They nonetheless mirror the same feature in the main building in a slightly simplified, very slightly simplified, but nonetheless striking image, and are a shared character-defining feature of both the building and the parking garage. So we conclude, based on these facts, that the Home Savings building and parking garage share the same. Oops, could you move to the next, if you would?
I'm trying. Is there another slide?
Yeah, there are.
There we go. Yes, a checklist.
I can't see it.
There's a
All
checklist.
right, I trust you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
We conclude, based on these facts, not ideas, not concepts, not feelings, that the Home Savings building and parking garage share the same period of significance, which I assert would be 1970 through 1998, when Home Savings moved from the property after a big merger. They have the same architect, two versions of the same firm because of someone's death. The themes that are identified in the South Glendale survey would apply to both. They both possess mid-century design significance, whether they're light or not light. They're still mid-century examples of architecture that I think the consultant called good examples. They share character-defining features in the materials that I was describing. And unfortunately, they are functionally related to each other. We heard staff explain that that's not true. This is a term of art in historic preservation practice. It's defined in National Register guidance because it's not defined elsewhere. So no matter what the personal opinions are of our esteemed Glendale staff, they don't override this definition. These buildings are functionally related. You couldn't have a tall office building without a parking structure. That's why it's there. And I will call it a parking garage because it's a structure. It's not a structure, it's a building. So if I could move to the next slide, please. I can't tell.
And this one,
Hang on.
I'll let you know.
There's some kind of lag going on, so give me.
Right, I know, and I know there's a lag between my computer and you all.
So this next slide that we're looking at is historic resource impacts, and there's 3 statements on there.
Thanks
Substantive
very much,
adverse
Mr.
change
Chair.
or something like that.
Yeah. So based on these facts and details, along with my evaluation and the opinions of at least 3 other qualified architectural historians, and TGHS can't help but to conclude that the Home Savings parking garage is part of and contributes to the significance of the historic resource. It has nothing to do with the relative merits of the proposed project or the fact that it's proposed to provide housing. That is the purpose of a statement of overriding considerations. It doesn't make these historic resources impacts that we have identified disappear. The proposed parking garage demolition, as well as the other setting impacts described partially in the TGHS letter and other letters from other qualified professionals, are expected to cause a significant effect on the environment, which should have been the proper conclusion by the lead agency. It doesn't mean this project is impossible. It just means CEQA review would be required. I note we finally found out this is a transit-oriented development project. I may be using the phrase wrong, but the type of CEQA exemption is not allowed when there are historic resources impacts, which we have identified. Substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource is considered a significant impact on the environment, according to the CEQA guidelines. That phrase is very important. Substantial adverse change means specifically demolition, destruction, relocation, or alteration of a historic resource or its immediate surroundings, resulting in the significance of the resource being materially impaired. If the building lost its parking garage, it could not be used, even if it lost it for a month or two. Where are the people going to park? That's part of the definition of both. I'm out of time. Sorry, I have one more thing. It's part of the definition of functional relation, and it's also part of the definition of an impact under CEQA. We note that the standards for rehabilitation are actually part of CEQA guidelines. They direct generally a project that follows the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, blah, 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 shall be considered to be mitigated to a less than significant impact on the historical resource. Unfortunately, the interpretation you heard was incorrect. So based on these facts, I strongly urge that all of you vote to advise the council not to approve the current design. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a quick announcement of sorts. If you're not speaking and you don't intend to speak, let's just check to make sure we're muted. But I do have a question. Jay, can you pull up Francesca's PowerPoint one more time?
Yes,
and pull up the building permit slide?
I don't want my video. I don't know what's going on with this little me floating around. I don't know if you see that.
Yeah, it is cute. You're just kind of hovering there.
Enjoying it.
And I don't know.
Hilarious.
Thank you. Yeah, I got to get rid of it. So I'm going to stop. Most importantly, before I do what you asked, goodbye.
Yes.
Goodbye. Here's the building permit slide.
Thank you. So I guess I'm confused, and actually leave it in this mode. If you don't mind putting it back to the version where we see the thing on the left. I'm confused by this slide, and then you can see the one on the left above it that shows the parking structure. You can see on the building permit that the parking structure is actually not part of the original building permit.
That's correct.
Where did you get the plat map for the slide above that, where the parking garage is in place? Is that from when the garage itself was built? Because the permit doesn't mention the garage at all in words or in the diagram.
If you can hear me, thanks for the question.
I can hear you, Francesca.
Thank you. That is from a plot plan that was used over and over in different TI and other sorts of permits, but it's repeated everywhere in the hundreds of pages I reviewed. To let you know, there was also a Sorry?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
There's a handwritten note by the architect to one of the neighbors describing the parking garage and its construction. Unfortunately, he did not date it, but he died in 1968.
What did the note say, I guess?
Let me think off the top of my head. That's a very good question. It was like, "Dear Mrs. So-and-so, we understand your concerns regarding something like the commercial building being built abutting your property. We wanted you to know that there will be," I'm not sure if he calls it a parking structure or a parking garage, how he referred to it offhand, but he warned her that a parking facility would be constructed. And it's plainly the work of a very elderly person. It's a little, it's handwritten and it's not dated,
Okay.
but he warns her of it.
Okay.
So,
I mean,
if you could share that, only because I too went through all 696 pages of permit documents for this, and I didn't catch that.
I did.
But just so the commission understands.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have it flagged, unfortunately, so I can't provide it now. But
did someone else say they saw it? Valia, did you say you saw it?
I just mean in the future.
Sure,
Okay.
I'll be happy to
actually,
provide
Moving
it.
forward.
I had not seen the notation, but staff went through it and we found the building permit that is on the screen before you, the certificate of use and occupancy, and it does specify the bank building itself, but staff was unable to find an actual building permit that specified the construction of the parking garage.
And just for the commission's benefit, the use of a plot plan diagram from TIs in more modern days may have some validity or usefulness, but I just want everyone to know that this plot plan is not even accurate because the garage and the home savings building actually overlap a tiny bit to the north.
If you look at it more closely at this scale, they do overlap. I'm not sure how big it is on your screen. I believe, and this is speculation, I will admit it wholeheartedly, I believe that this is either is probably Homolka and Associates plot plan because the lines are crisp. It's not some, application for T-bar ceiling. This is much more specific than anything else in the permits, and you'll note that it has dimensions and so forth, and it looks to be inked or pencil drawing. I would say inked.
That's fine.
So,
I would just say it should be represented as a later document instead of proof that the garage was, built.
Yeah.
It's not. It was described as a plot plan.
Yeah, but I mean, we know
Thank
that.
you.
I know
Thank you
from
for the
reviewing
clarification.
Lots of permits over the years that that plot map could have been from some development or some other work that was done at a later date. And so, yes, that garage is there because at that point it was there, but it's clearly not part of the original building permit. But I do have a second question for you, Francesca. In your professional opinion, do you think that if the garage were the only thing on this property at this point, let's say the home savings building didn't exist, do you think that the garage itself would qualify as a historic resource just on its own, separate from the home savings building?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Unfortunately, it's not applicable to this. We're not reviewing it as an independent property, so I can't say.
I understand.
The fact that it matches the main building, which is part of its significance. I have evaluated parking garages for large projects, and unless they have special design features, normally they don't get a lot of attention, and they don't get a lot of design attention either, is part of the reason why. In my real job, I evaluate hundreds of properties, sometimes more than that, in a year. So those go to the California Office of Historic Preservation, not to the City of Glendale.
Okay. I think, do we have any other callers, Valia? Thank you, Francesca, for that very detailed report. Anybody else have questions for Francesca? Sorry, before you go, anybody else have questions for Francesca? Does not look like it. Okay. Oh, sorry, Catherine.
I'll ask one. So the consultant, Teresa Grimes, found the property eligible for the National Register, which is great. Glendale has, we have a handful, many churches of eligible properties, but I think this is a big deal. Do you believe that if the garage were demolished and this project were constructed on the site, that the home savings building would continue to be eligible for the National Register?
Well, thank you for the question. Teresa Grimes here.
No, that wasn't for you. That was for Francesca.
Oh, well, I sounded like it was directed to me. I'm sorry.
I think one thing, And for Chris, we will have a rebuttal period for the applicant team after this, so that could be an opportunity to get both viewpoints.
Okay. So yes, Francesca, if you're still there, if you don't mind answering the question for Catherine, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. I will do my best. I believe, well, for one thing, I work on National Register nominations and National Register determinations of eligibility 5 days a week, etc. I don't believe that this building itself or this property is National Register eligible. It's one of 5 home savings towers, perhaps as a contributor to a larger discontiguous district. In the nomination, if the parking garage had been demolished, I think it would affect its significance. And that would be as a contributor to a larger district, not individually, because I don't think that the property itself is separately eligible for the National Register.
But you believe it's eligible to district?
Oh, I think that would be a Hail Mary nomination. I think at most it would be eligible as a contributor, thank you, to a discontiguous district.
Very discontiguous. Pomona, Long Beach, Glendale, Covina, and I can't remember the 5th one.
Claremont, maybe? Okay. I don't know, but I wouldn't nominate it for that.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have questions for Francesca before we let her go? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Francesca, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Valia, I believe we have one more caller, you said?
Yes, we have one more caller, Mr. Steve Hunt. Mr. Steve Hunt, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. I'm sorry, with the Historic Preservation Commission. Different roles here.
It's been a long meeting, hasn't it? Interesting meeting. Good evening, and thanks to Vice Chair Craig Noddy and to the Historic Preservation Commission for this opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Hunt, President of the Glendale Historical Society, and today I'm speaking for our more than 1,200 members. TGHS is very much aware that the city is required by the state to build a large number of housing units. At the same time, we're also aware that the state and federal laws, as well as our own ordinances, require the city to preserve identified historic structures. And no surprise, TGHS believes that the parking garage has been properly identified as historic by multiple preservation experts. Without the garage, the historic bank building's historic presence would be diminished. So we urge you, TGHS and its members urge you to send a strong recommendation to the council to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Vilia, is that it for public callers?
Yes, no more public callers.
And do we have?
And Jay, I believe that.
Vilia, do we have a staff comment now or not?
Yes. We have Mr. Bradley Calvert with us who would like to make a few words.
Hi, Bradley.
Thank you, Vilia. Good evening, Vice Chair and Commission members. I believe this is actually my first time I have spoken to this commission, unfortunately, but I am glad to be here tonight, especially with such an important project on the line. There's an additional history that needs to be considered. Not just the historic nature of buildings or their occupants, that of which we often find to be a very positive contribution to the community. That is why the TGHS exists. That is why this commission exists. But we also have to consider a history that is not as positive. It is our profession as staff and as commission members to respect and recognize this history. It is also our responsibility to reconcile with some of these elements of history, and that is even more relevant today. As acknowledged earlier by Mr. Platt, this project is bringing housing to the city with an affordable component to it that is very important. So I say this following piece, not as an opinion statement, but as something that should be considered as you deliberate and consider this project, particularly as observed by Commissioner Yurka, that these type of projects are relatively new for this commission. I am sure that many of you are familiar with redlining. This was a classification of neighborhoods that restricted investment in communities based upon race. This was a practice that was utilized in Glendale and cities across California, across this country. This is not speculation. This history has been well documented. It's going to be included as part of this city's historic context statement, which is going to ultimately be reviewed by this commission. And it wasn't just redlining. It was lending to communities with racially restricted deeds and covenants that restricted access and opportunity. I bring this up because the history and origins of financial institutions during this era, those that we trace back to the original organization that ultimately constructed this building, prospered under these principles and these objectives of redlining. As I stated, including this subject institution. I also bring this up given the housing crisis that we are all aware of, originating from these practices. I also bring this up because California cities all across this state are currently updating their housing elements so that they can account for this history, to factor in approaches and solutions that help to mitigate and correct this history. As a Historic Preservation Commission and for staff that serve this community, we have a responsibility to recognize this history, particularly when making recommendations on its future. Diminishing and limiting these contributions that a project such as this can make by providing more housing is only perpetuating those same exclusionary practices that existed before. Redlining created those original restrictions, and obstructing projects such as these to preserve this history is now limiting opportunities for the future to provide more housing, to provide more affordable housing, and to mitigate this longstanding problem that stemmed from these very institutions. The original building on this site is going to remain intact. The proposed project does not erase that history, and it should not. The design has provided a response that was requested by the City Council to increase that compatibility. The existing building will remain. And by objecting or significantly altering this project to reduce housing units, which impacts the ability to contribute to the creation of affordable housing, is being very selective about the history of the institution that once occupied this building and weaponizing it to prevent opportunities to reconcile elements of the history that we are conveniently ignoring as part of this conversation. This is important to acknowledge as it's going to be inconsistent with the forthcoming historic context statement. It's also going to be inconsistent with the forthcoming housing element. The housing element document acknowledges this history, demonstrating that by the 1940s, Glendale served as a model to other cities and was, quote, praised in its utilization of measures to keep a 100% Caucasian race city. That is per the California Real Estate Association. These institutions contributed to that. This has undoubtedly impacted the ability of this city to promote diversity and has a longstanding impact on Glendale and cities across this country, not just Glendale, particularly as it relates to housing affordability. Again, any reduction in units or contributions to affordable housing will continue to perpetuate that problem, particularly when rooted in an attempt to protect a parking garage, not the actual building of a financial institution that very likely and did benefit from these practices. While we are considering whether we are protecting a facility that parks cars or are we attempting to house people, we must keep this history in mind. Buildings can contribute to a city's character, hence why we have been calling them contributors throughout this evening. But people are the character of the city, particularly when creating a diverse and vibrant community that is well housed. I say this because I believe that this needs to be acknowledged and considered as this commission moves forward with their advisory recommendation and for future projects that you will also see in front of you as we move forward. I wanted to keep my comments brief. I thank you for your time, but I just wanted to make sure that this was something that was on the commission's mind, something that is documented as part of this project record as it moves forward and seeks its approval. So thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Does anyone have any questions for Bradley?
Was that part of the public hearing?
That was part of the public hearing, yeah. Staff comment.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have any questions, anyone, of Bradley?
I just have a quick question, and I wholeheartedly appreciate all of your comments. I'd just like to ask if this building will be subject to rent control?
No, this building will not be part of rent control. It will be making contributions to affordable housing. It can either do that via providing actual units, or it can do it through a fee in lieu process. That is part of the city's inclusionary zoning process.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't want to get into a broader discussion about affordable housing, but thank you for letting me know it won't be under rent control.
Thank you, Lorna. Anyone else?
I just want a little informational piece. We just were able to track down the plot plan that was used in the presentation. It appears to date from a permit that was applied for and I guess probably issued in 1990. So whether that is reusing an old Homolka drawing or not is, as Francesca acknowledged, speculation, but it seems a little disingenuous to have included it without that information.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, so I believe we should close the public hearing at this point, right, Vilya? We have no other calls? Okay, so we're closing the public hearing. Is there anyone else that needs to be presenting anything to us now, Jay, or is it time for commissioners to?
We offer the applicant a chance to rebut.
Okay. Anyone from the applicant side wish to rebut the comments made during any of the public hearing?
I think it would be fair to give an opportunity for Teresa Grimes to speak.
Okay. I don't see her on the grid, maybe because she's not on video, but Teresa, can we hear you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, there you are.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide a couple of clarifications. I just like to.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Could you just state how you're related to the group here?
Oh, yes. Hi, my name's Teresa Grimes. I'm an historic consultant. I was retained as a part of the environmental environmental team to provide the technical report for the SKIA.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to clarify that the report absolutely considered the eligibility of the home savings property as a whole. I simply don't agree that the parking structure is a character defining feature. Indeed, considering the fact that this survey was less than 5 years old, I wasn't even really quite sure that an evaluation of the property was required because the survey had found it eligible. I had no reason to believe that the parking structure was excluded from the inventory form by error. And indeed, the staff has confirmed that that was not the case. I do want to add that I don't agree that the office building is architecturally significant, as the staff alluded to. I thought that it was more historically significant than architecturally significant. When I approach the project, whenever a city has a context statement, and particularly when they have a context statement that is fairly fresh, as the city's context statement for South Glendale is, I always use that as a starting point, especially when it has eligibility standards. And in my estimation, the building simply didn't meet the eligibility standards for the architectural context in either the theme of new formalism or corporate modernism. And I also felt like I needed to add that indeed my firm, the firm that I was previously associated with, was responsible for the citywide historic context statement and resource survey of West Covina. So when I was asked to evaluate this building, I thought it looked remarkably familiar, and indeed it was. In the case of West Covina, we found the same building ineligible under criterion C or 3. So I felt like it would be unprofessional of me to have a different opinion of virtually the same building in Glendale. With regard to the level of significance of this property, the reason why I thought that it was eligible for listing in the National Register and California Register is, once again, I was merely applying the eligibility standards in the South Glendale context statement for commercial development and during the post-war period. And there was really no distinction in the eligibility standards between national, state, and local eligibility. The only thing that really changed from when the context statement was completed in 2014 is that the city of Glendale updated their ordinance to bring it closer into conformity with National Register and California Register criteria that also included a requirement for the project that properties retain their integrity. So I just wanted to add that, and I do feel very strongly and very confident that if I were to nominate the property, the building, and only the building, that the building would be listed. I don't think that the state office would demand that I include the parking structure. Indeed, this is the third project that I've had in the last year or two that involved a parking structure associated with either a commercial building or an apartment building. One was on Wilshire Boulevard. It involved the Bison apartment building. It's a Beaux-Arts style apartment building on Wilshire Boulevard. It was nominated for listing in the National Register, and at the same time, it was listed as a Los Angeles Historic Cultural Monument. Very much like this property, it included the main building, which was 9 stories, a 2-story parking structure that was designed at the same time by the same architect to be complementary to the apartment building, and a surface parking lot. And the National Register nomination and the local landmark application did not include the parking structure. And the reason why I was retained was because the local landmark application included the surface parking lot. And I amended the local landmark application to exclude the parking lot, which is now being developed with affordable housing, incidentally. So this is a topic that I think that we're going to hear a little bit more about as demands for development and housing are increased. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Teresa?
Hi, Teresa. Thank you so much for your expertise. And then just to be clear, could you please restate, you said that you listed 2 properties that had parking structures on them and you listed them without the adjacent parking structures? I apologize if I got it wrong.
Well, the projects involved determining whether or not parking structures or surface parking lots were indeed eligible as a part of the larger project. So in the case of the apartment building on Wilshire Boulevard, the parking structure was not even included with the initial application or nomination. The surface parking lot was, and the nomination was amended to exclude it. The other situation involved an office building on Hollywood Boulevard that was from the 1920s Gothic Revival style that included, and it's for your information, it was Hollywood and Sycamore. And the parking lot, the parking structure to the rear, which once again, I believe it was Richard D. King. It was designed and constructed at exactly the same time to support the office building, and it was not included within the boundaries of the National Register, of the Hollywood Boulevard National Register District. So, you know, as the staff was explaining, in some cases, parking structures can be contributing elements to either historic districts or individual properties, and sometimes they're not. So it's really a case-by-case basis. I don't think it's fair to kind of indicate that this is a decision that you must make or it's standard and customary.
Okay, and I'm sorry, in the case of the Hollywood one, was that excluded? I'm sorry, did you say simply because it was not within the boundary?
No, I'm just saying it was not included. It was deliberately not included within the boundary of the Hollywood Boulevard National Register Historic District, even though it's a functionally related building.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Teresa? I do have a question, Teresa, but I want to verify something with Jay first. Jay, in the packet of material for this project, the DPR form that's in the packet, is that the DPR form from that's from the South Glendale survey, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Teresa, you've worked around DPR forms a lot, I would imagine, right? In various contexts, residential, commercial, and maybe even Jay, you could take a shot at this question too. I'm reading the DPR form, and I don't see any mention of the garage in the DPR form, and I think that's one of the things that's been acknowledged here is that it is not part of the DPR form itself. Is it? So there's a question I think out there of whether or not it was deliberately excluded because it's not considered historic. My question is, do we really think it's deliberate? Is it very common for buildings that have garages for the garage just to not be discussed because it's not discussed? Or have you seen forms where garages are specifically considered a defining feature and they do appear in DPR forms? Is there kind of, do you have any, I'll start with you, Teresa, because you're right. I don't see Jay on my screen, so I'll start with you.
Well, I think in the context of residential properties, and we've heard a little bit about kind of a comparison between this project site and a single family property or a single family parcel that includes a house and a garage. I mean, typically, if the garage is, because we're often conducting our work from the public right of way, depending on our relationship with the applicant, the garage typically would be identified if it's visible from the public right of way and it dates from the same period of time, retains integrity as the house. I mean, I would argue that this project site is quite different than a single family parcel that was subdivided for the purpose typically of the development of a house, maybe a carriage house if it's a very old property, perhaps a detached garage, you know, and slightly different development. In this case, we have a property that where home savings, and I think you can kind of see this in all of the track maps, subdivision maps and whatnot, that this whole little part of downtown Glendale historically had been subdivided much like a single family neighborhood, and it sort of just started to develop that way, and then it kind of petered out where we had some single family houses, we had some multifamily houses, we had some commercial properties, and then kind of development kind of stalled, and then home savings kind of sweeps in and buys up all of these legal lots that were subdivided for a different purpose and assembles them. So I think this is kind of a very different type of development. So I wouldn't compare it to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to compare commercial to residential. I probably shouldn't have even mentioned residential. What I was trying to get at have you seen examples of where there are commercial buildings that are evaluated? Sorry, one of my headsets just. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Where you can see where we have a commercial building evaluated in a DPR form that has a garage that was built at the same time. Is it common for garages to be eliminated or overlooked in DPR forms? Is it possible that it was just kind of an oversight, or do we really think that this DPR form, that the group that did this DPR form, specifically Historic Resources Group, deliberately left the garage out of it?
Well, I'll let Jay, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, Jay, why don't you answer that? It's more specific to Glendale anyway.
I've spoken with the managing principal of the HRG office, who was also the lead person on the survey, including doing the groundwork for the survey. So she was part of the foot patrol, looking at everything. She remembers well that they looked at the garage and decided that it wasn't a feature that was significant in the context of the tower. And they really were looking at the tower as a work of New Formalist architecture. New Formalism tends to be a much grander scale than a two-story parking garage, which is why it's kind of cute that they took the aspects of the building and applied them to this little garage. And I say applied because I think it's really a pick and stick kind of treatment. But what I'm a little disappointed, because what they should have done was acknowledge this on the form and say, yeah, we looked at this garage and didn't find it to be significant. But I don't think there's any subterfuge or backpedaling. She remembered it well. And they also saw it from both sides, because they looked at the Brand Boulevard context of this property, and they were also directly on Maryland Avenue looking at the office building next door to the garage. So they certainly didn't miss it. And one thing I'd just like to mention that I didn't earlier is it's a little frustrating, the situation we're in tonight, because we have this great South Glendale survey, and we tell our community, and that community includes our property owners, our advocates, our city staff. We tell people, like, okay, we've now got this survey. This gives us some certainty what's historic and what isn't historic. And when we went through the process of approving the survey, the Historical Society was intensely involved in crossing T's, dotting I's, double checking the results of the survey team. In fact, it even felt like there was almost mistrust of the work of HRG, but I know TGHS was trying to do the right thing, trying to make sure we got the best possible survey out of this. So I don't know that this means anything in terms of tonight's discussion, but even after that intense fine-tooth comb review of our survey, TGHS itself never identified this garage as an oversight. And I know that can happen, and I know they didn't look at every property, although it felt like, and I believe they represented sometimes, they did pretty much look at every property that was identified in the survey. And, you know, for what that's worth, but it is disappointing that it didn't end up in the DPR form.
Okay.
Which is
Thank you. Anyone else have
amended if we need to for the future.
Okay. Before we deliberate among ourselves, does anyone, any commissioners, do you have any questions of anybody that's spoken? Well, not necessarily the public speakers because we closed the public hearing, but any of the presenters, either staff or the architects, anybody have any questions? Okay, seeing none, we can, I think, begin our discussion among ourselves. Lorna, would you like to speak?
Could I please request a 5-minute break before we go into deliberations?
I was going to do that after our deliberations, but if you'd like to do it now, I wholeheartedly support that. 5-minute recess, folks. See you in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
18, please.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience during our brief recess. We left off with commissioner comments and deliberation on this matter. Would anyone like to go first? Catherine, aloha. You had so much more sunlight than we did for so much longer. I think I figured things out. You're first. Catherine, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you,
okay,
yes.
Thanks very much. And the reason I wanted to go for less to do with a project and my recommendations for the project than some of the ways that our consideration of 620 brand has been framed by staff. I was really surprised to hear that the Historic Preservation Commission was being cautioned to concentrate only on whether this project would destroy the building's ability to tell its story. That's sort of the limit of our consideration about effects on the historic resource. We are thoroughly entitled to comment on the appropriateness of this building adjacent to a historic resource and how it might better defer to that resource, even if it would not constitute a significant, substantial adverse impact under CEQA. And that's really a standard function of a historic preservation commission. Regarding Mr. Calvert's comments, I wrote about Glendale's racist history as a sundown town in my first book, which came out in 2001. I've studied the issue closely in Glendale and in general. I've taught courses that address redlining and its impacts on development in Southern California. I spoke against the first version of Glendale's draft apology for past discrimination, and I spoke against it because it was so anodyne. I called into praise the second version because I thought it was a very forceful document. In addition, I wish that California voters had approved getting rid of prohibitions against affirmative action so that affordable and other housing units could specifically be reserved for people of color to address the racial imbalance. Black people have never been more than about 1.5% of Glendale's population. And unfortunately, adding new housing is not going to necessarily change that. The HPC's purview is to determine the historic resources impacts of the project and how it might be better designed to minimize them. None of the callers or people writing in is trying to protect a redlining bank. The suggestion that those who believe the garage is part of the historic resource and want revisions to the project, that they are standard bearers for Glendale's racist history is outrageous. And the attempt to shame the HPC in deciding that the garage is not historic or the project is not too large is thoroughly inappropriate. Mr. Calvert should have called in as a member of the public, not as a planning staff member. Mr. Calvert well knows that we could all unanimously tonight find the garage individually eligible for the National Register and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And nothing about those findings prevents a housing project of this size from being built on the site. There's a process involved, which would involve an EIR and a statement of overriding consideration. Staff has prepared a SCIA because the standard of review is different from a negative declaration or MND. More deference is shown the local agency. It is inconvenient for the garage to be historic, but it's not decisive in approving any project on this site. It just would mean that staff have to prepare an EIR. I agree. So those are my preliminary and, of course, deeply felt comments. I agree with staff that the parking lot is a feature and it doesn't matter. I strongly disagree that the parking garage is not a character-defining feature of the historic home-saving property. This is my objective opinion based on the substantial evidence presented by TGHS and Francesca Smith, as well as my own observation during a site visit. You walk onto that property and you see that that garage is matching. It's not identical, but it responds to the design in a way that creates a deliberate link between the two buildings. It reads in a way that one does not expect from a parking garage. The vertical fins, the concrete, the openings, which are spaced similarly to the windows, but of course are openings. Of course, the materials are less fine and the design is less powerful. As an example of new formalism, it's a parking garage. And staff speculation that the garage is utilitarian and you need a garage, they needed a garage thrown up in a hurry, just doesn't make any sense to me. You would not bother designing it so closely to match the home savings building. I do believe, I agree with Ms. Grimes, that the home savings property is eligible for listing in the National Register. I also believe that its eligibility would be impaired by the loss of the garage and the addition of a 24-story building. Again, does not mean this project cannot be built, but if this is true, it would require an EIR and a statement of overriding considerations. The loss of eligibility for the National Register would be a substantial adverse impact to the significance of a historic resource. Just because the home savings building might still be eligible for the local Glendale Register does not mean that there's no impact to its significance. National Register eligibility is a different level of significance. The property is being rehabilitated for a new use and in the process demolishing a character-defining feature of the site. I do not see how a standards analysis is optional, except for, of course, for Standard 9. A 24-story apartment building is obviously rehabilitating this property for a new use. And to say that it clearly meets Standard 1 just seems palpably untrue. But I also want to remind you the demolition of the garage is not the only consideration here. And I also do think that there is a very large, and staff has said, very large 24-story building that is being built 30 feet away from the historic building. And I believe that this building is the size, the massing, and the scale are not appropriate to the site. I believe that the building should be brought down and moved farther from the resource. I don't find the setback on the third or the fourth story to another 15 feet is sufficient. The statement that the standards are not a threshold for impact has been popping up a lot in the work of developer consultants to try to diminish the importance of the standards. And I'm not surprised to see it here. I was disappointed, though, to see it in the city's environmental review. Standards, for one thing, standards are a checklist. Standard 1, Standard 2, Standard 3. That doesn't mean there is a formula, but there is a kind of checklist. And what they do is they alert us to potential impacts of a project. Historic properties that will be significantly impacted by a project obviously will not meet the standards. And that's the problem for me with this project. It's not that it doesn't meet the standards, but its radical failure to meet the standards is indicative of the substantial adverse impact that it will have on the historic resource. I did want to address the issue of the HRG South Glendale survey. As Jay noted, TGHS diligently followed that survey to the ends of the earth, or at least to the ends of South Glendale, picking out all the properties that that HRG missed. TGHS succeeded in adding another 35 or 40 properties after the initial draft, many of which HRG denied were historic, and many of which the Historic Preservation Commission disagreed with them about it. And I'll be honest, I was the one that led that effort 4 years ago. And I can tell you that the reason that the garage was not picked up is because the property was listed on the survey. You'll remember The public did not have the DPR forms for this survey until, what was it, Jay, a year after council had approved this? They were not submitted as part of this. We had no idea whether that garage was on the property or not. And HRG, I understand why they're saying what they're saying, and perhaps that is, looking at it now, what they believed, but they missed so many things in that survey. And I just want to conclude by saying, and I know you hypothesized that this would be brief, Chris. No, so home savings may possibly have paved the way for larger skyscrapers on brand, but its own historic architectural and visual significance should not be sacrificed because the Lucia takes that dominance a step further by bringing that skyscraper development 30 feet away. I also want to point out that Brand's high-rises are like these big recent high-rises of the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s are not something to be proud of or to emulate. David Gebhardt and Robert Winter's Architectural Guidebook to Los Angeles describes them as an embarrassment to the otherwise lovely foothill community. Another edition of this book describes them as cliches derived from old issues of progressive architecture, banal reformatory hives in concrete, or glass aviaries punctured with angular extrusions. This is not a good record. I would like to see a building added that really would make them rethink their attitudes toward new buildings on Brand. And I am an admirer of this, the architect's work. I teach at Caltech. I'm familiar with the building that they did there. I'm also familiar with the Ehrlich House by reputation and images, but not in person. And I think they are more than capable of creating a wonderful building at a smaller scale at this site that would pay suitable homage to the historic resource without eclipsing both it and the building next door. And I know that staff have pointed out that they've drawn attention to the larger environment of large high-rises in this area of Brand. But there's a smaller environment that's right there, not just the home savings building, but also the adjacent historic resource. There should be a priority on blending into that context, not the skyscraper context that is farther away from it. And I do believe that this building is too massive and too large. I do want to, though, I'm going to end, and I do want to suggest some conditions for consideration. Whether this property, whether council approves this at 24 stories or approves something smaller. And is it okay if I go ahead and do that? This is the end, and it's pretty short.
My hand is getting cramped, but I got you, so.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I can send you a copy of this since I was fiddling with notes. Okay.
Go ahead.
So in the staff report, the condition regarding the limestone is simply a condition to consider getting rid of the limestone. That's not a proper condition. That is, it's a consideration, right? Unless you're saying to do it, it's really not a condition. I would like to change that to a condition to eliminate the limestone and choose a material such as granite. It doesn't need to be marble because perhaps that's too closely identifying it with the historic building, but a material that reflects the mid-century buildings around it. I completely agree with the DRB condition to significantly increase the landscaping and to soften the overall appearance of the plaza. I would add as a condition, if this is approved as is by the council, is that this property as a condition be nominated to the National Register of Historic Places. That is something that we can do. That frequently happens for projects involving historic resources that are not listed anywhere. I would also add a condition to eliminate that signage and that shade structure from Brand. I think it is way too close to the street, and it's not, obviously it's not as large as a 6-story building, but it is competitive The signage, Lucia Place, no one needs an apartment building called out like that. No one cares what that apartment building is called, except I'm sure the property owners. I would eliminate that so that you're not drawing attention away from the historic resources that are more or less flush with it. I think it's step back a little bit, but you know what I mean. And I should say I've only seen that on the rendering, but I mean I've seen that on the rendering, and I assume it's a part of the finished project. I would also, in terms, sorry, these are a little out of order, in terms of the landscaping, get rid of the date palm. Date palm trees cannot be composted. They go straight to landfill. They are a mess. They are not good for the environment. I know that Glendale is trying to rebuild its urban forest, and they really want to seek a 25% canopy. The focus should be on trees, on trees that provide shade and that help to cool the plaza. Date palms do none of that. Also, you know, the suggestion has been, I completely agree that the louvers or the fins, and I'm sorry we've been at this so long, I'm no longer remembering exactly what they are, that hide the parking of the cars. And I agree that they're not really going to hide them, but I'm not sure that adding the screen is really the right solution. Why not just do a better job of designing them? And design them as louvers so that they would only be visible from one part, or that they would be less visible looking head on at the building. So I want to thank you for your patience. I know that was a many mouthfuls, and I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thorough comments, Catherine. Jen,
while it's fresh in her mind, part of my job is to put these on paper. The last comment about the fins, could you just briefly hit that again?
Of course. You have a condition or a consideration to add mesh screens to better disguise the parking structure, which I believe is really essential. But I think maybe there's a better way to design the fins so that they're better hidden. And maybe it involves shifting them to the louvers that we've been talking about. I also do think that on the southern end, the fins that hide the parking garage, the reason I was asking about it was it looks like a cage. And so I don't think that's a very good look so close to the ground. I realize it's not, you know, a terribly important, it's a less important elevation than the east or west, but that was just one thing I thought.
Okay.
All right. Lorna, Mike, do you have any comments?
Am I live? Am I alive?
You are live and in person.
Okay. And in person. Well, Commissioner Yurka kind of stole any of my thunder here. So everything she said, I completely agree with. I mean, it's just, it pretty much covers everything that has to be done with the thing. As far as the garage that we were arguing about, I think Francesca kind of summed it all up, and I think it goes with the actual tower itself. So I'm in agreement with what they've said before. As far as everything else, I wish I could copy everything that Commissioner Yurka just said and repeat it back, because it's exactly how I feel, especially with the largeness of the new building that they want to put there. I feel it is out of place, but that's my opinion of what I think of Glendale itself. So.
Okay, so that's important to note, that one of the things we're doing here is we're trying to come up with comments and things to pass on to council. So if what you're saying, Mike, is that you agree with everything that Catherine said, then Jay can make a note that you have the same feelings as her, and as we build consensus, that's important to know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, did you call on me?
Yes,
I did. Do you have anything to say?
Yes. So I'm going to start by thanking the staff for a very thorough report and presentation on the project. Thank you so much, Jay and Velia. I also want to thank the architects for hearing the city council and for translating their directives into the new design from the phase 1 proposal. And I also want to thank TGHS for their very thorough evaluation and the time and effort that went into their comments on this project. We've really gotten a lot of feedback, and it is a huge discussion and consideration for us. That said, I also agree, and I thank you, Commissioner Yurka, for all of your comments regarding the historic aspects of the bank building and the garage. I would have to agree with the statements that you've made. And so I would concur. That said, I've also watched the January 13th DRB meeting last week. I appreciated hearing that discussion as well. And if council were to move forward with this project, I do agree with the conditions that were recommended to City Council by the staff and by DRB. Again, I appreciate the changes that were made to the overall design of the project from phase 1 to better reflect the design aesthetic of the mid-century modern home savings building in its current more rectilinear form. I do appreciate the amount of contiguous open space that's been provided for tenants of the historic building and for the public on the west side of the property. And I too would like to see more green space as opposed to the hardscaping that's there. I do appreciate that the new building has been redesigned to provide more breathing room between it and the historic bank building from when first proposed. I also agree, I also do feel that this is an absolutely huge project for this property and for these historic resources. However, I also recognize that we're in the DSP transition zone, and I'm going to guess it's likely that council is going to move forward with this. I also support comments made by the DRB members, which are included as general comments. They're not conditions. Specifically, comments were made by one of the commissioners that finessing the overall design language of the building to more wholeheartedly reflect the verticality of the historic building, as opposed to simply making gestures, which I think were in reference to the fins and the louvers, perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how that would be done, but I do agree. I don't dislike the current design. I do like it, but if there were a way to pick up a little bit more on that, I would agree with that, or I would like to see that. And then we discussed earlier with the architect, John, about possibly exploring shifting the building masses and moving the pool deck around. Again, if that would provide, one thing that really concerns me is the absolute shading of the east side of the bank building. I think I believe my understanding of the renderings is that any tenants on that side of the building have absolutely lost their views and lost their light. It could be wrong on that, but feel free to correct me. And then, I do want to step back and say that I would absolutely agree with a condition to have, with a condition of this project moving forward, to have the bank building listed on the National Register. I think that would be very important, because that is basically the crux of the discussion here.
Just a question there, maybe for Kathy more than Lorna, or both of you. We've also heard discussion that the building itself would preclude eligibility for the National Register. Is this a test to see if that happens, or do you really want it on the register? Because I certainly think in terms of CEQA, in terms of SKIA, in terms of anything else, Glendale Register is ultimately the same thing, but for us, it's more important. Glendale Register designations give us more control over how a property changes than a National Register.
That's not true, because we recognize National Register properties as being I
guess I'm sorry. Yeah, I misspoke, but I also do think I like prioritizing Glendale Register nominations to celebrate what we have in Glendale at the local level.
Then I would say National and Glendale. I mean, my guess would be that the property owner, you know, may down the line be interested in a Mills Act contract, maybe not, but certainly if they were listed on the National Register, I can't imagine them not pursuing Glendale Register listing.
And I think I would like to see it on both.
Okay. Lorna, do you have anything else to say?
Yes, I do have a couple more comments. I just do want to state that while it's outside of our commission's purview, I do have serious concerns about traffic impacts on the adjacent residential neighborhood and along Brand Boulevard during peak hours. With the addition of this many units. Is this project going before the TPCJ?
I don't believe so, Vilja. Yeah, no.
And why would it not?
It's Public Works traffic engineering reviews projects like this in terms of, you know, access points, and Vilja can answer this much better than I can. So.
Yes, Commissioner Vartanian, the project proposal was routed to all the various departments throughout the city, including traffic and transportation, the consultant team, and the property owners also worked in conjunction with their parking consultant in terms of providing a traffic analysis. That is not under the SKIA. The Traffic and Transportation Engineering Division reviewed the access points, the vehicular access points, the traffic counts. It was determined not to be a significant impact. But again, I'm going to actually speak to the fact that this particular project did not require any street widenings. And it was determined not to be a significant impact. I also believe that under the SKIA, and I'm going to look to our consultants, that traffic impacts themselves are no longer in a topic that it is, and forgive me, please jump in, that is for analysis under the under CEQA.
Okay, thank you for that. As a resident of one of the adjoining neighborhoods who uses Maryland all the time to go to US Bank, I do have serious concerns. That is a very narrow street. And I would have to, I'm just gonna say it here. I would have to agree with Chair Simonian of the DRB that I think it would be really important at a minimum to look into a Port Cochere on the east side, even if that's going to require a variance, because I cannot imagine that there will not be significant traffic impacts to the neighborhood and for those utilizing those streets. In terms of design, is there any way we could have one of the renderings thrown up that actually shows the top of the building?
Sure. Give me a second. Okay, do you see that screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, how about now?
Almost, but not yet.
Almost. Okay, let's.
We trust you're getting closer.
Oh, God knows. Okay, PowerPoint share.
There we go.
And we want to see an elevation view looking toward the top of the building.
Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Just one of the renderings.
Plus, I have to turn my little head off.
No, we like your little floaty head.
One of the 3D. Do you have one of the?
Okay, rendering. Yeah, sorry.
It just needs a cat filter.
A cat filter.
Lorna, you want one of the closer up ones or one of those, like something like that?
It's possible. Something so we can see a closer up of the loggias.
Yeah, I don't know that we have that in a rendering. Here's this, but we have elevation.
I have it, but maybe that.
Yeah, it might be in the drawing set. Let's see.
Well, we have it. If you want to let us, if you
well,
want us to share a screen, we can bring it up.
Yeah,
this might serve our purpose just for a high level comment. And I don't know how my colleagues feel. I do appreciate, I do like the loggias at the top of the building very much. And Jay, I do appreciate how you sort of made that reference to how it somehow harkens back to the frieze on the Chase building. And then John, I was asking you before about the cornice overhangs around the lower levels of the building. So I'm wondering if, I don't know, something about those structures at the top are just so geometric, I guess, for lack of a better word. I don't know. Would it be possible to have the top panel do a little bit of an overhang? And would that make architectural sense just to soften it up a little bit, if that's an appropriate way to look at it?
We could take a look at it. I think we kind of looked at it, and when we projected them out over, they looked, they started getting a little heavy. And that what we were trying to do is there's kind of white structures, forming the verticals, and we were trying to pull those down into the building a little bit and see them supported that way. But I think if we stuck them out, people would go, "Oh, that's really weird." It's
yeah.
Well, we could take a look.
Just kind of like a slight, again, just to kind of follow that whole theme, right? Of like a little cornice edge. I guess, are those structural beams part of the building? Could those get pushed in? Would that be weird?
At the top, maybe. We did do like 20 different studies and 20 different options on this one. So we pushed these things around. And I think we got to a good point, but we could certainly look at them a little bit more.
Well, again, I am not an architect. I'm an architectural historian, but I'm not an architect. So that was just one of the things that was just sticking out for me. But aside from that, I think I've already made my comments and overall agree with the conditions and recommendations that have been made otherwise. So those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Lorna.
Thank you.
Jay, I think you can stop sharing the screen at this point. Okay. Well, Jay, for the sake of consensus building, I would just like to say that having read the staff report, I tend to agree with all of the findings in the staff report, including the conditions reviewed by the DRB and the additional conditions provided by the DRB and their general comments. And I do also agree with Catherine's comments about sort of the frontage on Brand, where the park is, with the name of the building and that overhang. I feel like that is a bit distracting. It kind of pulls away from the two buildings on the sides, or two historic resources on the sides. So I wouldn't mind if there was a consideration in there for either minimizing those or removing those. I actually had a note early on, a question of where the name Lucia came from. Is it very specific to this project, or could a name certainly not? Oh, it was their parents. Okay.
Yeah.
So then we'll go with that. Okay, then we'll leave it with that. But maybe we could minimize that or push it to the back more, so that we can at least experience the buildings more. It's hard to tell in renderings, but it does feel like that's a bit up in front in your face. Maybe some of that could be moved to the back. But so from a consensus building standpoint, that's all my comments are at this point. Do you don't need us to, do you need to read them back to us? Do you feel like you've taken good notes? I know we're not really making any motions. So what do you think we need to do from this point? If I can, I've concluded my comments.
I've taken good notes. We do not need to build consensus. The only thing that would be useful to have consensus on is whether, and maybe we do a straw poll, because some people are not supportive of the project as proposed at the scale, mass, and size, location, whatever. And I'm not sure where you came in on that, Vice Chair. So that would be one.
I'm okay with the size, and I'm okay with the size and math.
Am I correct that Lorna, Mike, and Kathy believe that this project is too big, too tall, all of those things that we'll convey to council?
I think that's
it's
fair.
not. Yeah, I think that's right. But it's important that it's not just a general claim about, oh, it's too big. Its size is an impact on the historic resource, as is the demolition of the parking garage. Just for clarification.
And Mike and Lorna agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Mike, I assume sounded like you did before. Okay, so that makes that part clear. Everything else will be, we can phrase it as conditions or considerations. It doesn't matter. The council will hear this. We haven't figured out how finely grained this will be. It may not be like Commissioner so-and-so said this and that, since it does seem there was primarily consensus on several points. And then it sounds like we have a 3-to-1 vote on whether the garage itself is a part of the historic resource.
That sounds about right.
JJ, sorry to interrupt, and I know it's late. I would like to suggest, if there is consensus, that we specify a condition to eliminate or substantially pull back the shade structure at the front of the property, not make.
Yeah, that's already, I've already heard that. That's part
really,
of it.
Really well, Chris. Okay. But you're but I mean, the DRB, from what I understood, had additional conditions. I would like this to be an additional condition.
Yeah, no, it's going to be.
If others are willing. Okay, great. Okay,
I'm sorry. Could you please repeat that condition? You're getting a little brainy for me to hear.
If you want, I'll repeat back what I expect that I'll be writing. It's like eliminate or minimize the Lucia Park sign, overhang, and shade structure at the front of the building. I'm sorry, at the front of the plaza facing Brand.
Okay.
I would say eliminate or substantially push back. So
part of the issue there is there's a little stairway bulkhead that has to be there coming up from the garage. So they want to do something to integrate that into the design. There's an infinite number of ways they can do that without it being as overwhelming as what we're hearing you say.
Yeah.
It is proposed. So, I can write a condition that I think will reflect everything that you have said and give them some design direction if council takes it up.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I don't have a problem with its location.
Okay.
So we don't need to take a vote. I think I've heard everything. And thank you for the first 4-hour item in my history with the designer, with the HPC. So.
Although I think South Glendale that whole thing was a really long meeting too. I think that was a pretty long item. But anyway, all of our friends on the screen who are not commissioners that we see, thank you very much for your time and your attention this evening.
Yes,
I will say this, I'm glad I'm not on the city council for this one. Good luck to you all, and thank you for your time this evening. Jay, are we ready to move on to the next item?
Thank you.
Yes, Casey is going to present the next 2 items at record speed.
At record speed, indeed. Should I read them in
Make
first?
sure that our applicants hear us. Mary and Christian, are you guys still there?
Yes, we are.
Okay, let me just really quick announce that we are moving on to item 8B, 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue, Glendale Register nomination and Mills Act application, PMA 2200561. Project description is 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue, Glendale Register nomination and Mills Act application. Take it away, Casey.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Perfect. This is the Glendale Register of Historic Resources nomination and Mills Act application presentation for 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue with recommended name, the Robert and Florence Dick House. (1639) Santa Barbara Avenue is located in the Verdugo Woodlands neighborhood of the city, south of Oakmont Country Club, just west of Kenyatta Boulevard. The 2,277 square foot residence sites on a 7,234 square foot rectangular lot on the north side of Santa Barbara Ave. Santa Barbara Ave is a wide street with no sidewalks and mature street trees, which create a generous canopy over the street and buildings. 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue is a one-story Spanish colonial revival style residence constructed in 1936, early in the career of master movie theater architect S. Charles Lee. The residence is clad in stucco with a cross gable roof, clad in one-piece clay tiles. The primary facade is asymmetrical with a bold entrance turret with conical roof to the west, which includes a curved wood entrance door and curved entrance steps. Windows along the primary facade include multi-pane casement windows and two distinctive porthole windows near the center covered with non-original window grills. At the eastern end of the primary facade, there is a parabolic arched opening that leads to an internal passage allowing access to the courtyard through a corresponding arch at the opposite end. The arches were infilled with wood doors with side lights at an unknown date. The interior of the passageway has interesting wall and floor tiling, a detail included presumably by the original owner who worked in the tile industry as an importer and manufacturer. Near the center of the building is an open courtyard accessed through the passageway or from a wood gate to the north. The central courtyard is paved with bricks and double-weaved basket pattern, and a shed roof extends from the building to the north. The shed roof is supported by square wood posts set in low brick piers that has exposed beams below. At the west end of the courtyard, decorative stairs lead to multiple wood French doors with exterior wood screens. A decorative tile fountain is located at the north end of the courtyard, surrounded by landscaping and trees. Some of the tiles in the fountain are missing or damaged, and it's unclear if the fountain had an original water feature. A driveway leads from the street along the west facade, and the east facade closely abuts the property to the east. Fenestration on these facades include multi-pane wood casement windows and 1/1 wood double-hung windows. An additional entrance with wood doors located near the center of the west facade, which is accessed by brick and ceramic tile steps, which replaced the original at an unknown date. There is a detached garage in the northwest corner of the lot. The garage has a square footprint with stucco cladding and clay tile coping. A non-original metal garage door is located on the west facade with a non-original horizontal wood surround. The residence was designed by master architect S. Charles Lee. Lee became a well-known and prolific movie theater designer in Los Angeles in the early and mid 20th century, designing or remodeling over 400 theaters in his career, including the 1940 redesign of Alex Theater on Brand. Lee designed several large-scale single and multifamily residences throughout Los Angeles County, and a detailed biography of his life and work is included in the nomination application provided as attachment A in the staff report. Photographs here of S. Charles Lee, the Alex Theater, and the Tower Theater, which he designed in 1925 and put him on the map. Lee became known for his flamboyant, opulent designs of theaters, beginning at the marquees and moving from the elaborate front facades to lobbies and theaters themselves. Photographs here are of the Los Angeles Theater front facade, the interior lobby of the Los Angeles Theater, and the Academy Theater in Inglewood. 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue is an excellent example of a modest Spanish colonial revival style architecture, which conveys distinguishing elements and planning features not commonly found on the tile. S. Charles Lee impacted the aesthetics of movie theater design with his theory of the show starts on the sidewalk, and the property at 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue, though modest in comparison to Lee's theater work, incorporates details on the primary facade that create intrigue from the public right-of-way. The porthole windows turret entrance with curved wood door and conical roof. An eastern passageway set this building apart from a classic colonial revival style building and make it a distinctive example within the city. The property is an excellent and intact example of the style in Glendale, retains a high level of integrity, design, materials, and workmanship, and retains many character-defining features of its style. With this, staff finds the property eligible for listing in the Glendale Register under Criterion 3, and we do have 5 Mills Act condition recommendations. Seems like a lot, but they're pretty mired. Remove the metal grills at the porthole windows on the front facade. Remove the metal work in the front window at the recessed portion of the front facade adjacent to the driveway. Repair the tile fountain in the courtyard, including the deteriorated tiles, and if it's determined to have been operable, return it to so. And then replace the garage door with a new wood door to recall the doors depicted on S. Charles Lee's blueprints, and remove the horizontal siding and repair the stucco beneath as needed. Am I available for questions?
Thank you, Casey, for that report. I want to point out one thing that I think should be noted about the grills on the front porthole windows. And I was presented with the property owners have the original blueprints from the house, and I don't know. Did the other commissioners? Did you visit the property?
Every
okay.
Did. They all came.
Okay. So I just want to say that the porthole grill, the grills over the portals do appear on the original blueprints. I want to put that out there now as we're discussing everything, so that it sort of amends your staff report in a way. Just so we all know, moving forward, we did see those on the original blueprints. Just the grills around the portals, not the window box grills, just the little round ones. Okay. Do we have, Catherine, do you have any question, another question or comment for the?
Yeah, I had a question. The staff report notes a gate that has been installed that is considered inappropriate for the shape. I think it's a flat topped gate in an arch. Casey, did you decide not to have a condition about replacing it? And Jay?
Are you confusing that with Grandview? They have art.
No. I think we may have forgotten. It's the gate over the parabolic arch facing the street. And I think it was our intention to have a condition, so thank you very much. We may have missed that.
The one that's on the passageway, that gate?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I thought it was the other one.
Well,
the driveway gate?
Casey, could you please bring up the front photo again?
So Mary, I'm going to remind you that at this point, we don't have the public comment open.
Shoot, sorry, didn't know that.
That's okay. If you don't mind me, just mute.
Let's mute ourselves.
And then we'll invite you guys to chat in just a second.
Pardon me.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay.
Happens all the time. Okay, so yeah, let's figure out what we're talking about here, guys. Catherine, looking at this picture, Catherine, is it something to the right or to the left? Where is it?
Is it here?
There it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
this one. Okay. Yes, got it.
We meant
Where it doesn't quite.
Yeah, it's
You meant to include that as a condition.
That's the one.
Catherine, you froze up there for a second.
Oh,
so
it's funny because there's another arch on the other side of the property that has a gate. That's the one that's described as being inappropriate because it doesn't fit the arch. Am I misremembering this?
You might be. What is it? What is the arch over?
There are only two parabolic arches.
It's not.
Is it this?
Sorry, I'm gonna.
Oh.
Oh, an iron gate was installed at the front arch that's what you're talking about. More recently, the gate does not fall. It's the front arch. There's also an arch at the side, I think, that you walk through that's on the other side of the entrance. Okay. So which one were you talking about?
The parabolic one.
Okay, so the one at the
front on the
infill
right side.
This one.
passageway. Okay.
So that.
So while we're on this photo,
Yes.
Unless do the drawings, and we'll look closely at the blueprints. Usually, these don't feel right shape-wise for the round windows. So we can look carefully at the blueprints. Just because something's on a blueprint doesn't mean it's real, because if you remember, or maybe you didn't notice, there were 3 porthole windows proposed on the blueprint, but the left-hand one was turned into a regular kind of window. And that's the kind of thing that happens after a design and someone says,
yes.
"Oh, more light in this room." So.
Yes. Catherine?
Yeah, so I noticed that they were on the blueprint too, but they're a very standard, I don't know what to call it, but it's a very, very simple grill.
Usually it's just a cross shape, probably.
They would have seen, yeah, it's a cross. But I did have a question about the grills. And this is first, I saw them at a distance. I didn't think about it at the time. We know that S. Charles Lee was a very whimsical and extravagant designer. Is there any chance that he had whimsical and extravagant designs for the grill?
It's possible. I would think that a man of his caliber would do a grill that related to the round shape of the porthole window somehow. Now, a simple vertical and horizontal cross.
What did he know?
Yeah. Who knows? So, my sense was that these were a later addition. If you disagree, we can.
Really?
No, I looked at the blueprints too, and I do believe the grills are exactly as depicted on the blueprints.
Okay.
And I'm sure
there seems to be disagreement with that, but it's either way we can decide whether or not we think they're appropriate later. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions of Casey regarding the staff report? No. Okay, great. Well, at this time, Jay, go ahead. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I have a quick. Oh, who? Jay or me?
Go ahead, Lona.
No, I have a quick question too. And again, I didn't have a chance to reread the report today. I thought there was mention of the window boxes.
And there was mention of the window boxes.
And the ironwork, but I didn't see those show up as a condition. And so
yeah, I thought they were a condition on a. I remember those being something to come down to.
Casey, correct me, and maybe we can go to the photo. There's the 2 window boxes on the street. Don't look original, but they didn't look like egregious problems, and they looked like things that we see sometimes on properties, just reflecting change. The one we were focused on was the one on the driveway side. If you can go to that courtyard driveway side, Casey, on the left.
I don't know if we have a photo of that. Over here.
There we go.
There, yeah, on the far left.
That one that is much wider than the window opening and much taller than the opening. That one just clearly is wrong for that wall and that window. That was the one we were recommending removal.
So funny. When I walked the property, I thought that one looked more, at least older and kind of cooler than the ones in the front with the window boxes. And so this is all just crazy.
And you guys,
crazy the way we all reinterpret things or interpret things differently. I thought I saw a condition about the window boxes. Did this staff report change at all from when we saw it before we went to visit these houses, or is this the same one?
Better be.
I'm kind of genuinely asking, but
we didn't change them.
I think they just called out the awning and the window boxes as additions, but not as conditions that needed that make a big difference in terms of it. It's the qualities that would enable a Millsack contrast.
Yeah, we sometimes wait for you guys to be the heavy.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
No, all joking aside, we sometimes wait to see where you come in on something and kind of try to hit the more obvious things up front.
Okay. Any other questions of Casey or Jay? All right. With that, we will open the public hearing and welcome our homeowners to the discussion. Thank you for your patience. Extreme patience this evening.
I had them on text, so they need to come back.
Okay, good. Thank you for engaging with them. Welcome, folks.
Hi.
You have a couple of minutes here to give us your thoughts on what brought you here today and any other comments that you have.
Real quick, thank you so much for still being there.
Fortunately, we're all in our homes, so there's nowhere for us to go.
Not all.
We feel like small potatoes with a couple of portholes, and window boxing. Go ahead.
Well, we were scouting for houses. We had seen at least 100 of them over many, many, many weekends, and drove into the street. The house that we were going to look at had been sold already, and there was a man mowing the lawn. And we're looking, and there's this cute little house. And he says, come on in, folks. And we walked through the house. We're kind of quiet. I'm looking at Mary. She's looking at me as we're leaving. I had tears in my eyes. Please don't repeat this. And this is just my dream, a Spanish style house with a 600 square foot courtyard. That's another room, an outdoor living room, with the bougainvillea, and then the covered. If it's drizzling, you can sit there, have a glass of wine. I mean, the room's big. Every room, 2-3 doors. It flows. There's air. The French doors. I mean, it's my dream. So.
It was. He's telling you the story of when we found the house and we got out in the car and we had this after 100 houses, literally. We have all the questions. We're looking for this. We're looking for that. And we were completely silent when we saw this house. And we got in the car and I looked at him and I said, that's a house, isn't it? And he goes, yeah, it is. And I said, we can't afford it. He said, no, we can't. I said, so we have to chase it, don't we? And he said, yeah, we do. And we won. So, and we're staying. As long as, nature will have us here, we're staying.
Yes, very good.
And we're so happy that everybody came. Y'all came and you saw it, and it was nice to be around like-minded people who want to preserve homes. And that's because that's the main reason we want this. Is it would break our hearts if someone tore it up and changed it. And we've done everything as you can see as you're going through the house, where you do as much as you can as you go along, and are very open to most of the things that are on here. And we lovely. Is this the time where we would tell you what we think about?
I was going to say, if there's anything specifically in the staff report already, we are going to deliberate a little bit more after this, and I can give you an opportunity to speak after that point too. But if there's anything already that you have concern about in the staff report, now's a good time to mention that, yes.
Okay. A couple of questions, but also something we wanted to say regarding the porthole grills.
Yeah.
We think they're lovely, and we would really respectfully like to have some further examination to see if they seem to be of the period. We have seen that there was an intent for there to be a metal porthole cover, the wrought iron on the blueprints. I think it's on sheet 3, and that and we completely accept that the gate that is on the passageway, the parabolic arch, should not be there, and we're fine with removing it. If that was going to be a condition, it sounded like it was a condition and was supposed to be in there. We're completely fine with that, because I hadn't paid much attention to the fact that it actually doesn't fit the same shape, and you can tell that there's a difference in the type of wrought iron, that it was much more factory created. But the portals feel very special to us, so we would love it if y'all would consider those staying, or if you would like to look at them again and advise us, because we feel like it's a different level of artistry than the gate and the window boxes. And the one that is on the driveway that's in the picture that is down here, we'll remove the front of the window at the recessed portion of the front facade. We're fine with that.
No issue.
Yeah, that we accept that as a fine idea.
Of course.
Right.
I wanted to skip to number 4 for a second and just to clarify, with replacing the garage door, we were looking at the blueprints and they are 2 separate wooden doors. Is that what the intent was to go back to replicate that wooden door, or is there such a thing as a modern door that would have that feel of it? Because we don't need an automatic, garage door opener. That's not what we need. We don't use it as a garage because the driveway is so slender. But we just didn't know if
you were
Yeah,
considering.
we'll give you some clarity on that.
Yeah, so if you could clarify that.
The original design had 4 doors that opened, and
Yeah.
I think to have those custom made and reinstalled would be quite an effort. So maybe there's an alternate that gives us the feel of the 1920s that would satisfy the needs, of
But we didn't know if that was impossible because they didn't probably have, that would probably have been a giant door for that time.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
And that takes us to number 5, like removing the horizontal wood siding at the garage surround and repair underlying stucco is required, not a problem.
We can do that, no problem.
Yeah, not a problem. And we know that the door on the garage is ugly. We just don't know.
Yes.
What you need to fix it.
We know you would not notice it, to be honest.
Okay.
And the other thing, the tile fountain in the courtyard, I know that when Casey and Jay came by, we hadn't figured out enough what we wanted to say about it. It's possible that we weren't clear enough about the fountain. We might have been, but who knows? That Christian should probably tell you a little of the story of us trying to get this thing to work. Because when we found the fountain underneath the bougainvillea, which had burned all the way to the ground, as a romantic person, I wanted to bring this thing back to life. And I foisted that on you for some time. And like the lion in the middle of it does not have a hole in it. And we found there is no plumbing in the walls. And there is no drain in the basin. So we tried to come up with other things. And what did you do?
Yeah, I mean, we put the pump in and, had the water spray up and it sounded lovely. And there was a gigantic mess with all the leaves falling in and all the debris. And it was icky and yucky. And the animals came at night. And it was just a disaster. The water was staining the tiles, which are really hard to clean. And so we also had our plumbers who replaced all the horizontal and vertical lines, water lines in the house, look underneath, in that area, and they said there has never ever been any plumbing done, no water pipes or anything. So there was never a functioning fountain, and it does not appear on the original drawings, the S. Charles Lee drawings. So we were guessing it might have been an afterthought by the Mr. and Mrs. Stick family because they had access to gorgeous tiles, and they said, hey, this would be a beautiful thing to look at when you're sitting there at night having a little glass of wine, and the tiles are spectacular, and we're absolutely in favor of trying to see if we can have them, remade and finish the front.
Finish the basin.
Yeah, we did the vertical on the wall. That's been restored many years ago. So I'm very happy with that. It looks very clean and it totally fits and matches. The bottom part is a little bit more difficult. We have one company that could possibly match, but I would be happy if any of you have some Malibu tile really specialists that can really replicate the old flavor of those.
Yeah, when in the basin of the fountain, when Christian did we put water in it, and we had a little thing that the water sprayed up. It is not watertight.
That's okay.
In an effort to move things forward, we wrote the condition just to investigate whether it was ever operational. If you guys have figured out it wasn't, we can work with you to restore the tile around it, make it look beautiful, and we'll be good. So
great. I did. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Okay, guys. Any other comments, homeowners? No? Okay. Thank you for that. Do we have any callers?
Yeah, we have. Let me just check a note here. Yeah, there are no callers.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Don't take that personally. There's rarely callers.
It's a good thing.
With that, I will close the public hearing. And commissioners, any thoughts?
Thank you so much. We're going to sign off then. Yeah, is that for sure?
You can just why don't you stay there, but not
to commute.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
So I'm happy to start, and
Thank you, Lorna.
yeah, of course, I can say that I can definitely support this nomination. I appreciate your enthusiasm and love for the home, and thank you for bringing this nomination forward. You are obviously excellent stewards. I have to admit, I don't want to, you know, lengthen this any longer than we all want to be here, but your story of finding your home is very similar to how I found mine. So it's really interesting to hear someone else with a similar story. So the home is obviously a very good example of a modest home in this style. And I think we've already, you know, that passageway is so interesting. I have never seen anything like it. I don't know, Jay or Chris, have you guys ever seen anything like that before? No.
No, and it's cool. It used to be an exterior. It used to be open to the air. So.
Right, and hard to understand exactly what the purpose was, but.
There's a preservationist in town who calls those arches donkey arches because you could be riding a donkey and fit through the parabolic arch with the donkey carrying its saddlebags and stuff, but we don't have time for this.
I think I learned that at the Adamson house. So in any case, so we've pretty much gone through the conditions, but I think for condition number 1, if those match what's on, and I did look at them. They do look like they're very fine and probably were of the period, because you don't see that kind of fine metal work anymore these days, you know, unlike the very heavy wrought iron work that's on the parabolic arch to the east. So I'm fine with leaving those as is. Condition number 2, the metal work at the front of the window at the resource portion, I'm good with that. I think I agree that I'd like to see the tiles on the fountain repaired to the extent possible. You know, it's not going to be an exact match. There's no way you're going to get an exact match, but it would be very nice to have the full fountain intact. And I don't think it needs to be functioning as a water feature. I think you've determined that it doesn't have any plumbing, and that's okay. In terms of the garage door, I think we would be fine with a single wood door that, you know, recalls if there were any designs maybe on the original drawings, maybe something similar to just harken back to what's on the original plans. I know when we discussed the wood siding around the garage, there were some concerns that it might be very difficult to remove and that might become a big project, but it sounds like you've looked at that, and I think I heard you say you're okay with that. You can just nod if you are. Okay, good. And then I'd like to add the condition to replace the gate over the parabolic arch with something that fits within the parabolic arch. And I don't know how difficult it's going to be to get, you know, something that's shaped that way, but even if you wanted something, and you can probably work with staff, that goes like just straight across the top at some point that makes sense. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but we did talk a little bit about the homeowner's desire to have some security at that entrance.
We'll open the public hearing again. We'll open the public hearing again in a minute. Homeowners, give me a second.
I wanted to,
Catherine.
It was my impression that the owners were willing to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So they're nodding yes. Apparently,
so
there's been some
I would
consideration
say,
afterwards.
Lorna, make the condition remove or replace with something more appropriate.
Yeah, it's an either or.
You don't want to force them to replace it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Remove or replace. I don't know how you all feel about the window boxes.
I personally was underwhelmed by them. They didn't feel necessarily appropriate, and if I remember correctly, it didn't seem like they were really being utilized. I don't think there was a lot of like plant growth in them. They were just kind of boxes sitting there. And it sounds like in our conversations, it sounded like they didn't seem like they would be totally opposed to removing them.
That's fine. I think it's sort of like when we have shutters added or taken off, we sort of want to see them or don't want to see them. So if they were not on the original plans, I'd prefer to have them removed as well. Thank you, Chris.
Same here.
Hey, I think those are my comments.
Thank you, Lorna. Mike?
I think her comments are my comments. I just want to say they're a lovely couple. I mean, they were just, I had the best time at their place. And that house is such a, it's so interesting in that little room that where they've got the piano and everything else is just, it's just a fascinating little house, and I said when I was there, that house found them. And I'm so happy it did because they are going to be the best stewards and have been the best stewards there at all. So I really don't have anything to add because Commissioner Vartanian has done it all for me again. So all I can say is I thoroughly support you and the house and everything else, and we'll go from there. On to Kathy or
Kathy, your turn.
Thanks. Yes, it is a wonderful house, and as a huge fan of S. Charles Lee's architecture and knowing his importance as an architect in Southern California, I mean, I think it's the importance of this just goes beyond the Glendale Register. Like, it is a really interesting contribution to the story of his career arc, having designed this when he was 26 years old and just before getting that first important theater commission with H.L. Gumbiner to do the Tower Theater. I did want to, and also it's wonderful to see owners who've had the building for a long time apply for the Glendale Register because, and it was just so clear from talking to you that this is about preserving the property and not so much about the property tax benefit, which will be much lower for you than it is because your property taxes are much lower, right? But it will be significant, if and when the property moves on to other hands. But I did want to say that if you don't want to do the work that we have established as conditions, you can apply for the Glendale Register for free, and you do not need to get a Mills Act contract if you don't think it's beneficial to you. The house, at being on the Glendale Register, would be eligible for a Mills Act, but that could be something that would be worked out with future owners. So it's just something to keep in mind. For example, like if you want to, dig down and keep those portal grills, you wouldn't have to change the Mills Act. For the Register, it might be Mills Act condition. Okay, so going through regarding the garage door and the surround, I can't imagine that we mean anything besides finding a large garage door that would be appropriate for this house. We have actually another Glendale Register property that's coming up after this. They're in the same situation. They have one garage door. But you could see that it was originally two garages because it has the place where the post was. Two garage doors. There's no consideration, unless I'm very much going to be surprised by my fellow commissioners, that would have to be restored or in any way designed so that the garage door mimicked that feeling. So I think it's just one door that would be more appropriate. I think so. What I would urge, and you can work this into the condition, is if closer analysis by staff, you believe that there's a case that can be made for the grills over the portholes as possibly part of S. Charles Lee fanciful, exuberant design, then I think we should eliminate that condition. However, if it seems obvious that they are not part of it upon closer examination, then I do think that they should be either removed or replaced with the simpler cross design that's in the blueprint. And then I will say the window boxes. I did not feel that those were impediments to the historic character of the property. If you want to remove, but I agree that they did not seem like they were, flourishing window boxes because you have so many other opportunities to just demonstrate your green thumbs. So it would be better for communicating the historic character of the property to remove the window boxes, to remove the awning as well, although I won't suggest it as a condition because it's reversible. But the other thing really to do is to remove the vine, because the vines aren't good for stucco. And so it's not good for the building on the front. It's not a condition, but it's something for you to think about as stewards of the house. So yes, that's all I'll say.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. So I have a question actually about a distinction between the window boxes, which have an iron frame that they're sitting in, and the portal covers. You don't seem to have an issue with the iron frame. I'm speaking directly to you, Kathy, sorry, because you just happened to speak about it. You don't seem to have an issue with the window boxes and the iron frame or aluminum boxes, but you are a little bit more concerned about the ones over the portals. What is the difference between the two in your mind?
The difference is the prominence of the ones over the portal, and the fact that those portal windows are characteristic features of properties, in this era, and there is a particular kind of grill, as Jay suggested, that is appropriate for them. So it's the dissonance between the expectation for the covering and what you see. If it could be, you could never establish that it was original necessarily, but if it could be suggested that it actually could be original, then, that would be a character defining feature. It would be quirky and part of the property. But the window boxes they're so innocuous that they just didn't draw the same attention to themselves.
Okay, thank you. I think that Lorna, in your list of conditions, you removed the condition of removing the grills over the portals. Is that correct? I think you're muted, dear. Lauren, I think you're muted.
Yes, I did look at the blueprints and I did look at the grills, and I do believe they follow the grills that are on the blueprints. And again, it did appear to me that the refinement and the way that the metalwork was done, it looked early to me. So I don't really have a problem with them, even if they came at a later early date, because they really are very fine, and I don't have a problem with them on the portholes. Grills do appear on the blueprints, and they're not flourishing elaborate grills.
Okay, thank you. Catherine also kind of stole one of the comments, not you didn't steal it, but you made a comment that I also thought was really great. It's important that I think the public hear that our homeowners have understood now, based on conversations with others, that they're probably not going to see a huge tax savings with this Mills Act, that they're doing it really truly for the love of the property. And I think it's important for the public to know that, because sometimes they think that our Mills Act candidates are all just after saving a buck. So that you guys understand that it's not about the money for you guys, it's about really saving this resource, and we appreciate that. I want to open the public hearing really quickly because I want to make sure you guys understood what Catherine was saying about the difference between being a registered, just being simply historically registered versus having a Mills Act contract. Did you understand the difference of what she was explaining there?
Yeah, I did not know that was possible. It sounds like you could, if we decided that these conditions were not what we wanted to do for the Mills Act contract, we could still put it on the Glendale Historical Register, and that would be something that a future person could apply for. Does that sound about right?
Yes. So the conditions that we're discussing are associated simply with the Mills Act contract that would provide the tax benefit and all of that.
Right.
Being set up as a historic registered property doesn't require there to be for you to meet any conditions. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
And if we were a historical register property, there wouldn't be the plaque on the building, but we would be in a register. Right?
You could get a plaque.
You can have the plaque.
Cool.
We condition you being on the Glendale Register because you have to get a plaque.
So I guess, Jay, sorry, go ahead. Mary, were you going to say something else?
We wanted to quickly say we're fine with the window boxes going. We're fine with the door, the parabolic gate going. And Lauren, I had spoken about being worried about security, and we have talked about it since then, and I think we've addressed it, and I think we will feel okay.
Yeah, we're not worried about it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So
It's Glendale after all. It's very safe.
Just so everyone understands, conditions only apply if we do the Mills Act. If you choose not to do the Mills Act, you don't have to do any of these conditions, but if you choose to, based on what you've heard today, great. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I'm good. So thank you so much
Okay.
for staying so late and having such a wonderful attitude toward this little house that the young genius pulled out of his wisdom.
Yeah. So quick question: if we are going to say yes to this, if you offer it to us, and who would be the source for things like we're doing the garage? Will this be what it would look like?
So that'll be Casey and Jay, and all of those questions will get answered later once we get through the rest of the process.
We will let you go.
So don't you worry about that.
Vote.
Yes, so we're going to close the public hearing. And just really quickly, Jay, just so I'm clear, if we make a recommendation to council that we think that this house should be put on the register and be granted a Mills Act contract, and council then approves it, they still have the opportunity to decide how far they want to go with this, right? If they want just the register or both.
Before we go to council, they'll need to decide whether they want the Mills Act or not. If they don't, we just go to council with the Glendale Register. A future owner or even Christian and Mary in the future could come back and say, oh, we have come to think of it, we want the Mills Act. We'll always have to come back to you guys again. Well, actually, if they came back, which is unlikely, we wouldn't have to go back, but any new owner would have to come back to you.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like they're on board with the conditions, and so it's not a big deal. But again, guys, so you can hear us, is only if you decide that you don't want to participate in the conditions, if there's anything that we've said that is beyond what you want, you could still just go for the historic designation itself. Okay, I'll open it up again, Mary. Go ahead. You have a question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mary.
I know you're getting ready to vote. Are we voting that it's okay to remove the metal grills on the portholes? Is that staying in there, or is it going away?
That's what we're just about to go through. We're going to do a vote, but I'm going to clarify with Jay what the things are. The conditions are. Closing the public hearing. Jay, so do you want to review our conditions really quickly?
Well, I'd like Casey.
We don't have a motion, actually.
She's ready to.
Could I make a, can I ask?
Lorna, go ahead.
Sorry, Jay, and I don't know if this is appropriate for this discussion right now, or I just want to ask the question because I know we've always said that when we're listing a property, we typically like to give the registered designation and the Mills Act. We don't typically
up to the owner. We've had a number of properties come in for just Glendale Register without the Mills Act.
Casa Verdugo being one.
You can't go the other way. You can't just do the Mills Act, but you can just do the register.
Okay, I understand that, but I thought, so do we have a number of properties on the register right now that don't have a mill? I mean, of course we have some, but.
Almost
Casa Verdugo
at this point, but for example, the Toll House came in a couple of years ago. It had been on the register forever and only recently got the Mills Act.
Right.
Casa Verdugo was given historic designation without a Mills Act.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jay. I thought that at least since you've been here, or at least since I've been on the commission, that's always been sort of the way we've been presenting it. And I have no problem with people not getting a Mills Act. I just feel from my recollection that we've always stated that
it's very rare, but
98% of the time we do both. So.
Okay, so Casey, would you read back the conditions as you've heard them? So we can see if we have consensus. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to eliminate the first condition of removing the grills, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I actually wanted, so what I had suggested was that there be further.
I think you've been overridden. No, respectfully, I think you've been overridden. Okay, so number one, we're removing that. Number two.
All right. 2, we are removing the metalwork in front of the window at the recessed portion of the front facade adjacent to the driveway.
Keeping that one in, thank you.
We're going to repair the tile fountain in the courtyard, including replacing replacing the missing or severely deteriorated tiles, but we are not returning it to any water function because there is no water function.
Right.
Agree.
We are going to replace the garage door with a architecturally and period compatible garage door, but just one, not 2 different doors.
Thank you.
We'll base it on the design we see on the drawings, which brings us closer to and it's pretty simple design. So
good. Thank you.
We are going to remove the horizontal wood siding at the garage, surround and repair the underlying stucco.
Great.
And we are adding the condition to remove the window boxes and metal frames on the front facade.
The parabolic arch
Also the
gate.
gate.
And we are adding another condition of removing the gate at the parabolic arch.
Great. Okay. Do I have a motion?
We said remove or replace, right?
Oh, if you want to put remove or, okay, so let's talk about that for a second. If we put remove or replace, that, Jay, that condition would ride forever with anybody, new owner, everybody. If they decided they wanted to replace it, that they would have the opportunity to do that too, right?
So if we're going to ask you for a timeline for all of these conditions like we always do, and if ownership transferred, the new owner would be obligated to fulfill the timeline, but I don't see that happening. Mary and Christian seem settled there. So yeah, so
I'm specifically talking about the gate in front of the parabolic arch. There was a question of whether we could say remove it or replace it in the future. How long would the or replace it in the future last? Could we say there's a 3-year timeline on that? Or what do you think? I would prefer it to just say remove it and not leave anything open-ended. But it sounds like they were okay with that anyway.
If we're doing a timeline, we should give the timeline for the removal and the replacement. Obviously, they could pull it off faster if they felt like it. So
yeah, okay, great. So timelines for each, guys. What, I mean, I think considering all of them, the garage door is kind of the hardest, but for everything not related to the garage, how is...
I think sourcing...
Okay, so any...
Yeah,
the
sorry.
tile's going to be hard. Yeah, I was going to say any of the ironwork stuff maybe is quick, but the tile is going to be hard and the garage is going to be hard, right?
Yeah.
if I
So
can,
maybe the ironwork. Go ahead, Jay.
if I can make a recommendation just based on previous condition timelines,
Yes.
with this amount of work and the garage door has some expense associated with it, I'd say 2 years for all of the work is kind of easier for us to keep track of. And
Okay.
I can agree with that.
Okay. So all those conditions with a 2-year timeline. Do I have a motion, please?
I'm happy to move.
Yay.
I move that the Historic Preservation Commission recommend to the City Council that the property at 1639 Santa Barbara Avenue to be called the Robert and Florence Dick House be listed on the Glendale Register of Historic Resources based on the findings identified in the staff determination and according to the conditions that were agreed upon and are being kept by city staff. I also move that staff suggest that the Historic Preservation Commission, I also move that the Historic Preservation Commission recommend that the City Council authorize the city manager to enter into a Mills Act contract with the property owners for property tax savings with the conditions noted above.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Roll call, please.
that was a second from Mike.
Yeah.
Michael.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Yurka,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Botanian,
Yes.
Commissioner Crignati.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations, homeowners. Thank you very much. We'll see you at City Council.
Congratulations.
Well, we won't see you at City Council, but City Council will see you at City Council. Thank you again for your time and thank you for your patience tonight, you guys.
Thank you.
Take
you
care.
all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much.
You too. Yeah. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much.
Moving on.
All right. Thank you.
Item 8C,
Oh my God, they have another one.
1559 Grandview Avenue. Glendale Register nomination and Mills Act application PMA 2200560. Project description 1559 Grandview Avenue, Glendale Register nomination and Mills Act application. You're on, Casey.
If I could just please jump in real quick. The item about Grayson is a really long PowerPoint. Most of them have dropped off the meeting, but they may be coming back. So if you could just bear that in mind, because that
boy, we're not even close to done. Okay.
That may be time sensitive. So
okay.
I'm waiting to hear from them because I don't see most of them with us. So the faster we
like,
go,
we're out of here. Okay, you're on, Casey.
All right. This is the Glendale Register of Historic Resources nomination and Mills Act application presentation for 1559 Grandview Avenue. The property is located on a triangular lot at the corner of Grandview Avenue and Sonora Avenue and Bel Air Drive, near the center of the city, southwest of the base of the Verdugo Mountains. It encompasses 2 lots totaling 11,156 square feet, and the residence measures 3,078 square feet. 1559 Grandview Avenue is a 2-story Spanish colonial revival style building constructed in 1926 and is clad in stucco with a cross gable roof clad in 2-piece clay tiles. It has a complex massing and an asymmetrical primary facade. The primary facade faces east towards Grandview Avenue and has a deeply recessed arched canted entrance surround with an arched wood panel door. Non-original tiles were added to the face of the opening sometime between 2018 and 2020, as well as simple wrought iron gates added at an unknown date. A bold taper chimney is north of the entrance, and distinguishable T-shaped attic vents can be seen high in the gables throughout the residence and the garage. The residence has varying window types, including multi-light wood casement windows, arched and square picture windows, and detailed leaded window on the west facade. All are also recessed. There is also an additional entrance with wood French doors and wide side lights at the west facade. On the south facade, one of the large picture windows is covered with a detailed wrought iron window grille, a detail found on one other smaller window on the west facade. A garage is located to the south of the residence, accessed from Grandview Avenue, and is connected to the residence with a covered breezeway. The walkway of the breezeway is clad in terracotta tiles, and the stairs leading to the garage are curved and inset into the walkway to accommodate the slight southern slope of the lot. The property is located in tract number 6165, recorded in 1923 with 86 lots, mostly infilled by the 1930s. 1559 Grandview Avenue is a classic and excellent example of a Spanish colonial residence was constructed on spec by Ridenauer Brothers, Inc., a general contracted firm located at 230 North Brand Boulevard. The firm worked on a mix of commercial and residential projects, constructing several speculation homes in Glendale, including 1220 Cortez Drive, which is Glendale Register number 81, 1210 Cortez Drive, which is no longer extant, and 2455 Chevy Chase Drive. The firm also worked on the Garden of Allah Hotel for hotelier Alla Nazimova. Though the firm appears to have worked on projects of various sizes and types, there was no information found to suggest that they were significant in the history of construction, building, or design. This is the original Los Angeles Times advertising promoting the sale of the residence, which can be seen on the right-hand screen here. It's kind of cool. 1559 Grandview Avenue has seen very few alterations over the years, including the replacement of the original garage door, the addition of tiles around the entrance surround, the addition of wrought iron gates and awnings, and the replacement of some casement windows at the southern portion of the building on the east and west facades. Most of these alterations are compatible with the style or are reversible and do not deter from the building's integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. 1559 Grandview Avenue is a classic and excellent example of a Spanish colonial revival style residence located in a prominent lot which responds to its site in massing and scale. The lot is narrower to the north, and the building responds with a 1-story simple massing, which rises to 2 stories with more complexity as the lot opens up towards the south. The building has simple, elegant details, including the T-shaped attic vents, canted recessed surrounds on the entrance and windows, triplets of arched picture windows, and complex massing, giving the large-scale building a well-designed and classic aesthetic. With this, staff finds the property eligible for listing in the Glendale Register under Criterion 3. We do have 2 Mills Act condition recommendations. Recommend to remove the non-original tile surround at the front entrance and restore with simple stucco surround with painted detailing that is seen in photographs taken before the tile was added. And then remove the 2 non-original pedestals at the front walkway, which can be seen in the picture, but are right by those front stairs at the walkway. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Casey. I have a couple of questions. The non-original pedestals at the front entry walkway, is it staff's position that those are attached to the ground?
They're movable.
Okay.
They came with the residence when the current owner purchased it. They're just kind of placed on the walkway, but they are a little out of place with the style, so we did recommend just kind of taking them out.
Okay. All right. And then is there, I noticed that the garage door is, the material of the garage door is metal. Jay, is that something that, first of all, is that considered something that's reversible? Secondly, is that something that we should consider?
Jay stepped out, but
oh, you did.
The garage door being metal, it didn't seem to deter too much from the property. The darker color and such. I mean, it could be a condition that the commission
Okay.
puts
Well,
on.
we'll get into that later.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll get into that later.
but nothing
Thank you.
that we saw impacted it.
Okay, thank you, Casey. I would like to open the public hearing and welcome our homeowner. Thank you, sir, for your patience. Oh my goodness, it's almost 10 o'clock at night. Robert, I will not belabor this too long. Go for it. Knock yourself out. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. My wife is a teacher, and one of the, as all teachers are heroes these days, and she couldn't stay with us. So she's,
okay. Tell her sorry and thank her.
She might come back down, but I'm kind of on my own here.
Okay.
You'll be great.
So essentially, living in this house, purchasing this house, finding this house has been an unbelievable adventure for us. My wife and I, before we were married, our whole lives, we've been major fans of the Spanish colonial style. So esteemed commissioners, Historical Preservation Society, and city staff, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to tell you why I love my home and why I feel we should be here. It is, without a question, you walk into a house and somehow the owner bonds with the house, and we are completely like it was supposed to happen. And our family, unfortunately, has had some tragedies over the last 10 years. And now that my wife and I have 2 children, we finally found a place that we could call our home, as opposed to being a place to just hang our hat. So, moving to South Cumberland Heights, which we're very excited has now been passed as a historical district, has been nothing short of the realization of our dream, because for as long as we can remember, we've wanted to live in a Spanish colonial house, and Glendale is pretty much one of the only cities that you can find them in, So we happened to be driving in the neighborhood at one point, and we saw Kenneth Village and immediately fell in love with it, and decided once the house was possibly an opportunity for us to purchase, we were going to do everything we could to make it happen. And from the city officials that we've met that are incredible, like all of you people, to the neighbors, to the community at large, we couldn't be happier to be here. And we don't want to go anywhere. We're here for good. Thank you, good night. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. We're here. So one important point that we'd like to drive home is that we love the house as is. We have no interest in changing it. Any of the historical or stylistic features inherent in Spanish colonial revival design to this end. We've actually been going through and systematically changing out modern things that the last owner did that we don't know why she ever did, like the push button fixtures that are so charming, to the home, and original doorknobs that I found in a drawer that were these ornate, beautiful doorknobs that they replaced with horrible doorknobs you wouldn't even believe. And, just basically putting it the way we think it was supposed to be, in other words. And in our opinion, our house is, as you said, it's a wonderful example of the colonial revival style. And we just feel that it deserves, we just feel it deserves to be counted among the Glendale Mills Act distinguished homes because of what it's all about. So is it better that I wait till you give me the opportunity to, for you guys to do your thing, and then I could tell you the things that we're wondering about for the conditions, or should I go into that now?
Why don't you go ahead and just address those now?
Okay. So I made some notes here. So regarding the tile around the front door, clearly this is not original to the home. I found, I'm wondering if you can still hear me. It looks like my internet connection is coming in and out. Can you guys hear me clearly?
I think we've got you now. Yeah, it did get spotty for a second, but we hear you now.
Okay, so, we're aware that that was not original to the home. We've done a lot of research into Spanish colonial revival. As I said, we love it. But one of the, curb appeals of our house is driving up and seeing, this really pretty tile around the front of the house as opposed to nothing there. And what we found is that there are no photos that clearly show the tile never existed on the front door at some point. So I think that a final judgment can't really be conclusively determined. And because we really love the idea of tile around the door, as we've seen in many, many examples, driving around the city, looking through books and such, we proposed, like, what if we were to ask, you esteemed commissioners to possibly be open to the suggestion that we work with Jay and Casey and the Historical Preservation Society to select tile that would be more.
I'll get back here 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear what I just said? We were saying basically that, if we could work with Jay and Casey to select tile that would be more period specific and appropriate, we would love that, just because we found pictures, with like one picture that I was able to find somewhere that it wasn't in, it just looks so, aesthetically, it's just not the same, as the beautiful framing of tile. So that was one thing we wanted to ask. And to this end, I gathered some pictures that I don't know if I, am able to share my screen with you, but I can show you what we found with and without the tile, and also some examples that we think are, pretty period specific that would be nice, jumping off points.
I don't think we can share the screen. And I don't think at this point, one of the things we don't do, just so you understand, as a commission, if we come up with a condition or something like that, we don't usually get into the weeds of the actual detail of it at this level. If we were to grant a condition that said, okay, we would like the tile on the front of the house changed to something more specific, we're not going to engage with you on what that is. You would work with staff on that. So I think we can all appreciate that you have examples of homes that have the tile surrounds. We've seen homes like that before. And we'll deliberate among ourselves whether or not we think a tile surround of any kind at the front of your house is appropriate. And then if we do, then that's something you can work with Jay and staff on later. So we don't need to get into the weeds on that. But we hear you about your thoughts about the tile surround.
Got it. So in other words, it would almost be like in the last home where you had like a remove or replace condition kind of a thing. Like if it was
it could potentially be something like that. Yes.
Got it.
Either way, even if we said, yes, there could be a tile surround, we just don't like this one, we're not going to really get into the weeds with you on what it would be. So we hear you that you think that there should be a tile surround. Thank you for that. Anything else regarding the staff report?
Yeah. So the second one with the entry pedestals, yeah, those are movable, of course. They were added as a, like nothing more than maybe like a planter or a garden gnome kind of a thing. They were positioned there, and it's, my wife actually doesn't love them, as it is. So, it was her thought that if it wasn't necessarily a condition because it's not part of the house, we would probably rather have something that looked more like it belonged in front of our house, something, because these were clearly just placed there. We just wanted to know if it was more suggestive or if it had to be an actual condition. So that was just, nothing more than that.
Great.
Last one was a little bit funny. So it is, two names have been proposed to name the house if it's accepted as a Mills Act. One is Cronenweth, that reflects the person that originally purchased the house, and the last one was Grandview, because it's the address. And since we live in the house and plan to live here for the rest of our lives, we wanted to weigh in on that if possible. It's impossible to drive from Glen Oaks to Brand Park without noticing our house because of the size and location. Everyone who lives on our street knows our house as the big one on the corner, and it's such a prominent feature of this neighborhood that, one could argue that it, practically represents, Grandview, the street, in the neighborhood. So, Miss Cronenweth is not historically significant in any way. I looked her up because I was just curious, and she never lived in the house ever. She rented it out to tenants and never chose to live here. So clearly, she didn't have the affinity or the pride that we do in living in this wonderful home. So we were just wondering if the board might, since you sort of proposed two names, if you might go with Grandview House, which we think rolls off the tongue so much nicer than Cronenweth.
Okay. So thank you for your thoughts on that. That'll be part of our discussion.
Aside from that, we're all good.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Robert. Casey, do you happen to know if we have any callers? You're probably not on that.
I don't know.
In that room. Okay.
I am your guy, and we have no callers.
Okay. Close the public hearing. Commissioners, any comments? Catherine.
I actually had a question and a comment. And so when I visited the property and had a lovely conversation with the owner, and by the way, teachers are always heroes, not just now. And I don't mean university professors; they don't count. Really virtuous about what we do. We talked about the traffic and the speeding, and I bring that up because I noticed planting of the kind of standard Glendale shrubs that now stretch around the corner, the triangle of the property, so that it's really sort of the first thing that you see as you come down Grandview. And I agree with Casey's that you did a great job, and on both of these reports. And I agree with your comment that there's something about the lot, the siding of the house on the lot, that makes it so unique and distinctive. And I agree, Robert, that you cannot not notice that house unless you're going 100 miles an hour, probably, as you're driving down Grandview from Brand Library. And I am concerned about what's going to happen with those shrubs, because it is completely going to change the look and feel of the property in ways that, to me, do, like, ordinarily, I don't like those shrubs no matter what. You see them on historic district contributors. They really grow like weeds. But I feel like on this property in particular, they're inappropriate. And I understand why they were planted, and partly out of concern about the traffic. At the same time, they are not going to keep a car. Like, if a car is heading, careening down. And is there any other alternative? I know that there are limits on fencing in areas, but it seemed to me as though, a simple kind of metal fence where you could see through it would be better than those shrubs. Or I don't know what other solutions, Jay,
I think that's a question for Jay, right?
Glendale's code regarding fences is pretty restrictive. So a fence there would need to have a 25-foot setback from Grandview and then a 6-foot setback from Sonora. So it pretty much precludes doing a fence. We don't regulate landscaping, but if for a Mills Act contract, you're within your right to say that we don't like something. And one alternative would be to have a low hedge that's maintained, that kind of delineates the edge of the property, gives some sense of no one's walking across your property, but it's not going to give you visual privacy necessarily.
I do think that property has a lot of visual. One of the things that I think is interesting about that property is, and I agree, I think it's a lovely house, but the side of the house that faces the corner is completely obscured by planting. So there's significant privacy within the house on that corner. You cannot really, there seems to be some giant arched window there. You can barely see it from the street. You can barely make out the feature, let alone look inside. And so I do think it would be appropriate to have some kind of reduced height. Even if those shrubs are just kept at 3 feet, so that you still get the feeling of that property and its significance from that view on Grandview maintained. I just think that would help enormously.
Okay. I understand that goal. We would have to probably just check with legal, the ongoing monitoring and maintenance of something like that. We can keep track of it this year and next year, but 10, 15, 20 years, we just have to try to figure out, is there a mechanism to ensure a condition like that is applied over time?
Well, I think with the Milvac contract, you can hold people to it. I mean, it may require reporting. It may not be something the city polices regularly, but I think the property owners.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was interrupting you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I've lost my.
Okay. It's just a different kind of. We haven't typically had Mills Act conditions in perpetuity, so I would just want to figure out how do we burden someone contractually with a condition with no end date. Just because it's different, we'd have to explore that. I'm not sure what the mechanism would be. If you want us to do that, if this is an issue the commission agrees about, you could continue this item to say March, and we could ask about it. But I'd be hesitant to agree to a condition that I'm not sure how we would implement.
And correct me that no matter if we decide tonight or we decide in March, the Mills Act benefits wouldn't apply until next year, right?
Of course, and the Mills Act contract wouldn't be approved until we take it to council, so that if you gave us a determination that if the city attorney's office says that this is impossible, then we'll just let it go, and you can give the owner guidance, as the commission sometimes does, and say, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you do this. That would be one way to do it, and then we can, when we go to council, we would have some certainty whether it's enforceable.
The property owner is allowed to have something smaller, like 18 inches.
Yeah, you can have an 18-inch curb or fence. That is.
I mean, that would be better at protecting a car from the property than a bush.
I think I may have missed that part of the discussion. I didn't know that was the issue. In introducing a curb, if the commission is okay with it, we can do it. It's introducing a new piece that wasn't on purpose.
Okay.
Okay, Catherine, we've heard your comments about the foliage. Anything else? Any other comments about the property in general? I think I have a bad connection because all your windows keep refreshing and going away and all of that. Jay, are you able to hear me steadily?
Right
Catherine?
now,
I can see you guys. I can't see anybody else.
You've gone in and out a couple of times, but you're good right now.
Okay. Okay. Catherine, do you have any other comments besides the ones about the foliage and the ones you've already made?
Oh, yeah. If this is comment time, I think that I agree with both conditions, and I do, and I totally understand what you're saying about the kind of attention that a tile detailing around that the arched opening creates. But one thing as a historic preservation commission that we need to be careful about is not introducing elements that create what's called a false sense of history. So you wouldn't want to create something more appropriate that looks as though it were part of the historic property when in fact it's a 2022 addition. I will add, and I don't know that this will make you feel better, but I actually prefer it without any tile because I do think that's part. I do think the simplicity and the lack of ornament is part of what makes that property so imposing and distinctive as a Spanish colonial revival. So I agree that that tile that's there is awful, but I don't. It's such a magnificent house. I don't think that it needs tile for the curb appeal of any kind.
Okay.
So, and
okay, great. Thank you, Catherine. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Mike. Do you have any comments, Mr. Morgan?
Do I have any comments? It's a beautiful house.
Yeah.
And there's only two things that they recommend. And, you know, I understand his concern about the surround on the front entrance. But like Kathy has said and Jay has said, it's not our job to put in something that wasn't originally there and kind of make it the way we think it should have been when the house was originally built. So I don't have anything to add other than he's got a beautiful house. I'm not really bothered by the bushes that he's kind of surrounded the property. And I'm not sure if he has any children or not, but it seemed to me that, you know, that would be something that would be of importance in a later thing if he does eventually have kids. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Jay, as Lorna's giving her comments, I sent you an email. I have a picture of the property from a couple of years before this family bought it and before the changes were made to the arch, and we can see that there's no tiles around the arch. So if you want to, at some point during my comments, put that up, you can. Lorna, go for it.
Thank you. I too agree that I can support this nomination. I'd like to thank the homeowner for the tour when I visited the property. You definitely have a beautiful home that sits with the two homes that were mentioned, built by the same builder on Cortez, 1210 and 1220, also beautiful homes. And yes, I concur that the tile at the surround should be removed. As Commissioner Yurka explained, we don't want to be adding features to the home that were not originally there. We, in fact, had a home on Hillcroft a few years ago that was being designated that had started adding a surround, and the commission asked them to remove it. So we do have precedents. Yeah.
This, you can all see that.
So they used paint. Yeah, they used paint to give it some distinction, but it did not have a tile surround of any kind.
Inch or two proud of the main wall. There's another house on Hillcroft that does the same thing with a very rustic, not a perfect paint line, but a nice hand-drawn paint line. That looks great, that we could refer the applicant to if they're thinking about whether to go forward with the nomination based on your direction. So.
Thank you.
I love that.
Lorna, any other comments?
I suggest that we make the removal of the non-original pedestals a recommendation and not a condition. I originally thought when I did my site visit that they were permanent, but they're just like, you know, any potted plant that might be put at the front of the house. So I'm just going to recommend that those be removed. And I think the homeowner already suggested that they would like to switch those out to something that might be more appropriate.
Jay? Sorry, Lorna, really quick, Jay.
Just real quick, I didn't realize those were movable fixtures, so we generally wouldn't condition something like that. What I would hesitate, and I'm not sure if Mr. Navarro was talking about building something permanent there, like a post, but putting a big flower pot, beautiful, whatever, things like that are totally fine. We don't regulate. Okay, great.
Okay.
So we'll just delete that rather than make it a consideration.
Thank you.
A minor observation, but I think there's some sort of a compass on the east facade, which I think is just an added feature, which I would like to have removed, a north-south-west. And I don't know, Casey, if you have a picture to throw up in case nobody else has.
Yeah, I think it's on the chimney.
Yeah, it's a metal sculpture on the chimney. At least it's not one of those Texas stars.
I don't know how my colleagues feel, but for me, it detracts, and it's just like hanging something on the house that is just sort of.
Sorry, guys. It's this here.
Random.
I see it there, yeah.
It's just sort of.
We can see it, yeah.
Randomly hung on the house. So I would recommend removing that. and just not adding to that beautiful chimney.
Okay, and you're saying that a recommendation, not a condition, right, Lorna?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it is considered something. Well, isn't that one of those things where we're kind of like, well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It is a little different than just a little thing sitting on the walkway. So
yeah, that's how I feel about. I would want to make it a condition because I do feel like it's something that looks like it's a part of the home, but you know, I don't believe it originally was.
We can see if we get any traction on that with others and
yeah,
consideration or nothing.
There is a canopy or a gazebo in the backyard that is severely wood rot damaged. So I'd like to condition that that be removed or repaired. I think the homeowner did suggest that that was going to be taken down, but I would like to make that a condition that it be removed or repaired.
Well, with the caveat, sometimes those things are in the setback.
In the bedroom too.
I don't remember it specifically.
I'm sorry, there's some interference.
Sorry.
Can you go again?
Okay.
Sometimes those structures are in the setback. This one may not be, so it may not be an issue, but we'll just make sure if you get concurrence.
Yeah, it's just located in the center of sort of a side yard area. And then I did notice along the south wall that the stucco, some of the stucco on that home, I think this was the stucco was a later addition that we're saying, you know, is okay and not deterring, or it's acceptable as a treatment. It looks like some of the stucco along the south wall, especially towards the second level, was either like peeling off or missing. So I think that if staff could take a look at that and if we could have that also smoothed out and repaired. I do not have a problem with the plantings around, with the hedges around the property. And I think those are my comments.
Thank you, Lorna. Okay, so based on everything we've heard so far, Jay, I'm in agreement with everything except I too don't have an issue with the hedge around the property. I mean, look, we either have a problem with them or we don't have a problem with them, and there's a handful of Mills Act properties that have these gigantic hedges in front of them that you can't even see the house anymore. So, I mean, I understand the sentiment of where that comes from.
Yeah.
Catherine, at this point, I think enough of the house, I think it's still exposed, and I can understand the want for some privacy. But I have a question. How do the commissioners feel, my fellow commissioners feel, about the material of the garage door being metal and not wood? Oh, what are you saying, Jay?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kathy. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad that you brought that up, Chris, because we're faced with the two properties that we reviewed tonight with two metal garages, one of which has to be replaced, one of which doesn't. However, I do find you really have to get up close to see that the garage is metal. I would just, because the property owner, when that garage needs to be replaced in the future, would have to go through staff to do it, because it would be on the Glendale Register. I'm confident that staff would guide them to a superior alternative. Like, they would not just say, oh yeah, that's fine, put up another rolling metal garage. That they would have to do something that would be more appropriate to the resources. Is that true, Jay?
We would probably approve another roll-up door, but made of wood and with a design that fits a simple Spanish appropriate design. That's why we didn't mention this door. The paneled detail looks similar to other old garage doors, so we didn't think it really jumped out at us. But you're right, that could be done in the future just through standard design review for Glendale Register property.
Okay, so sorry, just so I'm clear, because my connection is really bad right now to the point where I think I should probably sign off and sign back in. So I'm getting a little bit of what you guys were saying. Catherine, are you saying that leave it the way that it is, the door, and then if the door ever needs to be replaced, adjust it then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
It will need to be replaced at some time, and it'll be handled at staff level with something more appropriate.
Okay. I mean, I think the garage door at this point looks like it's in pretty darn good condition. I don't think it's going to be changed out in potentially even this homeowner's lifetime. It's certainly not at all the condition of the one on Santa Barbara. Obviously, that's a door that needs to get replaced. I don't know. I just have I guess I kind of have a hard time with the comment that, you know, it's kind of distant. You barely see it. Can't really tell unless you're up close. That's kind of not the point of all of this whole thing. Is not, well, you can unless you really get close to something. I mean, that argument could be made for a lot of the conditions we put on some of these properties, particularly the stuff that's in the back of the house that no one's ever going to see, but we have 360-degree purview. So I personally have take issue with the metal garage door. I do think it should be made wood. In my opinion, I think a 2 or 3 year condition for that would be appropriate, but then again, you all would need to agree with that. So my position is, Jay, I'm in agreement with all the conditions discussed except for anything related to the hedge. I also think that the garage door should be turned to wood sooner rather than later. Okay, so with that, Jay, why don't you read back the conditions you have?
I can agree with you on that, Chris.
Hey, Kathy.
Do you agree?
I do agree.
You are not, Lorna.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Chris, you might want to turn off your video. That might help, Chris.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe I'll
I
do
just
that.
wanted to say that it's not so much, oh, you know, you have to get really close to tell. It's that all of these garage doors and all of these garage entries are radically different from what they were in the 1920s. As I mentioned, this was also a garage that had 2 different doors and then a support structure in the middle. It's hard for me to justify replacing a door that is placing this door with a door that's also like totally unoriginal and not appropriate, and not just going back to the original design of the garage. So that's my feeling in terms of the garage. But I know that I'm just one voice.
Well, okay. I mean, I can appreciate that the point you're making about sort of an all or nothing take. If we're going to have them address the garage door, then we should have them put it back as 2 doors. I don't disagree with that thought process. I get that this is sort of a negotiation of sorts and trying to keep things a little bit more realistic of what we would expect from people, because those garages with 2 doors like that just are barely functional for people anymore. You can't even get a car in them. But I do think it's interesting. Well, I was just going to make a little side comment that it's interesting that this garage doesn't seem to have carry the weight that the garage down on Brand Boulevard is carrying. I mean, we've got a whole huge discussion about that garage, but yet this situation at this garage is one that we can be a little more forgiving about. Either we aren't or we are. I think that we should at least try to, as best we can, understanding that asking a homeowner to put 2 doors in, that doesn't really make any sense. But I do think trying to at least make it wood and as close to something that was there as possible would, in my opinion, be appropriate. Okay.
I know we're going so long.
I will go on record that I do not approve demolition of this garage.
Right. One baseline way to think about this sometimes is, before we say replace something wholesale and put it in the landfill, let's make sure that we have an important reason for doing that. Kristen and Mary's house has roof tile that I didn't think was quite right for the house, but I thought I'd rather not just dump that in the trash at this point. Someday we will fix that. So I tend to agree with Kathy's kind of outlook on this one.
So okay. In reconsidering, I think I'm probably could go either way, but Jay, I just want to make sure we're being consistent, because I know in the past we have requested, wood door change outs on certain homes that were being listed. And
generally we've done that on vinyl doors, on doors that are just stylistically completely wrong. This one is kind of a borderline. It kind of recedes into the background, in my opinion, because a panel door is a type of design that we see on older houses sometimes, even with old original doors.
All right, well, if the consensus is that we let it go, then we let it go.
Totally, but you're right, we should.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay either way. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that that's the situation at this particular house. Michael, what do you think?
Well, I think that we should let it go at this time. I do agree with Kathy that eventually it's going to have to be replaced and with a wooden door, but you know, you don't want to put as much as you can into the city dump if you don't have to. So.
Okay. Jay, why don't you read back the conditions that we have then, excluding the garage door?
I believe you meant Casey.
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm going to get used to this. Well, I won't need to get used to this anymore. Nick will get used to this moving forward. Go ahead, Casey.
So condition 1, we are keeping the same. Remove the tile surround around the entrance door and replace with a simple stucco cladding to be painted like we see in the previous real estate photos. Condition 2, we're going to remove the compass on the chimney. 3, we are going to either remove or repair the gazebo in the rear yard. And then did we want to condition the smooth out and repair of the stuccoing? Was that something we were conditioning? Okay, so condition 4, smooth out and repair the stucco that is peeling.
We'll specify at the south facade, but maybe we'll do a quick look to see if there's any other areas.
Yeah, I think we do. That would probably be best. In places where needed, we should put in the condition. And then we are recommending removing the pedestals on the front walkway. It's not a condition. Oh, I don't. Okay.
Jay said to eliminate that entirely.
Okay.
Okay. Before we go to a vote, does anyone have any issues with those conditions? I do want to actually open up the public hearing really quickly for our homeowner to absorb those and talk to us about what he thinks.
Hi. So as I want to make sure I don't miss Lorna, as you had said, yeah, our plan was we don't use the gazebo at the moment because I don't feel it's safe. We do have 2 small children. And, our plan was to, it's not just a simple matter of removing it because I think electrical goes through the support beams. So I need to, we need to find somebody that knows what they're doing to properly do this and put up a gazebo or whatever we're going to do that makes more sense. But that was definitely something that we plan on doing. Whether you had that as a condition or not, we were going to fix that, because we just don't feel it's safe to use.
Right.
The stucco, I don't have a problem with the stucco. In fact, that's something I would have done on my own anyway. Even if you didn't recommend it, I want my house to look beautiful. And, if it's peeling, it needs to be fixed. That's totally a thing. It's great that you're not making the pedestals a condition because maybe we might want to put some pretty plant there or something like Jay was saying, so I guess the real only big ticket item is the tile. And we're not married to it. It was just more of a suggestion, to see if we could do, but we don't have to have the tile. But the one thing I did want to address that Catherine brought up, there was a very specific reason why we did the hedges. And obviously a hedge is not going to stop a car from, driving onto our property, albeit it does sort of make it difficult for a car to get up that high because of the nature of how the slope is. But we have a lot of speeders in our area that are unbelievably dangerous. Since we've lived here alone, a dog was killed, my neighbor's car was hit, and my mother-in-law has almost been struck 3 times by young motorists. And it's just a very, very, scary situation. And our backyard is not really the greatest for children because it's all brick and, a little precarious. So when we saw the front yard, we said, this is a wonderful place for the children to play, but I don't know how comfortable I am with them playing where everyone can just see them or walk onto our, it's not safe if, if someone could grab one of my kids, and run off with them. So, we figured that if we did it in such a way that it was only, taking care of this one corner, of the front there. I've seen a lot of houses, as one of the commissioners mentioned, where they block the whole house. You can't even see a house, you just see hedge, but our whole house is exposed, in both directions, coming and going. And it's just this front yard that's fenced in, that would be fenced in by the hedge. And, what our plan was to remove the shrubbery that's partially obscuring the window, so that once we started planting pretty things back there, we could see them from inside the living room, and it would be a private little garden for our children to play in, and have not just a place to play, but I would feel a little more safe than just anyone being able to walk on our yard and, grab my kids. So,
okay.
It's just, our children are super important. We had a son, and he passed away. And ever since that happened, we've been super, vigilant about our children's safety. So if you could find it in your hearts to let us keep the hedge, it would make us feel a little safer.
Yeah, we've removed that as a condition. We've removed it as a condition, so you don't have to worry about it. Hi, Hilda, welcome.
Hi, you did remove it because I was the one that suggested the hedges, because as my husband said, when he said a loss, we had one of the biggest losses, our child. So as their mother, I'm their advocate. I want nothing more than their safety and their well-being. So that's why we put them in, because I wanted to make sure my little girl, the little one, the 2-year-old, was safe. So
yeah, we understand.
Yeah, it was more.
Well, I don't believe we have it as a condition at this point, right, Jay?
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't. So you guys are good on that.
I just wanted to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you, guys. Catherine?
There's one thing we still have to resolve, which is the name of the house. And I believe, I agree with staff that there's no individual, that the naming protocol doesn't work for this property. So it should be 1559 Grandview.
Okay. Are we all in agreement on that?
Good for me.
Great. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
Go ahead, Lauren.
You're so good at
I'll
this.
make the motion.
Good.
I move that the Historic Preservation Commission recommend to the City Council that the property at 1559 Grandview Avenue to be called. Calling it 1559 Grandview, or there was a yes to be called 1559 Grandview, be listed in the Glendale Register of Historic Resources based on the findings identified in the staff determination. I also move that the Historic Preservation Commission recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager to enter into a Mills Act contract with the property owners for property tax savings with the conditions as agreed upon by the commissioners.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Kathy, it's your turn.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Yurka?
Yes.
Commissioner Vartanian?
Yes.
Commissioner Craignotti?
Yes. Congratulations, family.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, did we put time, Jay, did we put time frames on those conditions?
Oh, you did not. Let's do that, please. Thank you.
No.
2 years, I think everything was fairly minor.
Can we
I
just
would say
add that?
1 year. It's so simple.
Even a year is probably good for this one.
Okay, 1 year. Keep in mind, homeowner, that year clock doesn't really start until your contract is entered into, which won't be until the very end of this year, right, Jay? They're all nominated, they're all done at the end of the year?
Yeah, it'll begin in December, so you're...
Yeah.
June,
so if there's any of that stuff you want to do now, you're welcome to. You kind of get 2 years. But of course, there's no guarantee that you're getting the Mills Act contract. So if there's things you want to hold off on doing, you obviously are more than welcome to do that. Jay.
Talk to us before you do the stucco. Talk to us about the gazebo. The compass, you're on your own. You can take that off. The tile surround we'll need to talk about also.
Okay. But again, none of that is until the city council, none of that is bound until city council actually approves your contract and your registration. So if you don't want to remove the tile until you know for sure you're getting it, we totally understand. Okay.
Do we need a formal vote on the timeline?
No, we can just retroactively put it to the vote.
Thank you. Okay, homeowner, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience. Oh my gosh, this was a long one. Jay?
Thank you,
Robert. Do we still have
Robert.
our Grayson people?
I see GWP administration is on the line. Are you on the line?
I need a 5-minute bathroom break.
Okay. We will take another five. How about a 3-minute break?
Pretend that this is like so I can, have a stroll.
I've eaten an entire chocolate bar as dinner, so.
I'm gonna go scarf something down right now.
If you guys, I don't know what to do here. Hello, if you could give me 2 minutes, just because if everyone who was on the call is gone except one. GWP administration, are you there?
We are.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, you have to wait 3 more minutes.
Are we taking 3 or 5? 5.
5.
Okay.
We all gotta run.
5.
It's only 10:45. We'll be back. So sorry, GWP guys.
5 minutes not going to make a difference, Jay.
I know. Why not?
Those 5 minutes
Tomorrow. Okay, so hopefully you guys have been enjoying your time over there. SPC. DRB used to go this late fairly often, including post midnight occasionally, but I don't remember us doing that.
I feel like we
archive minutes and do
super marathon. Yeah. Michael, you can't, do you remember? I feel like we had one super marathon.
No, it doesn't seem like we've gone this long.
Okay.
All right, guys, I think we're back, so let's get to it.
Older now.
We're back.
My video is off because I don't have a strong connection to this call anymore, so I'm keeping my video up. But Jay, go ahead. You wanted to. Next item. I'll announce it officially. Item number 9. Planning Division updates and informational briefings. Letter A, GWP briefing on Grayson repowering project.
Okay, this is Mark Young and his team are going to update you on the Grayson project. I'm not sure how closely any of you have specifically followed this. But if things go as planned at some point, you will be reviewing a demolition clearance application for portions of the Grayson's or the power plant site. So, so we're just kind of introducing you to where this is going, why this is necessary for the city, and what the next steps are going to be.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, my name is Mark Young. I'm General Manager of Glendale Water and Power, and for the sake of time, what I think I'll do is I'll just introduce the consultant who will be presenting to you today. His name is Mike Weber. He's a Senior Principal Scientist at Stantec. He has a bachelor's degree in environmental studies from UC Santa Barbara and possesses more than 20 years of California Environmental Quality Act experience. Michael's experience includes, but is not limited to, environmental impact analysis for energy generation, transmission, and storage projects. Michael is the city's consultant, technical lead assisting with the preparation of the EIR, and has been involved with this project since 2015. So I will turn it over to Michael, and hopefully we can get this taken care of quickly. Thank you.
Michael.
Share my screen real quick here. Sharing.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, you bet. Bear with me just 1 second. And if you wouldn't mind, let me know when you can see it. It should just be a PowerPoint presentation.
There it is.
Title slide. Okay. Great. Thank you. And volume is okay?
Great. 5x5.
It is, yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, good late evening, Chair Pro Tem, commissioners, city staff, and members of the public as well. Thank you, Mark, for introducing me. Again, my name is Mike Weber with Stantec, been supporting the city on studying the potential environmental impacts of the proposed Grayson repowering project since 2015, and appreciate the opportunity to share our informational briefing with you. Understand it is a late evening, and we'll try to be as brief as we can with our presentation. Okay, just the things that we're going to cover, role of the Historic Preservation Commission specifically related to this proposed project, the Grayson Power Plant and how that has changed over time, why there is a need to repower Grayson and what that would involve, what the importance of the demolition of the existing boiler building is to the project and the city's interests in energy, as well as results of the city's historic resource evaluation of the boiler building and the Grayson Power Plant, as well as meetings with the Glendale Historical Society, and then some information on recent updates to the CEQA process, particularly a 2021 partially recirculated draft EIR, and just completion of the 2022 final EIR. Historic Preservation Commission role as it relates to this project, as Jay mentioned, does include demolition of a building. As you'll hear on our presentation tonight, the city is considering that to be a discretionary historical resource. So we will be back in front of this commission in the future if the EIR does get certified in terms of seeking approval for permission to. Just an aerial photograph, relatively recent, of the Grayson Power Plant and the City of Glendale Utility Operations Center, which is shown in this photo. And if you can see my cursor on the screen, almost right through the center of the site here, everything on the right, this is really the Grayson Power Plant itself. All of this area over here is the Utility Operations Center and not used. Historical context of the site itself, known originally as the Glendale Steam Electric Generating Plant. Initial construction was in 1941. You can see a photograph of that initial construction here on the slide to the right. The intended purpose of that was a boiler building to enclose or house 2 generation units, 1A and B, and units 2. That consisted of a 2 to 3 story high framed structural steel set on poured concrete. Architect was Daniel A. Elliott, and a streamlined modern style. Now, over time, there has been a lot of additional generation units and supporting facilities added to the power plant site over time. Also included numerous modifications to the boiler building itself and other power plant facility infrastructure as well. In this graphic that you can see to the right, those shaded areas are the boiler building itself, and it shows the different construction periods and additions that were made to that, starting with that original 1941 construction that is shown in that reddish pink color. That was the photograph that we had on the previous slide. Going to a first edition in 1953, and then 1959 to 1964, doing second and third editions to that boiler building. I'll show you 6 different aerial images showing how the power plant has changed over time. This shows it in 1952, where there is not much present after the original construction in 1941. You go to 1964, you can see there is substantial additional construction, particularly at the boiler building as well, that shows some of those modifications and additions that we just described in the proceedings. And 1977, you can see additional construction and infrastructure at the site. 1979, a little bit more. 2005, getting a little bit more recent, and you can see the concentrated development of the site here, and this is really just the power plant site here. And then in 2009. So you can see in this photograph, there is not much remaining space for other industry. Very important to the discussion we're in. Okay, the proposed repowering project would replace the aging, inefficient, really inflexible and unreliable generation equipment that is at the power plant that has been operating there for quite some time, and essentially replace that with new, more efficient, flexible, and modern generation equipment. That activity would require the demolition of a number of structures that includes the boiler building. This graphic on the slide shows those shaded areas. Everything that you see there would essentially be removed. The area in the green, just removing the equipment down to the ground surface, and the areas in blue and red, not only removing these structures, but excavating to approximately 8 feet below grade. And in one of those locations, removing all of the piles that are beneath there in their entirety, and the other just cutting them off and leaving them at 8 feet. But you can see in this right here is the boiler building, and that would be demolished as part of the proposed project. Why does the city need to repower Grayson? And it is really being driven by a need and a requirement to ensure reliable electricity service to all of the city. Adding local generation due to a heavy reliance on imports over limited existing transmission lines. Most of the equipment that is at Grayson right now is at or well beyond the end of its life in terms of design. Project would also be able to cope with contingency events, and those are losses of existing sources of electricity. So an example would be like a loss of a transmission line. If there's a wildfire and it has to be shut down, or there's just maintenance related activities, that really limits the amount of electricity the city has. Also being able to cope with high load scenarios when the city is at peak demand for electricity. Also, after 2023, only one of the existing units, Unit 9, a 50 megawatt simple cycle unit, would still be in operation under the no project alternative. That is if the city does not the proposed project or any of the alternatives as well. The city has been successful in acquiring an additional 72 megawatts of additional transmission that I believe will be coming into the city by about 2027. Even with that additional 72 megawatts, the Grayson Power Plant is still needed to meet those reliability requirements. This is being compounded by recent rule changes by South Coast AQMD, who has promulgated some enhanced or upgraded emission control standards for these units. And many of these units will just not be able to meet those requirements and will have to come offline. Also, to help meet increased demand from increases in building electrification and electrical vehicle loads that is growing more than was previously expected or estimated. So that demand and that load is continuing to increase over time now. And really is intended to serve as a bridge to getting to 100% clean energy, particularly with potential future use of hydrogen as a fuel source rather than just solely natural gas. Why is it important to remove the boiler building? As you saw in some of those photographs, there's really insufficient space outside of the boiler building for the thermal generation equipment. Battery storage is associated with a couple of alternatives that we'll talk about in a few minutes here, as well as the Glendale switching station. That thermal generation equipment cannot be located over the boiler building footprint. That switching station must be outdoors, and the buildings, and particularly the batteries, they cannot be inside the building as well. So that really compounds the space limitations. Boiler building retention is not possible for the project, and also would necessitate reducing battery energy storage associated with alternatives 7 and 8, which we'll explain in a little bit more detail in the next few slides here as well. Battery storage is really important to increasing the use of renewable energy and getting towards that path of 100% clean energy. And by retaining that boiler building, as you'll see in the preceding slides, the city and GWP was going to have to reduce the battery energy storage capacity at the site, which is ultimately very important to meeting our clean energy interests. So this is just a general arrangement or a basic site plan of what the proposed repowering project is. This is all the essentially the generation equipment that would be put in after the old equipment was removed, and some support facilities as well here. And this is the area that the existing Alternative 7 would include a reduced thermal generation component. The proposed project is over 200 megawatts of new generation equipment. Alternative 7 would be limited to 93 megawatts of reciprocating internal combustion engines, 5 of them total, and also 75 megawatts and 300 megawatt hours of battery energy storage. This graphic shows the general arrangement for that alternative. And here is the existing boiler building as well. And you can see here, the plan for this would be to put some of the batteries in that location, the remaining batteries over here, and the power generation equipment over here. Alternative 8 would include a refurbishment of a couple of existing units right now to meet those South Coast AQMD emission standards that we were just referring to. And this alternative 8 would be refurbishing units 8A, B, and 8C, which are gas turbines equipped with heat recovery and steam turbine This alternative, in addition to the thermal generation, would also, similar to alternative 7, include 75 megawatts of battery storage that is equivalent of 300 megawatt hours as well. So similar to the alternative 7, we have the boiler building here, and again, you would have batteries put over here, the remaining batteries here, and all the thermal generating equipment would be over here. The city did conduct a historic resource inventory and evaluation as part of the environmental impact report for the proposed project. That included a California Historical Resources Information Systems records search and review, as well as City of Glendale Central Library Special Collection Room 2 review, doing an environmental data review and a phase 1 environmental site assessment that included a lot of pertinent information, including old aerial images that were studied and reviewed to identify the changes over time that occurred for the power plant, as well as reviewing previously issued city building permits for the site, a lot of interviews with current and former Glendale water and power representatives who are very familiar with the site and the power plant history, as well as conducting an architectural site survey. The results were that the integrity has been significantly diminished due to alterations, changes, additions, and demolitions of the buildings and structures. Determined that the structures and buildings at the site, including the boiler building, were ineligible for listing as a historical resource under national, state, and local criteria. And the results of that study were incorporated into an initial study for CEQA in 2016, a draft EIR in 2017, and a final EIR in 2018. Glendale Water and Power did take that final EIR to City Council for consideration of the final EIR and further direction on how to proceed. At that time, City Council chose not to take action on the final EIR and alternatively directed staff to evaluate alternatives to increase renewables and reduce natural gas fuel generation associated with the proposed project. And staff went back to work, and between 2018 and 2020 developed some additional alternatives. That were alternatives 7, 8, and also a variation of alternative 7 that was then known as alternative 7A. That alternative 7A moved some of the equipment around, unfortunately, to retain, and it would have resulted in retaining the boiler building. Unfortunately, because there were space limitations, as we talked about, that alternative would have required reducing the battery storage component by 25 megawatts. City Council recognized the importance and interest of maximizing battery storage and did not support that alternative to be considered for full evaluation in the EIR. So that was considered but not advanced. City Council also directed GWP staff to meet with the Glendale Historical Society to discuss the issue of historic nature of the power plant and the boiler building and see what could be done short of retaining that boiler building. Also in 2020, the High Speed Rail Authority prepared an environmental impact report for the Burbank to Los Angeles segment of the High Speed Rail project. That EIR did identify the Grayson Power Plant as potentially eligible as a historic resource to be listed. That study was more desktop-based, did not include an actual site survey of the power plant, and that study and the scale of information included was substantially less than what the city studied for the proposed repowering project. And as part of the public comment period for that high-speed rail EIR, the city did submit comments and did share our historic resource evaluation of the power plant and boiler building with them. They did review that information and did make a finding that they did concur that it is not eligible for listing at the national level, and they did revise the findings in that draft EIR as well. City did have multiple meetings with TGHS over approximately a 6-month period earlier in 2021. During those conversations, it did seem that Historical Society did recognize the need for building demolition in comparison of the energy interests of the city. The city did have an agreement in principle with TGHS to consider treating the boiler building as a discretionary historical resource for the purposes of CEQA, and provided feasible mitigation measures to try to reduce the significance of that impact. All of those mitigation measures have been incorporated into the 2021 partially recirculated draft EIR and the 2022 final EIR, with the exception of a city-wide historic survey that was recommended by TGHS. Ultimately, the TGAS board did not support an agreement with the city on the mitigation measures, and the city continues to fulfill those commitments made despite an absence of a final or formal. So the 2021 partially recirculated draft EIR and now the 2022 final EIR did include an updated cultural resources section that does consider that boiler building as a discretionary historical resource, implemented a range of mitigation measures that we just talked about, and those really include preparing the HAIR documentation prior to demolition, maintaining that documentation in the Glendale Central Public Library, displaying archival photos of the boiler building and the Perkins building, erecting a plaque at Flower Street that identifies the location and historical context of the boiler building, salvaging, preserving, and publicly displaying a piece of equipment. Unfortunately, even with those mitigation measures, because the building is proposed to be demolished, impact to cultural resources would remain significant and unavoidable for the purposes of California Environmental Quality Act compliance. The EIR also did study alternatives that we mentioned. It was more than just alternatives 7 and 8, and this just shows the differentiation between which alternatives would result in demolition of the boiler building and which alternatives would result in retention. On the left-hand column, what would demolish it would be the proposed project. Alternative 2, that is solely energy storage without any thermal generation. Alternative 4, that includes 150 megawatts of thermal generation. Alternative 5 at 200 megawatts of thermal generation. The alternative 7 and 8 that we just talked about. And then alternatives that would retain the boiler building would be alternative site locations. That's something that GWP did look at. Could we build this project at another location within the city, and just did not find any suitable locations of size, availability, the zoning, and the existing utility infrastructure that is present. Doing nothing, no project at all, would obviously retain the boiler building, but that would not meet any of the project objectives. Alternative 3, which is an alternative energy project, essentially building new transmission into the city to import new alternative energy rather than building new generation units, was considered. Unfortunately, the difficulty and challenges associated with new transmission is quite complex, and the environmental impacts of new transmission can be quite significant to many environmental categories. And then we talked about this variation of alternative 7 that would have reduced battery storage capacity that was not supported for evaluation by City Council. So our next steps are to take the 2022 final EIR to City Council for consideration of certification on February 8th, just next month. And in the future, GWP does plan on returning to this commission, as Jay mentioned, for consideration of the demolition clearance application for actually demolition. Okay. And with that, our team is happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that detailed presentation. Commissioners, any questions for our presenter? Catherine.
This is more of a question for staff. On the GWP website, it states that Grayson is to be brought to the Historic Preservation Commission today for recommendations regarding the environmental impact report, not just an update and a kind of informational session. So I'm wondering how that got changed to what we just saw. In other words, we can't give a recommendation on environmental impact report that was released like a day or two ago.
This staff person, Jay Platt, does not have an answer to that. Not sure if anyone else does. Is the direction we received? Well, all I can say, if Mark and or anyone else on the GWP side can't answer that, I certainly can't. We've been involved with legal, and we were told, I was told that we were doing this as an update prior to your receipt of demolition clearance application.
So the idea is that we approve a demolition clearance application after the project has been approved and the EIR has been certified. That's the timeline that's being proposed.
I believe that's the case. I'm not incredibly active with this project, so I'm basically helping.
But GWP is, so is there someone from GWP that can answer that?
I think they're deliberating.
I know that HPC is not going to be asked to certify any environmental document for this.
Oh, no, we wouldn't, because we're not the design review, we're not the environmental review authority. However, it clearly states on the GWP website that they are to come to the HPC for recommendations for the EIR. So, and for us to weigh in on the environmental impact report, not just a bunch of statements from Stantec. And, and it does say, according to the Glendale Municipal Code, no person shall completely demolish a designated historic resource or a potential historic resource without first obtaining a demolition clearance and demolition permit pursuant to Chapter 15.22 of this code, and that they have to come to the HPC. It doesn't make any sense to me that we would do that after the EIR has been done. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we have someone from GWP that might be able to help us out with this. Hello.
This is
yes,
Jillian.
good evening. Jillian Van Meiden, from the City Attorney's Office. The project there is no demolition permit application at this time, and so the HPC does not have jurisdiction over the project for that purpose until there is funding provided, and that has yet to be approved by the City Council for purposes of moving the project forward. Right now, what the GWP has before you is an item for information only, because there is no design review application or a demolition permit application that would give a discretionary action before the HPC that would require it to consider the environmental document at this time. So the environmental document will be presented for information only to this board, and also to the Sustainability Commission and the GWP Commission. Certainly any comments that are made by the commissioners tonight will be included in the record, included in the staff report that is presented to the City Council for their consideration.
I don't think that's good enough. because we just got a kind of casual presentation where we're supposed to take the information that's presented to us at face value. There was very little discussion of the historic resource. And what you're saying is that the city is going to certify an EIR demolishing what the city acknowledges, and it's not it's not treating it as a discretionary historic resource. It is exercising its discretion quite properly to consider it a historic resource. And you're proposing to do this and to certify the EIR without any input from the Historic Preservation Commission on the final EIR, which was just released, 2 days ago? This is totally inappropriate. And it's also not what it says on the GWP website in terms of the review for this project.
I can't speak to what's on the GWP website concerning whether or not it was an informational item or seeking a recommendation. GWP staff is here with me on the room, but I don't see, is there a particular link or location where that information is located? So
I can forward it to you because I can't share my screen. I have a screenshot of it. I don't know whether it's still there because I haven't checked within a few days, but it does not say update. It does not say informational. It says, let me bring it up.
Sure. We do have staff here that are looking to see where that possibly could be, but as I indicated in my previous comment, the matter is being brought for information only at this time because we don't have a discretionary permit to present to the HPC that would have triggered bringing the EIR to the HPC for certification.
Historic Preservation Commission recommendations final EIR. It's the GWP website. It's the process for the review of.
We will look at it. I don't have.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. It's supposed
What
to
is
come.
the URL, Catherine?
I have the screenshot from the URL. It's proposed project, PR, what's next, Grayson's history, clean energy. These are all the side notes, but it has us.
So I'm on that page. Do you have an idea which screen it is?
Sustainability. I would just Google Grayson Historic Preservation Commission, Sustainability Commission. We are one link in this chain. It's supposed to go to us first, then sustainability, then GWP, and then city council. And this is bypassing an important part of the review by not allowing.
I think I see what she's looking at. It's graysonpowering.com /# what's dash next. And it's a calendar, a grid with a calendar, and it says upcoming meeting dates are available. January 20th, Historic Preservation Commission meeting, the topic being Historic Preservation Commission recommendations regarding final EIR.
So what I'm
what that means.
Staff from GWP is inaccurate listing of the purpose of this particular meeting, which is just information only. Because there is, as I indicated, there is no discretionary permit. However, at this time, and as Jay indicated, as did Mr. Weber, the matter will be brought back when there is funding for an application for a demolition permit for the boiler building.
I'm sorry, are you saying the city doesn't have the money to apply for a demolition permit? Because you're talking about the funding for it.
Yes, I'm going to allow the other counsel in our office, who is essentially the general counsel for GWP, to speak to that particular issue. Hang on for one moment. This is Christine Godinez.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Godinez, and as Jillian mentioned, we do need to, in fact, get bond funding to pay for the demolition. It's not a small project by any stretch, so once we determine what the council's direction is with regard to the project, that'll determine what is being funded for the bonds. And so that's a step that has to take place certainly before contracts can be approved and before any demolition could take place. Now, before we do demolition, we would need to come back to this commission because you do have a role to play before a demolition permit can be issued. So certainly this Grayson Repowering will be back before you again for you to weigh in and provide direction. This is not the only time that you'll hear about this project. It'll definitely be back to you before.
If I could try to succinctly put words in Kathy's mouth, is will the EIR for Grayson Repowering ever come to HPC either for information or for any decision making?
No, it's coming to this evening for information. And as Ms. Van Meiden said, any comments that you wish to carry forward, certainly those will be presented to council for its consideration.
So I don't know how we're supposed to comment on a brief PowerPoint by someone who has no expertise in historic resource impacts. We should, as the GWP website says, have been given an opportunity to engage with the EIR, have had time to review it, and then have our comments heard and our recommendations heard. So you say you're going to come back for a demolition permit, but the EIR will have been certified. It's like, so here's what I want to say. I mean, the HPC will not be in a position to say we disagree with the EIR, or we don't think it's studied alternatives appropriately, or we think it misrepresents the possibility of retaining, whatever we want to say. That we won't be able to say any of that, correct? Because it will have been certified?
The EIR will have been certified at the time that the demolition permit comes before you. That's correct.
And I think this is a gross distortion of what the city intended when it passed the revised historic preservation ordinance and gave the Historic Preservation Commission some authority before demolition is authorized. And I think that is what is reflected in the GWP website. And I think the city is opening itself up to litigation by, to my mind, just bypassing an important part of the review process for demolition of a property that the city recognizes as a historic resource. So that's my big comment, because I can't comment. I don't have anything to say on that PowerPoint that just flew by me.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the city believes that it's complying with the municipal code and will bring back the demolition permit before this commission per the Glendale Municipal Code in accordance with the jurisdiction of this commission.
So are you telling me that Glendale cannot apply for a demolition permit now?
Correct.
And why is that?
Well, we don't know which project, if any, the city council will intend to bring forward. There's a number of alternatives that they're considering. There's the proposed project. There's these alternatives 7 and 8 that were described by Mr. Weber. There's also other alternatives in the EIR. So all of those alternatives are different and will affect which portion of the site will be upgraded and renovated. And so until we know that, we won't know what the scope of that demolition permit is. And we need to know that to apply for the demolition permit. Also, as Ms. Van Meiden mentioned, we need to fund that activity. So
we don't need to fund a permit. You need to fund the demolition.
Yes.
Right, but you wouldn't apply for a demolition permit until you know what you're demolishing and until you have funding for a contractor. So there are a couple steps before we get to that demolition permit phase.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate your comments and your clarifications.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments on the presentation we just saw?
No more questions.
Oh, okay, great. Catherine?
But does someone else have any questions?
No, this is out of my.
I don't think so.
Purview.
Okay. I did want to provide a response to, I do want to provide a response to the consultant's narrative of what happened regarding the Section 106 review of Grayson. And this was done, as he mentioned, as a kind of mandatory review because of a project getting federal funding for the high-speed rail. And the consultant did a review of Grayson and found it to be eligible for the National Register, which of course would make it a mandatory historic resource under CEQA. And what the city did was, and I will say this secretly, because they knew that other parties had been very invested and involved in the historic resource, in Grayson as a historic resource. They approached the state historic preservation officer and presented Stantec's EIR, claiming all sorts of alterations over the years and arguing that it was not eligible for the National Register, and that that determination, which the state historic preservation officer had agreed with, that she should retract that agreement, which she did. The city did not submit the letters or the evidence or the DPR that was provided by TGHS and Francesca Smith to the State Historic Preservation Officer. And I happen to know that the State Historic Preservation Office was very annoyed to find that the city had omitted that information, because it did establish that it was eligible for the National Register and the State Register. And in fact, I also happen to know that TGHS was encouraged to submit it for the National Register, and that TGHS decided instead to try to work with the city. I would also like to point out that at the city council meeting, where Grayson was discussed, that the city attorney's office lied and told the city council that the state historic preservation officer had found it not to be a historic resource. That is not true. All she did was find it not eligible for the National Register. This was pointed out at the meeting to the city attorney, and the city attorney continued with this false assertion. So I just want to say that I do think that there has been a tremendous amount of bad faith regarding Grayson's status as a resource, as a historic resource. Looking at the mitigation that was worked out between TGHS and the city, which was part of the PowerPoint. For one thing, I'm not surprised that the city is going to go ahead and honor it, because there's nothing very substantive in it. And I find that shutting the HPC out of consideration of the EIR is just further evidence of the city's bad faith dealings in regard to Grayson. That's not to say that I won't agree with the EIR when I've read it, but just a chatty update, at 11:30 at night, in lieu of an available EIR and full engagement with this commission, I just think is totally inappropriate. And like I said, I think it's going to get you into trouble. I'm done.
Thank you, Catherine.
Me to respond. I disagree with your characterization of the city's actions as in bad faith. I disagree with your statements that the city attorney's office lied in a public meeting. I think the meeting tape is available, and the city is on record with what it said. I encourage you to look at the EIR and the city's detailed analysis regarding the historicity or lack thereof of the boiler building. And I believe the city has really gone above and beyond in its efforts analyze the building and to work with the Glendale Historic Society to reach an agreement with regard to the building in accordance with the city council's direction, to work with them and to come up with alternatives short of retaining that boiler building for how we can have a clean energy solution for the city. It's really difficult to come up with something that's going to provide enough power to the city and at the same time meet the clean energy needs that we need to move towards in the future. So there are definite space limitations. There are all kinds of challenges that are faced, but the city has definitely worked in good faith.
That's fine. And the Historic Preservation Commission may agree with that, but we don't have the evidence to weigh it because all we have is a PowerPoint. And the bad faith was in not submitting evidence indicating that it was a historic resource eligible for the California Register, which is what I believe TGHS's evidence was at that time, and pretending that the only evidence in the record was Stantec's. That is not good faith. And by all means, go and review the city council meeting, because I spoke at it and said it is not true that the state historic preservation officer said that this is not a historic resource. She said it's not eligible for the National Register. I had the document in front of me. I'm guessing that the city attorney's office did as well, and they continue to assert that.
So I will turn it over to our experts that have far greater expertise than me, frankly, in this historic resources and the evaluation and conversations that were held. So if there are further questions, they can certainly address those. Thank you.
Commissioner Yurka, I don't recall, I can't speak to some of the comments that you were making. I just don't have that knowledge. But the one that I do have some knowledge of, I don't recall anyone on our team having any direct correspondence with SHPO at all. All of our correspondence related to the historical resources was directly through High Speed Rail as a lead agency for CEQA.
Oh, it was Eric Krause. It was the planning department. It was not GWP. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest that it was your office.
Understood. Okay. We're happy to answer any other questions that you have. You are right. I am not an architectural historian. I'm more of an environmental generalist, just familiar with what we have done to evaluate and address it with some of the history related to it. I do have two colleagues here today who are more subject matter experts who may be able to answer some of your more technical questions if you have them. I'm not able.
That's okay. I mean, my point is that we haven't had the opportunity to review the EIR. This is the GWP website suggests that we will make recommendations for the environmental impact report, not make comments on a PowerPoint update. So it's that they don't need to come. That's my fundamental objection, is that it's inadequate opportunity for us to review an environmental impact report and a project that calls for the demolition of a historic resource in Glendale.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. Anyone else have any questions or comments for our presenters?
I have none. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, GWP representatives and attorneys, for your time this evening and for sticking it out with us. Thank you.
Thank you all. Very much appreciated.
Jay, item 9B, update on designated and pending historic districts.
Can we table that?
Jay, I think you're muted. Jay, I think you're muted.
We've done, the city council has designated 2 districts. It'll be official next month. There's another on the way. We are finalizing the information for the contract next.
All done. That's the last of it.
That's it?
11. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a pleasure being your chair for the last 2 years.
Good night, everyone. Yeah,
See you
thanks for
in March.
tonight, Chris.
Thank you. We did 2 meetings in one night.